for internal, in this case, Muslim reasons, in the Christian case, Christian reasons. They were not allowed to expand, but nevertheless, they were allowed to maintain the status quo. So this is something that really held for the next many centuries as the concept that Jews were subject to the hospitality of the Muslims. They were guests within Muslim lands, and there was a code of conduct towards guests, but at the same time, the guests were not, so to speak, citizens, if we can use that term anachronistically. They did not have the full rights of Muslims, but they were nevertheless entitled to practice their religion. A couple other examples, they were not, for example, required to pay the zakat, the charity tax, which is something that Muslims would have to pay, but they would have to pay something called jizya, which was a poll tax just for their existing. And Paul turn to this in a later lecture. Thank you for watching. Hello, everybody. Well, today's topic is a little bit different than some of the other lectures I'm giving because rather than approaching this in a kind of historical manner from one point in time to another, perhaps looking at a specific individual or a movement, today I need to take a little bit more of a thematic perspective to discuss the phenomenon of women in Jewish history. And what I'd really like to address in this brief lecture is some of the challenges that we have in trying to understand the unique elements of women's history in the long saga of the Jewish people, and give some sense of how these things have changed in the last 150 years in particular. And that'll be it for our topic today. So really the topic is women in Jewish history. I'm not going to speak a lot about individual women, but I'd like to speak a little bit more about the trends, themes in women's history. Okay, so we'll begin with the first thing that we know when we're looking at women's history in Judaism is like, where are they? The majority of our sources for women's history are essentially written by men for men. Male readership, male authorship, the entire chain of transmission of materials on women and on their perspectives is unfortunately handled almost exclusively by men. Now, there are some distinct exceptions to this rule. For example, the memoirs of Gluckula Camus. Here's a great picture. This is not actually Gluckula herself. We don't have photographs from that time. This is a much later photograph of one of her later descendants. I believe it was 19th century, dressed in clothing that would have been appropriate for Gluckula in the 17th century. But besides her memoirs, which are quite fascinating in themselves, we have very few examples of women actually writing for themselves, either for another woman's audience or, in the case of Gluckula, of her memoirs on her own. The majority of the materials that we have to deal with are essentially written by men, and that presents a lot of historiographic problems, make it difficult for us to tease out what exactly is going on in women's history specifically. But, with that major caveat, we can identify a few larger phenomena that are common to most of Jewish history, Jewish women's history. First of all, Jewish women tend to be a silent majority with an exceptional minority. That is, women in general through Jewish history tend to take a very passive or at least hidden role in the unfolding of events. We occasionally hear in the sources like the Talmud of women in general wanting this or wanting that, or arguing for this or arguing for that, but very rarely do we have unique voices. And again, they're handled by men, so we don't know exactly how they would have phrased things themselves. Nevertheless, with that silent majority, you have these exceptional minority figures that really go all the way through Jewish history. Specific individuals, women, who stand out against the crowd and often adopt leadership positions. For example, the matriarchs, that is the wives of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Moses, Deborah, the judge. But most of these women, as I've just mentioned, I realize as I'm saying it, a lot of their authority derives from the men to whom they are related, marriage or through birth, but that's not always emphasized in the text. What is also common about many of these women, besides their intrinsic value, they are revered for their leadership and for their strength of character and so on, is that they often use power in a subversive manner, primarily because they do not hold, again, with some exceptions like Deborah, they do not hold conventional types of authority and positions of power. So if you look at Rivka, for example, who manages to, you know, fool her husband into giving the blessing to Isaac rather than Esau, and Yitzchak rather than Esau, or Yael, of course, who uses her wiles to be able to steal fairness and things like that. There are women who use their positions of authority, and rather than forcing a situation, they will use some kind of deceit or trickery to get their way. This is a trend that we see quite often as a result of these strong women finding no other avenue to achieve their objectives. They are generally trapped within the male narrative. We can only hear of them through what men provide for us. Of course, the Torah, understanding that as a divine document, that's also quite problematic. But their unique expression often comes through. This is especially true with one of my favorite biblical characters. They're not biblical, I'm sorry, Talmudic character, Bruria, the wife of Rabbi Meir, who was undoubtedly a phenomenal scholar in her own right. And she is exceptional not only because she identifies one of the problems in women's history in Judaism is that women had very limited access to formal training in the traditional texts, in particular the Talmud. This is especially the case until the 19th century and the 20th century that we'll speak about towards the end of this short lecture. But Bruria was able to go beyond that, and in fact, she appears many times as a unique, distinctive voice in the Talmud, teaching men, correcting men, often with a very acerbic wit. And I'll give you one example of that. But I want to mention to you specifically in this context, there's a discussion in Tractate Sota, I believe, in which the rabbis debate what is the appropriate amount of learning that a woman should have. And it would take me far beyond the scope of our discussion here to discuss why it is that some feel that she should have more learning, the typical woman should have more learning of Torah, and others disagree and say, no, it's not a healthy thing for her to learn a lot of Torah. But the conclusion of that Talmudic passage is that it would be better for women not to learn extensively, specifically Talmud. This is considered to be something that would change her fundamental character and expose her to wiles that the rabbis do not recommend and so on. Now, this passage is significantly revised in the 20th century, and in fact, many women, even in the most orthodox of streams, have access to texts and traditions, even in the Talmud, that are far beyond anything that even their grandmothers and great grandmothers ever had. Nevertheless, looking at the general scope of Jewish history, for the vast majority of Jewish history, women were formally excluded from learning Talmud. Bruria, for example, hints at this when she is greeted by some men who are looking for directions, and they say to her, "Excuse me, ma'am, can you please tell us the way to Lod?" And she answers them back, first of all, quoting a passage from the Mishnah, saying, "Fool, haven't you read what it says? Do not speak overmuch with women. You should simply say, which way, Lord?" Meaning, rather than the "excuse me, how are you?" and going on, she says, if you were to really be a Torah scholar, you would simply say, which way, Lord? Obviously, she is poking fun at not only her interlocutor, but also this implicit limitation on women's learning. This is an interesting photograph that I tried to look for the actual YouTube clip. I could not find it, but this is a passage, a little photograph from a film called Tevye der Milchaker, which was later adapted to Fiddler on the Roof. And you're probably familiar with the later 20th century version. But this is a 1930s Yiddish version, and in the scene you have Tevye, who is a dairyman, who is trying with very little success to teach his son, who's something of a blockhead, the passages in the Bible. And meanwhile, his daughter, who is normally excluded from learning, is looking on over his shoulder and is answering all of the questions correctly, which Tevye finds amusing, but he keeps on trying to move her away from the table where he's attempting desperately to learn with his son. And the whole message is that, here the woman, the girl is obviously more klug, more clever than her brother, but she is denied access to the text. A theme that occurs throughout much of Jewish history. Now, another element that's very important is trying to understand the Grundlage, the foundations of, that was a very fancy word, I didn't have to use that, but the foundations of women's Jewish history is the relationships they have to the commandments, which are distinct from the male relationship to the commandments. Specifically, looking at this chart here, you'll see that divide the commandments, that is the 613 commandments given in the Torah, we can divide them into four basic quadrants. Those that are defined by time or not defined by time, meaning those that must take place within a certain period of time, let's say the Sabbath or a holiday, something like that, or those that are, generally required. Then you can also, that's the up and down, the y-axis. Then on the x-axis, we have those commandments which are negative, meaning thou shalt not, do not do these things. And we have positive commandments, meaning these are things that you can go out and do. So let's give a few quick examples, and we'll see how women relate to this. So under the positive and not defined by time quadrant, we have, for example, honor your father and mother. This is something that you should do. You have to actually go out and do things for your parents. So it's a thou shalt, a positive commandment, but it's not defined by time. So long as your parents are alive, and in fact, after they pass, you're still obligated to honor their memory. So men and women are equally obligated in this category of commandments. Then you have the negative commandment of do not steal, which is thou shalt not, obviously don't steal. And at the same time, it's not defined by time. There are no times when stealing is permitted. So therefore, men and women are also equally obligated in these commandments. Then thirdly, we have negatives that are defined by time, such as, for example, do not eat bread on Passover. Obviously, the holiday of Passover, leavened products are forbidden. That includes bread, beer, pasta, things like that. It reminds me of a joke. I'll tell you very quickly. I know I shouldn't in these short videos, but I can't help it. I was once talking to an Israeli consular official who told me that he was a member of a very left-wing socialist kibbutz. Hashomer Hatzair was the name of the movement. And this was a very anti-clerical, anti-religious kibbutz. He said that it's like a communal farm in Israel. He said that, when he was a child, they used to have everything on the table on Passover. Bread, beer, pasta, all forbidden foods were on the table on Passover. Now he says the young people, they just don't keep the traditions like they used to. Okay, so thou shalt not and defined by time, like do not eat bread on Passover, men and women are equally obligated. Shake the lulav on Sukkot. These are the four species. They're kind of like a long palm frond and a citrus fruit and some leaves of various types. And there is a commandment specifically to shake these things together on the holiday of Sukkot. So since it is positive, thou shalt, and defined by time, men are obligated, but women are exempted, which means women do not have to do these commandments. The observance is, for most communities, understood as optional. That is, should they so desire to do these commandments, they are welcome to do so. There are some exceptions to that as well, but in general, they're able to do these things, but they are not required to do these things. Now, there are exceptions to the rule as a whole. Like, for example, lighting the Friday night candles, that's defined by time, that's positive, but it devolves upon women rather than men. And they do so, especially if their wives are not able to. It's primarily the first. Drinking the 4 cups of wine on Passover, also positive, but women are obligated. So there are some exceptions to these rules, but the general thing is that if it's a positive time-defined commandment, women are exempted. Now, what that means anthropologically or sociologically is that women are not tied specifically to the ritual calendar of daily observances, particularly those that require the gathering in synagogue. Separate issue altogether about whether or not women count in a minyan. We're not going to go into that. But what this means is that women have greater freedom, or viewed in a different way, greater responsibility when it comes to the activities in the home, in the private sphere, because they are not so easily interrupted. One cannot simply leave the baby with a dirty diaper and say it's time to go to synagogue in the morning, although husbands will do that. Women, because they're exempted, they're second priority, and they may stay home with the child. Some would say they have to stay home with the child, while the husband must go to synagogue. But this means there's a huge bifurcation in women's daily life that reflects this divide as a result of the positive commandments defined by time. One can understand this bifurcation as a private versus public sphere bifurcation or split. Women are given higher priority in the home, and this is traditional throughout Judaism. And in fact, if you look at some of the most important things that go on in the home, specifically in the kitchen, in the bedroom, to a lesser degree perhaps in the dining room, women are basically in charge. Again, this is sociologically and anthropologically, but also halakhically. There are many areas in which women have much more leadership and authority than men, beyond the scope of this lecture, but nevertheless a pronounced phenomenon. In the public sphere, however, in the area of the marketplace, in the area of the synagogue, that is generally ceded to men. And since that is an area that garners much more attention, it stands to reason that there's a lot more status associated with it and so on. Nevertheless, there's a lot of emphasis in the Jewish tradition on the concept of all the glory of the princess is within Kol Kvuda Bas Melech Pnima, the verse from the book of Psalms, that says that there is value for those things that are hidden. Again, it would be far afield on our topic to go into great detail, but there is this concept of something called tzniut, which means hiddenness, sometimes translated as modesty. And women are associated more with tzniut than men in much of Jewish literature. Tzniut is an emphasis to keep things more private, kind of like the Torah, which is something that is highly valued, and it is kept under various coverings, the mantle, and then inside the ark, and then inside the synagogue, and so on. So there is a valorization of the public sphere in Judaism, but especially as the value of traditional Judaism declines in the modern era, that valorization of the public sphere tends to be lost, and much more emphasis is placed on the public sphere than ever before. Now, a lot of this changes when you get to the 20th century for many reasons that are associated with larger changes like industrialization, increase in urbanization, and so on. But perhaps the most important change for the sake of women is the opening up of formal educational options. The most significant of which is undoubtedly the Beis Yaakov movement, which was pioneered by Sarah Schinnerer, which if you look on my website, you'll find I have a whole hour-long lecture on her specifically. But basically, she argued effectively in the early 20th century for the introduction of formal education for women. That is, regular classroom-type education, which was largely closed to women in a Jewish context past, let's say, fourth or fifth grade in most Jewish communities. And she said that women really need higher education in Jewish subjects. This was contrasted with the phenomenon that a lot of upper middle class Jewish women were simply not getting Jewish education whatsoever past fourth or fifth grade, and they were going on to secular university, and they were getting, in Eastern Europe, they were still getting a very strong education in things like
Hell,
French,
you little bastard, how you doing, baby?
And whatnot, but they were lagging behind their studies.
Take a name. I think it's too late for golf tonight.
Oh yeah, no worries.
He's here. I don't know if he's awake. How are you?
Like, you got some fucking valuable.
Dog, yesterday, dog, oh my. Remember yesterday when I was like, dude, no more questions? That motherfucker asked me questions for 3 fucking hours. I was like, dog, please, I'm good, man. Like, I had to say that like 50 times. And I've never gotten to this point, or Riser, where I just didn't talk anymore. I just was like, stop. He just asked me every fucking question. Every, every, um, I fell asleep to him asking me questions, man. So it was at least a solid. The first hour I answered questions, all kinds of stuff on Aleister Crowley and all kinds of questions again. Just basically a 19th and early 20th century movement leader of the Lydian. Anyway, then he just kept asking me questions. Um, like I just had told him, please, like I'm good. I answered your question for another hour. All I've done today is answer questions, and he then kept asking me questions. But I almost want to tell you this. He had a mental, because he kept saying to me, he kept saying, I just ask you questions when I'm bored, and I'm like, okay, well, you have to understand that I'm going to bed right now, so I'm not gonna answer any more questions. All right, well, but when I'm bored, I'm just gonna ask. I'm gonna ask him. Like, oh wow. Anyway, um, I normally don't mind questions. Sometimes I need a break. And yesterday was just, oh, this guy just overload. He, I'm telling you, I fell asleep with him just asking questions. And
It's funny. He just like did not feel at all. Like the second he joined, I'm actually, but looking for the question. He's come back. And he just denied but
that,
I tried to help and
no,
you know,
exactly, exactly, 100%. He did not.
Then I think I guess the problem with you is that if it was
It
in
was.
my line
It
of
was.
thinking, I'd be like, fuck off right now, go the bus for the next
Right, exactly. You're right though. I started answering his questions, and then I just saw Zoot left, and I saw you left, and I was like, oh man, I knew this was gonna happen. Like, we get into this, and I'm trying to tell him to download the thing, and he's like, that's okay. I'm just here for the conversation. I'm like, I know. Anyway, it was that. Yeah. Well, I did my best. You're exactly right. That's what that was. And he just came in and like, well, he asked me all these questions, and then he got to the point where he was, well, actually, he was being pretty rude. He started using some language that I wouldn't normally tolerate in here. However, I didn't want him to know I could hear him, so I've just just let him say whatever he wanted. Like, this is what happened. He kept asking me questions and kept asking me questions and kept asking me questions and kept asking me questions, and I kept answering them, and I kept saying, okay, now this is the last one. Really, I just need to focus. I'm gonna like try to upload the remainder of the video, and I'm gonna then get to bed. So I just really appreciate you being here. Any questions that you have, I will answer them. Just let me answer them tomorrow. I've answered. I told him like
I have like 500. I have like 500 that I need.
100%, 100%. And so he's like, yeah, no, I know. Okay, so I'm just gonna keep asking questions until I'm bored. And when you're telling somebody that, you're basically saying like, I don't care about you. I just care about myself and my own entertainment. And so I said to him, I politely answered as many questions as I'm really going to. And I want you to know that I really appreciate you being here. And I'm going to turn on this lecture. And he's like, oh, okay. And then he continued to ask, continue to ask, continue to ask. So I just started not listening, like pretty loud when people, not super loud when people talk.
Rogan. Joe
Oh,
Rogan and Joey Diaz all at the same time.
oh man.
Drown them out.
Yeah, exactly. And so I was just playing that, and he's like, "Can you hear me?" And then somebody else came in here, and they're like, "I think you can hear us." And then multiple people are asking me questions, and I'm like, "Guys, it's like 1 o'clock, and I literally like answered questions for like an hour today. Then I uploaded a video of me with the answering all the questions, and then I've just been answering other questions in here from other people. And all I want to do, I just want to tell them, all I want to do is just play mini golf with my friends and not have to. It's here's the thing: when people ask me questions, I don't play golf as well. I don't play mini golf as well because I'm not fucking focused on it. I'm focused on whatever their answer is or whatever I'm trying to communicate to them. And I know I don't play as well. So anyway, this guy he he asked me so many questions though. I've never gotten to the point where I'm just like I'm gonna be quiet here and just literally just watch. I mean, I came over to my computer and I turned it down because it would just be quiet for like 15 seconds. Then he'd be like, "What do you think of Aleister Crowley's association with the Theta Society?" And I like like I answered this question 2 hours ago when I told you that essentially he started it, and um, I understand he had a mansion off the coast of Loch Ness in Scotland that was essentially like very esoteric. Like so. Anyway, I went into like but it's like, dude, I told you that 2 hours ago. I didn't learn anything more. I've been right here the whole fucking time. I mean, I'm not an Aleister Crowley fucking biographer. I literally could tell you like everything I know about him within about a minute, and that's about every single person on the planet. There aren't a lot of people that I just have this super fucking in depth knowledge on. I mean, like even like George Washington. I could talk about George Washington for like a minute, and then after that we're gonna have to like do some research together about or like find specifics about him because I just have a limited knowledge. Anyway, the amount of questions that I just kept getting peppered with was like by one person. It was like, oh, this is a new record. And yeah, so I got another interview tomorrow or today, I guess, at 10 p.m. Pacific. So it's pretty late our time, but it would be cool. It's a podcast. Um, and yeah, I don't really know what he's gonna ask me, but usually podcasts aren't too bad. Um, be-
So, uh,
be- because usually they're
reflect guy that maybe and bad or tired and talk questions all day and the guy fucking I mean I know fucking iota of like respect
I,
that guy barely has time to come back planes or whatever. But yeah, fuck
right.
encouraging
I
question crowd.
I very much just wanted to play um golf at that point. I with the,
You're trying to escape the mini golf after we had already called it with or that's
oh yeah,
like
that's what it was.
like
That's what it was. I called it with
we're
mini
just
golf.
like, all right, back to mini golf. Get to the mini golf lifeboat.
Wait. That's what it was. Yeah, because at least then it's like we have something in common to talk about instead of like pop, 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 pop. I was thinking, well, what the hell was it? Oh, I know what it was.
Or you know,
This
it's
is
a
what.
good tactic. If someone really annoying that you don't want them to get them to download like this really, really like no one wants to play and record and then force them into playing like playing or something. So they get really bored of them. That's what I would do. I'd have all these events that can bring people out of the tent.
The
I know that's the opposite of your.
Well, normally I want to answer people's questions, but there are a couple things I've been having to answer more and more questions recently, which is fine. But it's made me realize, like, not everybody asks me questions in the same manner or for the same purpose. There are maybe 90% of people who come who ask questions. They just have they're curious about something, and I'll do my best to find the answer for them. Then I get another small segment that wants to ask me every question on earth, literally wants to ask me every question on earth, but doesn't want to hear my answers. So I have a friend of mine who does this all the time, and he will pepper me for 3 or 4 hours at a time. And this he'll come in here. He came in here at 4 in the morning 3 days ago, and he's like, "Hey, do you have time to talk?" And I'm like, "Man, I'm going to bed." Then he came in when I was awake, and he peppered me for 2.5 hours, just question after question after question after question. And I even told him in the question or in the questioning, I said, "You're not even listening to my responses. You're literally like so excited to get answers that every time I provide one, you're thinking of your next question." And as I was telling him that, he really was thinking of the question, and I just had to yell, "Shut the fuck up! Listen to me and listen to what I'm saying. I'm answering your question, but you're not comprehending the answers. You're just already coming back with the next question." It's like, think about what I have to say, and then if you have another question, you can certainly ask it. But he was just asking me questions without thinking of the answers, and that's and the guy last night, he was kind of doing the same thing. He was just um, like peppering. And,
When you told that to about all your pet peeves,
yeah,
you're playing fucking golf, like you're like, don't fucking ask.
well, it just shows that you don't respect me or what I'm saying. If you do, then you wouldn't just talk to talk and ask me questions to ask me questions. Um, and I understand sometimes we're bored, but if you're gonna take time out of my day to ask me about information, then listen to what I have common courtesy. But I understand people get excited, and and then there's another one. So there's that kind, and that one's just like an excited question. That's fine. And then there's another kind which I don't get very much, but where I will get someone who wants to get into an argument, or like they'll just start asking me like
Why
the
aren't you rich?
you perfect, yeah.
You're
Why aren't you rich?
Rothschild in your class.
Right. Why don't you give away money? Why don't you I mean like
Spend
like
any
do you
money right
defend
now.
yeah, do you defend like the killing of children? Do you defend the death of innocents? Like these are tough questions, and I'll find
Wait, what do you wait? How is the answer? Like anything but like
well it goes to there isn't. It's a loaded question. So it doesn't have an answer that it's the same kind of question. Do you still beat your wife? There isn't a correct answer to that, because if you say no, I don't still beat my wife, well then you used to. If you say yes, then you still beat your wife. So I've really learned with no, no, no. It's like a cross examination. You can only answer in the affirmative or negative. Yes or no? Do you still beat your wife?
That is a free.
Right. But wait. But it's already left the impression that you're a wife because now you want to get into semantics. It's an unfair question. That question is something that makes me recognize that all like there's no perfect question. Basically, any question anywhere can be manipulated, and thus it's in my best interest not to answer any question. Period. If I always wanted to be right, but and then I get people. This doesn't have as much in here, but it happened on Twitter where people want to quiz me on stuff. And fortunately, I've been correct on everything. Not 100%, but like I haven't had a gotcha moment. And I'm on camera, and so I want to avoid any kind of gotcha moment that I potentially can have. And so people will want to do that, and I understand that too. But the big ones are like you know how do you defend XYZ, and or like who do you like, this country or this country? I get that one all the time. And see, here's the thing, you don't see it, but I get asked on the fucking wars. I get asked directly on country X versus country Y half a dozen times a day. And just every single day, like 6 times a day, I get asked this question. All that shit. All that shit. All that shit. And so I just say world peace because it's not going to get me anywhere if I choose a side. And it's not just I don't just get these questions in here. I get them in my DMs all the time. I get them worse in my DMs because um people just and like I'm open to them and I answer people's questions, and if they want to talk more in depth, they can. But just look at the shit that I get. That is just like it. I don't want to say it's just why would you ever do this to someone? This asshole sends me this shit every fucking day. Just and I don't block him because I I just I don't know. I don't really have a hateful heart. It could be. Um, let's see. What is he say? What alpha? He wrote me. Um, I sent him like my right. Well, I've got one here that says I hunt Jews for a living. Like, who the fuck writes that? What is that? Like, is that even like you're proud of that? What does that even mean? Okay. This guy. There's another guy. Well, I mean, I'm not a pussy, and so sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. You can say whatever the fuck you want to me. You can threaten me. I don't give a shit. So long as you don't put your hands on me, say whatever the fuck you want. Because once we start legislating what you can and can't say, then I feel that we run a slippery slope. I am gonna find what this motherfucker writes me. He doesn't just write me shit. He sends me these um sends me these really mean. Then I just type the word Jew. Fucking shows up. Here's someone. Can I ask why you sit in Discord, you stupid, greedy, long-nosed Jew? Shut up, Jew. Kill the Jews. These are all different people. This guy sends me a fucking meme of like that big nose Jew. Yeah. Um, a lot of people. Right. Um, Yeah, I mean,
Downright.
I don't usually respond, but well, no, I mean, yeah, I don't. Except the way that I respond is by spamming them back with all my shit. So, there's this one guy. Where the fuck is he?
Follow me on kick. Thanks.
Exactly. There's this one guy. He sent me this. It's like it sticks out in my head because it was so mean. Uh, let's see. Wow, I've gotten a lot of. I do, honestly, if somebody writes me a question, it's so much easier for me to answer because I can answer it on my own time. And then also, the chances that they're going to ask me 50 subsequent follow up questions is not like it is in here when somebody's just like, oh, it's somebody who I can fucking torment. Oh, here it is. Here it is. He says, can I ask why you sit in Discord, you greedy long nosed Jew? Oh, greedy, you stupid greedy long nosed Jew. He says, hey, do you have a fucking life by any chance? Rabbi, kill yourself. Then he sends this like terrible meme. I don't know if you can see this, but it's like a flashing you can see it's flashing. Yeah, exactly. Flashing. So and then this shit. So like my inbox.
It's probably Duke's alternate account.
Exactly. And then he writes kill the Jews. Um so there he is. Dude, you motherfucker, dude, you talk too much in that fucking Twitter space. I was gonna plug the coin, I was gonna fucking plug my interview, but no, you and Jehan get to fucking jerking each other off. Literally 30 minutes of you guys blabbing later. I had to fucking leave. I was up ready to talk, and but I will say, I I will say that Zoot, what you had to say was pretty good. So I'm not gonna give much more shit about it. Zoot, how do you like? We're approaching an all-time high. Do you like that?
I need to accumulate, but like my thing, I'm working on my own project on Sleep, and then
I know you
more
plugged
like,
it.
and I
You
have
plugged it. Kangaroo coin.
yeah, Kangarooni.
Oh, it's kangaroo.
Kangarooni
I
coin
thought it was
later
kangaroo coin.
blockchain comes out.
It's kangarooni. It's not kangaroo coin.
That's Kangarooni.
All right, are you ready to get your focus kicked, your ass kicked?
Kangarooni's going to be on the blockchain.
I think,
You'll probably have.
I think it'll
You'll
be,
probably have it.
I think it'll be pretty big. Um, Zoot, I mean, Riser, you want to play? Zoot, you want to play? Riser, you want to play?
That's right. And I think Rabbi, you'll be one of them. If you have a token and be popular. And I also think Bitcoin and Bomb have a very popular token.
I agree with both of those statements. Because we're personalities of Web3. Riser, did you get my invite?
Yeah, I'll be there in 1 minute.
You're good. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna agree with you. Basically, anybody who's a little bit of a personality in Web3 could have a coin, a very successful coin. He is.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you.
He's good. He had a good.
Perfect shot.
It's not perfect, but it's good.
Oh, by the way, the whole P Diddy drama happening right now. It's gonna. Jay Z's next. That's all I can say. It might be a few years away. It might be a few months, but Jay Z is next.
All right, we heard it here first. Riser, I think it was better that your ball did not go in.
It would probably take a few years before go after Jay-Z because of a few reasons, but there are a lot of people protecting Jay-Z. He might flee the country first, and then he'll be impossible to get. But
Wow, this is an interesting shot. This is an interesting fucking shot.
Oh, no way.
Maybe that's the best strategy is just going crazy in there.
Water bump. Watch the water bump.
no, the best strategy this one is just
Oh, that was bad. That was bad. Way too hard. Giving him a free shot. Bad. Oh, I'm really fortunate you went in the water.
yes.
Dude takes everything out.
This is the worst one.
I'm pretty much in agreement with you on that.
Oh no, there isn't one.
In the Halloween ones?
No.
Ooh. That wasn't the shot. Alright, I'll take it. This is a difficult shot to not hit that skeleton. Oh, I thought he was going to do it. Oh, that was a great shot. Hit my ball. That's perfect.
No. Why would you do that? Oh, you fucking destroyed my shot.
I did.
I wanted to ask you.
Ooh, that was nice.
Perfect.
That was really nice.
With mine uploading technology, can you upload a mind of a dead body? That's what I wanted to ask you.
Yeah,
No, you'll still be shitty at mini golf.
No, if I die and then I was frozen, could you upload my mind from a dead body?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oh.
No.
Yes. I can say yes.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Are we all going to tie on the hole? Zoot's just awful. Just absolute dog shit. Just absolute dog shit on this hole. Just absolute positive dog shit. Zoot, you're so bad at this hole.
I will get it next year. Wait, all fucked up.
Dog shit. That's the shot. Oh, I was going to say, if that didn't go in, that was a good one, Zoot.
I have a feeling that the older
2 for 2.
You're all copying my shot.
I didn't. I went my own way. Short. This is our chance to put Riser away. What a great shot.
Yes.
What a great shot.
Oh, no.
Now I have to hit this.
Perfect hand. Yeah.
Oh, no.
You have to get it in the shot, Riser. It is possible, but unlikely.
I really think that you have to hit off the back wall and also get a push, but I don't. Oh, finally.
Oh, this is
Zoot's
the
fucked.
easy hole.
Zoot's fucked.
That's this is the
Zoot's fucked. Zoot, it's going right in the water.
Going right in the water.
Oh, am I retarded? Am I retarded? Am I retarded? Am I retarded?
Oh, oh,
Water.
oh, that was such a good putt.
Good. Get in there.
You guys all fun.
Watch now, Zoot gets it in after his absolute dog shit of a shot. His first shot.
I think it's good.
Dog, what the fuck?
Yes, that's perfect.
Hit that thing's hand. Oh, wow. I'm not going to have any points. I have to make this.
You can get it in. You'll get it. Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
That kept me in the game.
I fucked up. Couldn't find a perfect game.
Bad.
I'm not terrible at this, but I hate this golf.
Yeah, I'm not good at it either. There's so much shit in it, and I never get the arrows right. That's perfect.
The thing I hate about this golf
Fuck him up.
is someone else
Hit,
can just
hit his ball.
no. If I just
Why would you do that though?
like
Take out that fucking tree.
the good thing is you take out the trees with maybe not that great of a shot.
Take out the tree.
That was not that.
Dude, now he's in my way. Badly in my way.
Oh no! Rabbi, gonna win now.
Dog. This should be such a huge comeback for him.
No, I can't win. You guys will probably get him.
Oh, he helped me
No, this
so
is the
much.
last one.
He helped me so much. Make this.
Oh shit!
Get
I
in
think
there.
Rabbi and I are gonna tie.
I think.
Oh my.
No. You just say Rabbi.
Hi, Rabbi.
You save me for Rabbi.
No. We were all gonna die. All that.
That's how we'll end it. That was nice. I like when we end like that.
Let's go again.
Yeah, there's rare.
I'll take it all three
Let's
wins.
go again.
No, I'm good. You guys don't even know. You guys don't know what Mel's Hole is. It's this thing I listen to all the fucking time. It's about a hole that is a never-ending hole. A hole that just keeps going down and down into the earth. And you can throw whatever you want down it, and it never would fill up. It would never, all this weird stuff would come out of it, like, allegedly, like, it was like a UFO portal, and they'd have these, like there's a story about a guy who took his dog and threw it in the hole. A dead dog. It was already a dead dog. And he threw it in the hole to bury it, and then the dog came back to life. All kinds of weird shit about this hole. Anyway, I would be really reluctant about it. It's like one of these huge urban legends. But there have been stories about these other holes that have been found, especially on native lands. Like one of the reasons why natives would pick a certain land would be because of some of the paranormal shit that would happen to them. But there's like these stories about these holes that are basically portals into the earth. Anyway, what else about this fucking thing was weird? Oh, so how deep was the hole? It was over 80,000 feet deep, which is um like 16 miles. It's really, really deep.
I measured it with a tape measure, or how did
Great question. He did it with fishing lure. So he would just take like a fishing line. The guy was originally
80,000 kilometers of
no, it wasn't 80,000 kilometers, 80,000 feet. So it was there 5,280 feet in a mile. So approximately like it's going to be something like 8 miles, 16 miles. And that's,
yeah, I mean, it sounds perfectly reasonable.
well, no, I'm not saying it was. It's like, I know the fucking answers to a lot of things. What came first, the chicken or the egg? All that kind of shit. But like, there's some kind of unexplained things. UFO and alien shit is really interesting to me. Anyway, this is one that is just a weird fucking story, and it actually involves Australia in a big way. So basically, the guy who finds this hole, Mel Waters, it's on his land. He talks about like when he bought it, everybody for generations have been throwing all their garbage in it. There's a guy who would pull up a pickup truck every single day with tires and just throw it everything in this hole. And it just be it no, it was the use case of the whole town. Everybody in town would throw their garbage down in this hole, and um that was just and so that's why it's such an interesting.
Like, talking
That's the thing. It's all oral. There isn't even a picture of the hole. Now, if you're like, what do you keep in mind? This story took place in the 90s. Now, that doesn't mean
they don't want other people finding garbage.
no, that's not what happened. The U.S. government took over the land, and if you're like, okay, so what's this story with the U.S. government? Basically, yeah, uh, in some weird ways. So, Mel calls the largest overnight talk radio station in the Western Hemisphere, Coast to Coast AM, and he tells this story about this hole, this like never-ending hole. It doesn't have a bottom. Everybody throws their garbage in it. It has some weird paranormal shit. Anyway, the government comes out to his house one day and says that there's a plane crash on his land, even though there was no sign of a plane crash, and they said that they were taking over his his real estate, and they were going to lease it from him, and so they ended up leasing it from him for $200,000 a month. So that's what $200,000 a month is something like $2.4 million a year. And so he took that money and moved to Australia, of all places, and started a.
For the price of the like
Well, I mean, it's the government. What are you gonna do? They tell you we we saw a plane crash land here. We give you nothing for the land, or we'll lease it for $200,000 a month. So they end up leasing it for $200,000 a month, and then um he moves to Australia and starts a wombat rescue. I know it sounds so fucking strange. He spends he spends so much money on these wombats that he goes broke, spending $200,000 a month on them basically in this wombat rescue. So then he moves back to the United States, and it's this weird story where he gets beat up pretty badly in San Francisco, and he ends up like
for the anti-wombat.
no, it was nothing like that. It was I forget exactly why. I usually fall asleep in the story, but basically he then makes it back to his land in Washington State, and the government basically said that that's not your land anymore. And so, what evidence of this is it that this is real. Oh, and then like Mel disappears. Like no one ever hears from him again. So this story is really interesting because it takes place over the course of a few years. He would call in an update. Then another thing about it, before Google Maps, uh, they had like satellite imagery, and Microsoft had one, but it wasn't like Google Maps. It wasn't nearly as good. It would just take like pictures of satellite images and kind of put them together. And so in the area where Mel owned this land, the government had blacked out that part of the map. So there was something weird going on, and it's not. And Mel couldn't have controlled that, meaning he's just like a little old man from like upstate Washington who's like in the Pacific Northwest, and so he had a lot of familiarity with line and like deep sea line and like really heavy gauges and things. And he said that well he they the host of the show inquires with the audience and they take a look at the imagery that is on from space, and this was like in the late 90s, and you can see I've seen pictures of what people see. It's just like a map that it would look like anything you would see on Google Earth, but with like big black squares taken out, and you don't know what the fuck is there. And they do this now with Google Earth imagery, but they just blur it and make it look like the surrounding terrain. But back then they did not have that kind of technology. They did, but it would take too long, so they would just straight up cut it out. So
Yeah,
that's
the black squares makes all
tells you exactly what.
the
Exactly right.
go to the black squares and
Exactly right. So
blur it.
so
Then
just
you blur
exactly. So
that's fine.
exactly. So and then at the end of this story, this I believe this native tribe, this Native American tribe, indigenous peoples tribe, contacted Mel to go visit their hole. That they had a hole in like northern Nevada that is like connected to their people, and that it was like a never-ending hole. Anyway, there's like the hollow earth theory and all of that. This does not go into that. This does not go into flat earth. This is just like an old man story from the 1990s that is just like an urban legend in America. And I mean, I've got my finger on the pulse of everything paranormal on this earth. And I know basically like most things what was a hoax and what was not, but this one I do not know. And like meaning I don't know if there are holes that exist on this earth that go into the earth for miles. And
Could be like a giant
it was not that.
code.
It was truthfully what it sounded like is that it was a somehow a portal for aliens to get to the center of the earth. Like a almost like a sewer hole that just like a manhole cover that they would just fly into. Now, if you think though that like, hey, these guys have the power to travel interdimensionally, don't you think they could turn on some kind of like switch and make their ship like invisible or like impenetrable to the ground around them? Yeah, all that stuff could be true. I don't know, but I do know that like some weird shit happened with this hole, and that perhaps there could be some truth to this. There are only a couple questions that I have still in my life. Like, I mean, like, I know aliens are real. Is there a God? God is energy. I'm okay with that. What happens when you die? That's a complicated one, but generally nothing. As I understand, at least people who have had near death experiences, if you do, right before you end up becoming brain dead, there is apparently somehow that you go through every moment of your life like a movie exactly, and it's very vivid. And then I've also heard like you don't want to go towards the light. If you go towards the light, you die. So you want to actually stay in the dark. And that going to the light.
Going towards the light how they keep you trapped in the and don't go towards the light. And
Okay, that's not what I know it as. That could be. as I understand, if you go towards the light, you die. If you stay away from the light, you continue to live in this world. And then there's something called the Mothman, which was a story that took place in the 1960s in West Virginia, and there was a bridge collapse. Basically, there was this weird creature that was seen in the area of Point Pleasant, West Virginia, and it it was like flying. It was like someone flying around in like a suit that had wings, and they could fly around without making any noise, and they had like these bright red eyes. And it turned out that um, this Point Pleasant was a place where they were doing a lot of um, munition.
What do you think?
Go ahead. Yeah. You okay? Go ahead.
Did you say that? Like, how you have nothing?
Essentially.
Scary.
Because if you can't die, my theory is that you cannot die. Because death by definition is don't exist. You're going into non-existence. And then
What about
you're in non-existence for eternity. Eternity is the amount of time you can't have it. Or maybe you can basically go into non-existence for eternity. Just spawn back as an
Just keep in mind when you say infinity, all kinds of crazy scenarios then occur. And you have to understand, like when you say infinity, you mean absolutely everything that could happen must happen. And that opens it up to a lot of different things. That's why I don't say infinity. Generally, I say till the end of the universe, which is a set time. It's approximately 50 years, 50 billion years from now.
50 years from now.
have I you know that I the beginning of time is the end of time. I've discussed it earlier a few times.
Yep.
And like everything that has a beginning has an end.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. Zoot, I did think what you had to say in that Twitter space was good. I was just frustrated that I wasn't able to speak. And that was just my own stubbornness. And I also didn't want to just come in and be a huge cheerleader and these people were like, who the fuck is this? You guys were already talking like pretty high level stuff. I would consider it quite newfie, to be honest with you. I don't know if Riser got that reference, but and because of that I wasn't gonna fuck it up, but yeah. And I heard you say that you got your Sproto PFP. I like how it's like you show your allegiance with your PFP. Like, yeah, I went back to the Sproto PFP. I hope everybody noticed that. And then you plugged your coin. That was pretty brilliant too. I heard you. I know what you were doing. And you got
Kangaroo.
okay. Well, you said it.
Oh, okay. Okay. So think about kangaroo. Stuff you can have done. I'm
Are
not able to build a cult.
are Riser and I members of this cult?
Kangaroo.
Yeah.
I mean, you should know about kangaroo. I heard on the Telegram.
Can we call our
You
can
should
we
know that.
can we call ourselves kangaroony loonies?
Yeah.
Excellent. I love it. I'm in. What do we call ourselves in Harry Potter? Don't we call ourselves Sprotos? But that doesn't really make sense to me. We're not Sprotos. That's a different thing. We're Harry Potter about H posers, I guess. That's not nearly as cool as Kangaroony Looney. That's a good name.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Do you believe the expanding or that you can go around the universe, solar system, and come back from one direction? If I went in one direction, would I go for every direction? Like how I can go through the earth and like just say I walk down the street, right?
Mm-hmm.
I walk down the street. At the end of the street, I can walk back to my house. I start at my house, walk back. Then I can go around. I can go around the neighborhood, walk back, and come to my house in another direction. Do you think the universe, that solar system, is expanding, or do you think it's like?
So let's be careful. Let's be careful with the terms that we're using here. The solar system really only encompasses our sun and
Oh, sorry.
and 8 planets.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So you're really
Okay,
talking the
sorry.
universe. I get it. I do it all the time.
Yeah,
You're really
that's
talking the
that's
universe.
not the universe.
Exactly. Okay, so you're asking, well, to my knowledge, the universe is expanding. It's going to continue expanding until a certain point when then it begins contracting and it will end up in the Big Crunch. It started with the Big Bang, then there's the Big Crunch. There are a bunch of different names for it. The Big Crunch is, though, pretty well known. Okay, so you have asked a question as well about the universe expansion, and it is expanding. It's expanding as I understand at the speed of light, very very fast. It can't go any faster than that though. And the physical mass is only between like 5 and 10% of actually everything that encompasses the universe. Most of the universe consists of dark matter and dark energy, and not visible matter. Okay, so with that being said, um, 90% of everything that is in the universe is not visible, and that is expanding as well. So let's just, like, in one sentence, I think you have a question of this. If the universe is expanding, into what is it expanding? Because it's everything. So what's it expanding into? Does that make sense? Is that a question you have?
Non-matter.
Yeah,
Okay, so let's look it up.
doesn't matter.
If the
I
universe
imagine you're
is
saying
constantly
like
expanding,
I
into what is it expanding? Because doesn't the universe consist of everything? Please explain this to me like I'm 5 and use bullet points.
okay. So
Okay, so it says,
it's kind of like
here's the simple explanation. The universe, it's everything we see, like stars, planets, and galaxies. Expanding means, imagine blowing up a balloon, it gets bigger, the dots representing galaxies move away from each other. No outside. The universe doesn't expand into anything. It's all there is. Think of the surface of the balloon. There's no outside space. Space itself, the space between everything is stretching, which is one of the things. Which is why things seem to move away from each other. So the universe is getting bigger, but there's nowhere it's expanding into. Actually, that makes complete fucking sense. That was fucking brilliant, ChatGPT. I've seen this before.
What's on the other side is because the other side doesn't exist. It doesn't know.
so we're in a massive, basically in a massive balloon
Yes.
that can just like keeps on stretching
Yes.
until it pops.
No, it does not pop. It never pops. It never pops. Then what it does is, like, when you blow up a balloon and then you let out all the air and it contracts? That's what it does.
What if we were just in a giant balloon right now and like at a kid's birthday? body.
Well, with the multiverse theory, not only could that be true, but it must be true.
That'd be scary.
Alien. Don't have the so like 175. Happy fucking birthday.
Mm,
The scary part is they
right? All that could be. And then they could be in a balloon, they could be a balloon. Until you get to one balloon, but they just blow up all the balloons.
Balloon controller. He fucking manufactured it.
Yeah, let's ask this one.
Figured it out.
Answering in the same way, explain to me, like, I'm 5, what happened before the Big Bang and what happened after the Big Crunch? What existed? Explain it as best as possible. And if you don't know, then just say, I don't know, but this is what we think. Okay, so before the Big Bang, nothingness. We think there was nothing at all, no space, time, or matter. I don't even get that, but okay. Tiny point. Some scientists believe that everything was squeezed into a super tiny point that had all the energy. Boom. Then, about 13.8 billion years ago, it suddenly exploded in what we call the Big Bang, creating the universe. After the Big Crunch. What's a Big Crunch? If the universe keeps expanding and then stops, it might start to shrink back to small. It could collapse back into the small point again, like the opposite of the Big Bang. What comes next? We're not sure. Some think it could lead to another Big Bang, or it might just be another period of nothing. So we don't really know for sure what was before the Big Bang or the Big Crunch, but that's what some scientists. That's what I thought.
Oh, are there Big Bang iron?
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Imagine the energy that it would take to like, create nuclear bombs, like our most powerful explosion. That compared to the size of stuff, a lot of explosions. And why would it explode? And can we create a fucking universe?
Yes, we can.
In answer to your question, are there Big Bang deniers? Yeah, a lot of creations that way. Many people. I mean, keep in mind that Big Bang theory has only been taught for less than 100 years, and many people say it is just that. It's a theory.
Sure.
When
Well,
I was
that's what it has the theory in.
when I was a kid, about 50% of people, I would say, got on board with the Big Bang theory, and 50% were, this is in the United States, probably clouded in religiosity and thinking like they just wanted to avoid that. And now it's like 90% of the people in America believe in some type of evolution, some type of Big Bang, those type of scientific um, principles. But there is still a group of people who do not. And then there's a group of people that analogize it. So, for instance, we may say that the world is 5,785 years old, but the first 7 days of that could have been creation, and each day could be analogous to a billion or 2 billion, or however people want to make it work in their own heads so that they can sleep well at night.
Okay. And could it be possible that it was run by
That's
someone created Big Big
absolutely,
Bang?
absolutely.
Guy who inflated the balloon. That's a fucking kangaroo.
I mean, think about. You guys have seen these things, ant farms. Okay,
Yeah.
so imagine you gave your child an ant farm on their birthday. That's essentially the balloon we're referencing. It's an entire world. It's self-contained, and all those ants in there are thinking to themselves, "I wonder what the hell we're doing here." When really they were a gift at a birthday party. And in the same way that kid at a birthday party could himself be in that balloon that you described, that's a gift at an alien birthday party. And then that alien civilization could yet be another species.
We're just some fucking alien kid's little ant farm.
That's exactly right. And that's why the band Alien Ant Farm chose their name.
I've never
Okay.
heard of that. It's like a developmental.
You've never heard of the song, you've never heard of the band Alien Ant Farm? They sing one of the best covers of Michael Jackson's Criminal from like 2005. If you heard it, I bet you'd know it.
Primo band.
No. They're like kind of like punk.
Hey, Rabbi,
Yo,
with mine uploading technology, right?
yes sir.
Okay. Could you get to a point, right, where we slow down our perception of time? Because I imagine if you were able to live digitally immortal, you could change the speed of time and upload time. So imagine like we were in a dragon world and it's like I want to live in a dragon world for 100 years. In the real world, it's only 2 seconds, but it feels like 100,000 years. You know, like imagine you want to live in like a medieval world. Oh, I'm bored of that. In 100 years from now, I want to live in another metaverse that's like this civilization. Like I want to go to like some samurai world. Is that possible?
Yeah.
Will that be possible?
Yeah, there's some kind of way to be able to time travel. It's like the easiest way to time travel. The easiest way to time travel is to travel at a very fast speed. Now, I'm not a physicist, and I wouldn't trust somebody who just was like, "Yeah, I know all of this," unless they were truthfully one of the pillars in their field. So let's ask ChatGPT this question. I've heard the theory that if you travel at very high speed, as an example, in an interstellar scenario, basically traveling near the speed of light can allow people to essentially stop aging. So that if you traveled away from Earth at a very high speed, when you came back to Earth, the people on Earth would have aged, but you would not if you were traveling at a very high speed. Can you please clarify this and explain to me like I'm five using bullet points? Okay, so it says traveling fast in a speedy spaceship. Imagine you have a super fast spaceship that can go near the speed of light. Time slows down. When you go really fast, time for you inside the spaceship moves slower than time for people on Earth. I don't really understand that, but okay. Going away. If you travel away from Earth in your spaceship for a long time, you don't age much. Coming back. When you return to Earth, a lot of time has passed for everyone else, and they've aged more than you have. Example. Your friend, if you leave for a trip in your spaceship for what feels like just a few years for you, maybe 50 years could pass for those on Earth. You stay young, so when you come back, you look and feel young, but your friends on Earth are much older. So yes, if you travel really fast, you could come back and find that you've aged less than everyone else. That doesn't make sense to me. So hold on. Can you please explain how I would have aged less if I'm gone for 5 years? Whether I'm traveling at a really fast pace or not, isn't it that I'm gonna age for 5 years older, just like the people on Earth? That part doesn't make sense. Please explain.
Like you're bending reality.
Sure, let's break it down. How time works when you travel fast. You time versus Earth time. When you travel at speeds close to the speed of light, time for you moves slower compared to people on Earth. Ooh, okay, that makes sense. Example scenario, you in space. Let's fly you away in your spaceship for what feels like 5 years, time on Earth. While you're gone, a lot more time could pass on Earth, like 50 years. Why you age less? Speaking of time, in your spaceship you experience 5 years, so you only age 5 years. Earth's clock. But because you are traveling so fast, people on Earth experience 50 years. Summary: you age 5 years, Earth runs 50 years, so you age less because time for you slowed down while you were moving really fast.
Now, I'm gonna say something and a little bit controversial, but you probably agree with me. I think we should be asking more people should be asking questions to solve them. The reason why people don't ask these questions is because of a lot of religious beliefs are getting in the way of science, and a lot of people with the money have ties to religion and science. We 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 really can't work out how the universe was created because of all these ancient religious beliefs.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree.
And then the problem would have so many I think will happen. I think you would say that under price I'll be 3,000, 5,000 now. You know, religions we have now could be completely obsolete. We could have a new religion. I am very surprised that we don't have more religions on the internet, like more people having like cult-based religions on the internet. I haven't seen it yet, but there will be a stage where there will be a very big religion that gets popular on the internet by someone. But we're not in. I haven't seen.
Do you know what it's called?
I don't know. What's it called?
Jedi.
Jedi? Star Wars?
Yep. If you look at published reports, every year Jedi grows faster than just about any other religion in the United States. Every year. I know it's funny, but basically what I'm telling you is in 100 and 200 years, people will not give a flying fuck about the Bible, but they will care very, very deeply about the Star Wars compilation and Star Trek and that shit. That will become religious.
I mean, a long time ago, the galaxy very far away.
Right, right.
Um,
And so, keep in mind the reason why the Bible even is at all, or was at all, had any type of authority is because the previous generation gave it authority, and the previous generation before that, and the previous generation before that. So there was all of this. Well, we have to do it because the people before us did it. But now we're of an age where communication is so much easier that, yeah, people can get into the Bible, but it just doesn't have enough content for them. But and to keep them nourished. 1,000 years ago, the Bible might be able to keep you more entertained, but in today's day, it absolutely does not. But you know what does? Star Wars movies, Star Wars characters, Star Wars merchandise. And so when I tell you that that is a religion and it's a serious one, and don't make fun of it because it will be seen as very serious in the future, it's essentially what you're describing. It's an online internet. It was an internet meme, like, hey, we'll be Jedi, and then all of a sudden it's
I also think nostalgia, nostalgia will come very valuable, especially VHS tapes, and Star Wars will be some of the most valuable in condition Star Wars VHS tapes from be one of the most valuable assets, if not more valuable, Pokemon cards and the Reddit's growing, like you said.
I'm in agreement with you on that. Beer back. That's true. The nostalgia will be huge. And one other thing, exactly what you're saying,
Yeah.
but it goes to Klaus Schwab. You will own nothing, and you will be happy. When you have VHS, you have it, and you. It's basically one of the last things you can own. You know what I'm saying?
Also, video game
Exactly. Yes.
cartridges.
Any kind of art.
Nintendo.
Absolutely. And 64 NES, Super NES, Atari, all of that stuff. Anything that you can own. Because the goal is in the future to make everybody stream everything and you won't own it. If you can't pay your monthly bill, you're done. So that's why it's so important that this stuff remains archived because you'll be able to play it as much as you want if you own it. Here. I just got a message from a streamer. His name's Ori, Ouri. I don't know what he wants, but um, I didn't tell Zoot. I'm doing a. L. I knew you had probably Riser. I knew you had probably seen it. I know you did because you were here with me, but nevertheless, I just sent it to you. Um, Frankly, I didn't remember if that was your account or if it was somebody else with that name because I have had some different people with that name. Anyway, and then I just basically forced every single person in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu who chats in there to watch it. And because I do shout out the coin so much, they don't consider it spam. Like, I'm helping the coin. So I've gotten more people to watch it. In 24 hours or so, I've gotten like 150 people to watch it. Obviously, isn't great numbers, but it's good for me.
I watched it. You did a lot of shout outs.
Oh, I did, yeah. And I thought that was a smart idea because people can clip those and then send them to their friends or whatever. And it seems like it was a good idea because, like, Ari's one of the guys I shouted out, and he contacted me. So had I not shouted him out, I don't think he would have contacted me.
There's gonna be a lot. Yeah, growing fast.
Thank you.
Um,
You heard him
we
when.
will have a good. You will have a. The next year will be very good.
I hope so. I'm gonna make if that's true, Zoot. I'm gonna make it very good for you. I'm gonna make it very good for Riser. I'm gonna make it very good for Yoshi. I'm gonna make it very good for you. They're gonna have their own dog mansion. It's gonna be amazing. They're gonna have their own yacht parties on their on dog yacht parties. It's gonna be amazing. I hope so. I hope it's a really great upcoming year. I keep telling myself that. I said that last year and I said it the year before, but I'm really growing in momentum. I mean, so that's good. And I mean, you just heard the way that that guy came into the interview. He's like, well, a lot of people like you, which is not true. I mean, some do, but he's like, well, at least they know about you. Like, that's the thing. I was thinking about this. If this ends up working out, my my strategy of sacrificing one platform to be able to spam it so that everybody knows about me on that platform will be seen as one of the smartest social media strategies in marketing history. Like that would be the thing.
Yeah.
That would be the thing that separates me from any other streamer because it's like the first time in global history where this the person doesn't have to, even though they're not famous yet, they're famous enough that everybody knows them. It's a weird state that I'm in. Right, so you're gonna say something?
Apparently, Aiden Ross paid like $5 million to interview. That's $17 million. They paid like interview.
I know.
But
No, that wasn't a agent. No, that was Playbill Cardi.
I thought it was
No, it's Playbill Cardi.
same thing, although wrong person, I guess.
Well, I know he did a he did a challenge to anybody who wrote out Hurricane, whatever this most recent one was, the one it started with an M, Mark, whatever. Uh, Milton, what was it? That one. He would pay streamers $10,000 if they wrote it out, and they did, and he paid them today or like yesterday.
Can you get sued for like killing someone or something?
No, you can get sued for
Not
anything in
like
this
law.
world. You can get sued for anything in this world. It's up to the
Like
person.
if you bribe someone with money to stay like a hurricane and they fucking a bunch of not liable.
It's up to a judge and jury. If you want to pay all the money for a lawsuit to be able to take in the court, then go for it. But if you lose, then you're going to be in the bag hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal bills over a $10,000 cash prize. Like it's not even like worth anything. So good idea of Aiden. Be like, hey, if you write it out in this hurricane, I'll pay you $10,000 or whatever if you live stream it. And I mean, he could very easily say that you're doing this at your own risk, and so that even makes his case even stronger. That he's not forcing anybody to do it, but he says if you do it, I'll pay you. I'm not forcing anybody to do it. I'm not bribing anybody to do it. It's in your best interest to leave. Get out of here.
Ride out the hurricane challenge. I'm sure if he like if some guy died screaming, I know a lot.
Yeah, I mean, if you know anything about these guys, they get negative attention week 1 and positive attention week 2, and negative attention week 3, positive week 4. That's just how it works. What was I going to say? I will.
Milton writing it out.
Yeah. Well, I was just gonna say that. At least when it seems, I don't know, when Aiden Ross makes these little promises that he'll pay somebody something. At least in this one case, I do know he paid, but I've heard of him not paying them in other situations as well. But yeah, he's doing what he can to bring attention to the platform. Let's look at what the coin's at right now. We should be really fucking close to an all-time high. We're at 32 cents.
Bounce back. I think so. I don't know. It depends. I think Bitcoin is going to go on a run and then it'll drag up the other coins. But
I think wait till next week. I don't think it's gonna do anything too crazy over the weekend. But I'm gonna make another prediction Justin Bieber will come out with a new album that will be really well received commercially and critically. That's what I'll say.
I could see that happening.
What is fucking wow? What a prediction!
I like it. I like that
It'll be
prediction.
one of the most iconic albums in the world. And I'll tell you what, everyone wants to know what Justin Bieber has to say after the P. Diddy stuff. It's going to be a very interesting album that's going to be very revolutionary. It's going to mark a moment in time.
Alrighty, boys. That was all.
You got some clue?
Yep, I got a big interview tomorrow. We're gonna go viral any one of these days. We're hitting all-time highs with Harry Potter Bombastic activity.
Good. It's gonna bounce. It might sell the extra $32. So how it sets the sell order is at $31.9.
Yeah. December's gonna be good for Harry Potter. That's all I can say.
Appreciated and valuable.
There's this fucking coin called Popcat that's at like 700 million market cap, and like, it came out of nowhere.
What is it called?
Never heard of it. Popcat. And I guess it's the top 100. Like,
you watch once?
There's also
but
that in a dog's world, market cap of $800 million.
You watch once I go viral. I probably could just do this as any big celebrity, but I'll be a rainmaker for any coin ever. Like, I'll be the guy to go to. Like, hey, you want to promote this coin? Hey, the rabbi's on board for it. If we can make Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 even successful, we literally can make anything.
I think though the kind of tarnish a little bit the loyalty.
Well, there's no one who's gonna say. There's no one who's. There's no one who's gonna say. There's no one who's gonna stay loyal to a single meme for their entire life. Impossible. It's stupid to. Why wouldn't you diversify yourself?
I mean, I understand streaming. Maybe got like a pop.
I didn't say ever abandon it, but yeah, you're doing exactly what you said. You can always add to it. Just be like, oh yeah, I'm fucking in whatever, Pip Pop Pillows or Puff Penguins or whatever the fuck it is. But basically, like, almost like you're a music producer and you're a hit maker. Like, one band comes in and you can make them a star because you made it big with your first fucking, like, if your first band is the Beatles, then basically any band that comes up to you after that, you're going to be able to have success with because you have the reputation that, hey, this is the guy who essentially was there with the start of the Beatles. In the same way, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 could be worth $1 million a coin, and eventually somebody's going to be like, hey, I want you to do the same thing with my coin that you did with Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 and be like, okay, well, all I have to do is fucking stream it, and it'll do the same thing. If you stream it for long enough, it'll bring enough attention to it.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be an ideal job, I think.
Streams in the future will be everywhere in the world when I can afford them. Trust me. You don't think that I want to stream out in the sunshine and be able to drive fast cars? All I do all day is look at little punk kids, 19-year-old kids, driving Lamborghinis and McLarens, fucking them up, and I just say to myself, it's gonna be you, just a little older. Just wait a little bit of time. But yeah, it's fucking And you get envious when you just see people throwing around money like crazy. And you know that if somebody knew what you were doing, you could easily do that too. And so I just tell myself, I just be patient. And once it goes viral, then I can go to a Lamborghini dealership and say, I want one in every color. And I can do the exact same thing, but just do it better. So, but yeah,
I talked to this guy on you guys the other day. He showed me bank $8 million or something in it. Guy's a stock trader, and apparently the guy for like $1 million 3 years or something, and his current net worth is like $100+ million, but he doesn't flex travel. I mean, they do have a private jet and shit, fly around. And
fuck you say they don't flex? They sit on Monkey and show people their bank account. That's as big a flex as you'd have.
Yeah, no, he said he doesn't normally, he keeps a very low profile on Instagram. He doesn't have any, like, flexing outright, like, purchasing Lamborghini. But, yeah, apparently he doesn't really post it. And I understand why, because you're...
Hold on, come on. Were you born yesterday? He doesn't disclose that to people, but just you, the special person he got on Monkey. Come on. If he disclosed it to you, he's disclosing it to at least 2 in 5 people he meets on Monkey. 40% of people he's meeting on Monkey, he's showing that shit to.
No, dude, I swear I'm the one.
Okay, alright.
You would never lie.
Alright, I know. Can I tell you my last bit of brilliance? This is so funny. Okay, so some of these. This is Newfoundland. This is the capital of Newfoundland. What's the capital of Newfoundland? That's another territory, dog. Or isn't it a province? Yeah. Anyway, St. John's. Okay. Shout out to that place. All right. So a lot of times in these discords, if you want to join the discord, that's fine. But if you want to stream in the discord, you have to either pay money, which I can't do, or you have to do a bunch of interaction. So you have to talk a lot, or you have to like be in a VC. It depends what they want it to be. So if they want me to be in a VC, that's fine. I'll go in a VC and I'll just put a device in there, and it'll gain experience. And if it's in there for some of these, they have to be in there for like 10 days straight, 24/7 for 10 days straight. So, if it's one of those, then I just keep a device going for 10 days. But some of them want you to chat. Now, I don't have the time I guess I do have the time, but I don't have the patience to chat with all these fucking people like as much as you're supposed to chat. I'm telling you, Riser, I did it in iShow Speed the other day, and it was 8 hours straight of me chatting and spamming gifts, and I was like, this is too much work. So I then developed a couple robots on the phone that would spam emojis. Because when you type an emoji, it doesn't really convey that much information, so you can do it in a repetitive fashion and kind of get away with it. So at first I was just spamming. Essentially, I think you got 2 out of 3. I did the smiley face. I did a heart instead of the prayer emoji, and then I did, which I think is funny. If like people think it's the prayer hands, but anyway.
They would add in like a like stock.
Yeah, no, they would, but what if it was just like a? You see, it looks like people fucking high fiving.
Their wrist, like a lot. Also, the left and right.
I know. It doesn't work out, but it Could that happen? Could you high five someone with it? Yeah, you can high five people with the same hand or a different hand.
You can high five people.
Exactly. Anyway, so it's just another take on it. So if you ever see that, it's just kind of like I don't know. Anyway, I
Any other nuance emojis?
that, yeah, only you're gonna have to move closer to St. John's for me to be able to share any more of this high IQ info with you. But what I can tell you is that when you have to do a lot of interaction on Discord, this is such a high IQ move. Okay, so if I spam emojis, they just right away will mute you and they'll be like, "Look, you're spamming. You can't do this." And like literally, if you type to the people, you you get sick of talking to them. I mean, it's just like total strangers. Like, "Hi, how is everyone's day?" Yeah, I can't talk to you for 4 fucking days like this, and that's how much experience I need of like constant 24/7 talking. So I came up with the fucking smartest thing ever, ever, ever when it comes to this. All right, so keep in mind, if you just spam emojis, they get mad at you, and it's too much work to just do it manually. So what did I do? And what? Let me say this too. What if you don't spam emojis? What if you just put one emoji every 10 minutes? That's what I was doing. And still, people are so bored that they'll see that you spammed it and they'll be like, "You spam this every 10 minutes." Okay, so what did I do? What is my high IQ move? This is so fucking smart. Instead of just spamming emojis, which I do, I spam like smiley face and a heart, sometimes 100%, but usually like just smiley face and a heart, but other stuff too. Okay, if I spam that and I follow it with an intermittent sending positive vibes to everyone, nobody gets in my way. Why? Because then you're the asshole who's like, "Dude, you want me to stop sending positive vibes to everybody?" Like if somebody just posts in a chat every 10 minutes sending positive vibes to everyone, that's a nice thing to do. Okay, it makes a positive thing. It's not necessarily negative, and no one has gotten in my way for saying it. In fact, people, I can't tell. It's an overwhelming amount of people who interact with that and say, "Thank you so much, you made my day. Hey, can you please like think about me? I got this big event coming up." Like just because it says positive vibes. I'm telling you how many people. I'll check right now. I'll check my phone right now, and I can almost guarantee somebody has interacted with that in the middle of the night, sending positive vibes, and um
Some
and
guy in fucking Doobie.
oh yeah. So here's this person. They said love you more. So I said sending positive vibes to everyone, and he said love you more. Like I was fucking talking to you. This is a fucking bot doing this. But and so what I can do is then uh Discord tells me that they chatted with me, and so I can just look at my notifications and think, "Oh, thank you so much." So they think I'm sitting there like typing it because they interact with me and I interact with them immediately thereafter. But isn't that fucking smart? Sending positive vibes. It is like because nobody's gonna be like, "Dude, don't send that," because if you do, then you're kind of an asshole. Isn't that smart?
Yeah, no, I think it's how like these messages are completely
Yeah,
fucking chat stuff. Rabbi Rothschild. Everyone deserves.
yeah, that's a good
Everything go
idea.
by another positive message.
That's a good idea. Yeah, just
We've all been going down. It's not how hard you get knocked down. It's how quick you get back up.
that's
And
that's
my
that's certainly true. The thing is, you have to keep the messages pretty simple because the bot isn't that complicated, isn't that smart. Like, I guess I could, with you saying that what you've said is a good idea. I could come up with a bunch of quotes, but people will say you just keep setting the same.
I feel like they'll catch on.
They
I mean, I'm
do.
surprised that they just haven't.
They do. They say you're just sending the same message. But if you say sending positive vibes, you're embracing the same message. Yeah, I'm saying the same message. I'm sending you positive vibes. Why are you negative against that? And then they look like an asshole. Basically, anything that allows me to get experience, I don't care what it's sending. But I was kind of between a rock and a hard place because I wasn't going to chat with the people because it is exhaustive. And if you if you know how much you would have to chat, it's literally like 24/7 chatting with people for like a week. I mean, it's a long time. So I guess
In
it's
order to be able to game in there,
exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of work. So instead, I
no, they have that.
oh, dude, Discord has more features than any other platform on anything on the internet when it comes to bots and like that kind of shit. Well, here's what they do. It's smart. They say if you want to stream, pay $3 a month, and you can stream as much as you want, or maybe it's just $3 one-time donation. But even $3, I don't have to just be given away to Discord. So I have to, or they say, or you have to be a level 40 in our chat. And it's like, oh, okay. So when you start typing, it'll be like, you'll get to level 1 within like 5 minutes. It's like, oh, this is easy. But the thing is, it's like exponential. So level 2 is twice as hard as level 1, and level 3 is twice as hard as level 2, and level 4 is twice as hard as level 3, and level 5 is twice as hard as level 4. So when you get into like level 7, it's exhaustive because it's so many you've had to do. And then when some of these want you to get to level 40, and that's when it just takes all day, 24/7 of leaving a device on in there. And the reason why they do this is because they want donations, but also they don't want
They don't want robots.
they don't want random ass people coming in and causing destruction. If you're gonna get streaming privileges, you're really gonna have to have worked at it, and I see why. But oh my, I cannot tell you like, well, it's just sending positive vibes is so fucking brilliant because I was caught before. I don't have the patience to fucking sit here and type to all these people, and they're on to me. If they see that I'm just spamming emojis, and they're like, stop. They literally say, stop spamming emojis. But if I put in there sending positive vibes and then a heart emoji and a smiley face emoji, then that's something that kind of makes sense, and then it's a positive thing um for the chat, and then the moderators don't get too mad at me. And here's the other thing: I have turned down these things from posting. Like they post once every 10 minutes because I don't want to make the moderators mad. If I post once every 5 minutes, oh well, sure, I'm going twice as fast, but that just means it's going to make the moderators twice as upset or and it's going to make them upset with me twice as quickly. So once every 10 minutes, it's kind of just this random thing, sending positive vibes. I throw in a heart emoji, I throw in a smiley face emoji, then it's sending positive vibes. That's all like within 30 minutes or so. And at least
Say shout out to the new
dude, the new
for
food.
sending you positive vibes.
Stop. That's right, dog. That's right. Shout out to my new food. All right. With that, my friend, I don't have any more tricks up my sleeve. That's all my secrets for tonight. But I hope you like that. Oh, one last thing. I know I talked to you about this, but I'm really proud of this. This guy Ori, he's one of my favorite streamers. Um, why do I like him? He streams a lot, and I like people who stream a lot because I just get to know them. And he's very like when I say approachable, contactable. Like if you type in his chat, he'll talk right back to you. And so I've gotten to know him, and he wasn't mean to me, even though I spammed him all the time. So anyway, I sent him a friend request a long time ago, and even though when I would spam him, he would be like, "Oh, I love Rabbi. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for the shout out or whatever." He wouldn't accept my friend request in Discord, and I get it. Why a lot of people don't accept my request. Their their jobs basically are tied to Kick, and if they get to be seen as somebody who is friends with an enemy of Kick, they can get into trouble.
You're literally a freaking pirate.
That's right.
Yep. And then they don't want to be alien pirates.
That's right. I'm the captain now.
Yeah, this is my
Exactly. Um, but he accepted my friend request, which is cool, and he messaged me. So I don't know what he has to say or whatever, but that's cool. I mean, it's just the more and more people with whom I network, the better I think I'm gonna be, and it's exciting. I can tell you.
Why I chose out of like all.
That's a really good question. I don't know. That's a really good question. Oh, how did that
I
come up?
think he does have a big like trend
He does.
status
He does.
screen. Yeah.
He does.
But I mean, there's still a bunch of people like you can whack people, but is there any particular?
That's an excellent question. How I even got into it. I think that I saw. He wasn't streaming on Twitter. I've never seen any of his streams, but I got to know his face because he has very big eyes. Have you ever noticed his eyes? They like pop out of his head almost, and so I think that's what made me like notice him. And then he was able to do like a forward flip, which kind of made me notice him as like a creator. But it wasn't like to this day. It's kind of surprising to me that I'm in his Discord because I'm not. I don't do YouTubers. I do Kick people. So I would say this is what happened. I was looking for people's Discord. Yeah, and at one point a couple weeks ago, I think I just was going into like big Discords, but I chose Speed. I saw that it had the ability to stream in there. Um, so I would just go in there and leave my device on, but without the camera on because I hadn't earned enough points for the camera. Then what happened is I just forgot about it. I was like, who cares about I show speed? I don't even know who this motherfucker is. Who gives a shit? Then I was streaming in here and somebody came in here and um it was actually when um Caspian C brought in a whole lot of people from one of his Discord friends. He brought in like 5 or 6 people at once. And at the same time, one of the people who saw me in I Show Speed just randomly came in here. So I started asking people, how'd you find out about me or whatever. And one of these guys is like, I saw you in I Show Speed Discord. And I saw you in Aiden Ross's Discord. And I'm like, what in the hell's going on here? This guy's in a bunch of things. And so I started to get in here. And I'm like, oh, okay. So once this person told me that they had seen me in or like heard about me or saw me in I Show Speed's Discord, it told me that this was probably a good idea for me to work at whatever it took to get streaming privileges and then to be able to stream in them. So I've been streaming in there now for like a week. I'm the number one streamer of all time in the history of I Show Speed. Oh, you don't get anything for it, but I think that's pretty cool. Like I'm the number one streamer in the history of Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm the number one streamer in the history of I Show Speed, and probably some others. I don't. I'm sure in Harry Potter Obama side he knew that one's easy. But to answer your question, I don't exactly know. There's no contest. Yeah, I don't exactly know how it happened, but it did. And what's really interesting, they're the video. What's the word? There's a word.
I gotta take yellow outside.
No, no. I'll let me finish it in 10 seconds. They're very finicky in there. They they don't like me, but yet when I don't stream in there, they kind of come. They like that I stream in there because they say I keep the VC active. So with that, you have a wonderful night. Thank you for stopping in, and come back tomorrow night for the podcast. Okay?
Alright, good. Have a good night.
Take care, man. Peace. I really love your friendship. Take care, Riser. Shout out to Riser, everybody.
Our here, we will recognize and by listening to the Rabbi she was able to bring incredibly popular, exploded throughout the church, and had a major ripple effect on Jewish education. With education came a lot more power, significant childhood, as you can see in this image here. Again, beyond our discussion here, but women's history, specifically regarding education, has changed dramatically in the last 150 years. It's also changed in terms of a fairly strong critique, which is pioneered by Jewish women, often in rebellion against the Jewish tradition. Perhaps the most significant is shown here. Betty Friedan wrote a devastating critique of the what could be called traditional Jewish feminism, although she was couching it within the general cultural milieu of 1950s America. She basically argued that the valorization of women and the relegation of women to the private sphere was something that undermined their authority and ultimately their power. And her thought really opened up a much broader movement which affected women of all religious backgrounds as well, of course, and has transformed in the last 5 decades, 6 decades that book first appeared. Returning to Judaism, where we see perhaps the most significant impact of this at the denominational level is gradual acceptance of the idea of women acting as rabbis. Certainly in the liberal denominations, you have some debate over the first Reconstruction woman serving as a congregational rabbi, but the Reform movement in 1972, the movement in the 1980s, and the first decade of the 21st century, there's a lot of ongoing as I'm recording this video over the role of in rabbinate. Again, not the scope of our topic today, but fascinating and tumultuous changes throughout the Jewish world, really tectonic level changes as a result of greater access to education for Jewish women. So, taking all these things together, at this point, this is a history course, and I've sort of stepped back to look at a thematic topic. This brings us to reflections on future history. There's no question that women have had a phenomenal impact on Jewish history since the beginning, but that tended to be an impact that was expressed through the collective voice of an often anonymous mass of individuals with certain personalities standing out, people like Sarah or Dora or Bruria and so on. And then in modern era, of course, people like Sarah Schneerer and so on. But as we see in the last, really, in my lifetime, Jewish women have been getting more and more authority, more and more power, and they are beginning to leverage those added strengths towards shaping Jewish future to much more powerful ways than they ever have. So, we're living in very exciting times, and thank you very much for watching this dramatic Take care. Okay, today's topic is really bizarre. Usual chapters in long history. Story is how the massive 8th century conversion of entire kingdom, Khazaria, to Judaism. Wow. Why did they become Jewish? What happened to them? This is a really amazing story. Look at this first slide here. You see the green area is roughly the range of Khazarian massive in the area of what would be called, let's say, Ukraine, a good chunk of Russia, the Caucasus Mountain region, Georgia, Azerbaijan, places like that. And this region was Jewish for about 500 years. Wow, how did that happen? And that's what we're going to talk about today. Let's look at it. So, first of all, Perhaps you have come across the story of the Khazars through this book, the Sefer HaKutari, written by the great Spanish Jewish poet Yuval Halevi. A 12th century work that is quite a bit later than the actual conversion of the Khazars, which is dated in the year 740, but it essentially tells the story of why the King Mulan of Khazaria converted Judaism. Now, what's really important to understand about this, though, is that Rabbi Yehuda Halevi was not trying to write a history. This is the work of Jewish philosophy. Wanted to think of comparative religion. It's not intended to be an accurate historical account of the conversion. The story goes like this, as for Irene, but basically, in brief, it really is what happened. This King Mulan, pagan, living in his capital of Ethiopia, which is on the northern part of the Caspian Sea, wonders about what is prosperity, and he decides he's going to hear from all of the great monotheistic faiths. He feels like it's time for himself and his people to move on from paganism, and clearly monotheism is a burgeoning trend, and therefore he says, okay, let's find out about what's the stuff, what's going on with the monotheistic faiths. He calls for a debate between the three great Western faiths, that is Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, and he has all of the figures discuss the historical elements of their faith, and ultimately, after he hears all of them, decides that he converts himself as a entire nation falls into Judaism. That's the basic story as presented in the story. Now, why Rabbi Yehuda Halevi wrote it, he wrote it really within the very special environment of Spain, which had large Muslim and Christian populations, because to give Jews an opportunity to defend their faith against the arguments of the other two great monotheistic faiths. And by couching it within a historical fact, the conversion of the Khazars to Judaism, he was able to present rather challenging theological debate in a historical format, but really his main goal was to present the truth of Judaism vis-a-vis the competitors or people of so we can't look at the Khazari as a historical document. It is a work of phenomenal Jewish philosophy, but nevertheless, the basic story is really the core of what happened. So here's a map of the entire region. You can see it as the city of detail right there on the north of the Caspian Sea, which is the Caspian Sea. And they really extend quite far. You see up towards the top left, you see Kiev, which according to the great Ukrainian Romelian Shostak of Harvard, the late Ukrainians, he believes that Kiev was actually the Jewish outpost of the Khazars, which is fascinating to think that, the city of the entire European civilization claimed that there was Russia, what's called the mother of all Russian cities, so to speak, was actually but nevertheless, you see it goes all the way from Ukraine, right across much of the Don region of Russia, and well into Asia. So, what exactly happened? We know a little bit more from a 10th century document, which also or it becomes so famous because Alhambra, a very important Spanish palace that was actually constructed by figures at the time. We'll more about that in the class. The great Jewish diplomat Chasdai conducted sort of a survey of major Jewish communities throughout the world, and he sent a request out to Khazaria, and he responded from a King Joseph, who in fact told the whole story of how Khazaria became Jewish in the year 740, and in fact, this is really the basis for your Halevi story. There are a lot of additional details there, but the kernel of the story is, this King Mulan had this three-way dialogue with Jews, Muslims, and Christians, and that's how we decided to come. So we have multiple sources that point to the same story of the original conversion of the Khazars. But really, one more really important fact. Here's we have some evidence from the Cairo Geniza, the topic that we have a lot more time to talk about. But basically, most important sources for Jews in the medieval period and Muslim world, and in fact, it's a really important source for Muslim history as well. According to traditional Jewish law, any document that has one of the seven names of God have special holiness may not be destroyed. You can't just throw away, for example, a Torah scroll, or a prayer book, or anything like that cannot be thrown away. So halacha is then and now that these things are stored in a special storage area called a basically a room or a treasure house, someplace where you put them. And then from time to time they're taken out and they are buried in a Jewish cemetery. It happened that in the town of Fustat, not far from Cairo, there was a very old synagogue built in the 9th century that they had this custom there that anything written in Hebrew, regardless of whether or not it had sanctity, was stored in the attic, which is shown here in this kind of artistic representation of it in Ezra synagogue there, where they stuffed away all these documents, not only holy documents, including autographs of Maimonides himself and all kinds of other really famous works, but they included, marriage contracts, books, business contracts, bills, shopping lists, like I would please pick up some Baba Ganoush on the way home from the shop. All these kinds of documents were stored in Cairo. And at some point, probably 12th or 13th century, it was sealed up, and it remained sealed until the 19th century when it was found of 250,000 documents related to 500 years of Mediterranean. This compares, by the way, with about 100,000 documents for all of Arabic history. So it's a phenomenal treasure trove of information. Now, we're going to go and talk specifically about what the Cairo Geniza say about the Khazars, because, of course, it overlaps with that period. And one of the most fascinating documents, this one here, is a letter, which, it has some pieces are missing, and it's difficult to make out certain letters, but many scholars, including the previously mentioned William Fitzak and Thomas Rolfe, book on this document, argue that it comes from Khazarian Jews from Kiev, probably in the 11th century, and essentially it is a document that is called a certificate in modern Hebrew, or a certificate. Document says, the bearer of this document is a fine, upstanding man, and if he needs your support, give him, be generous with him. And essentially, we still have these documents today. If you live, for example, in any community, if you live in a single family dwelling on the street, you will get charity collectors knocking on your door and presenting you letters, something like this. Usually they're laminated and usually have signatures from the people of the community that say, this person deserves your support. He has 17 children. He has to marry them off. He has yeshiva. He does whatever it is. And so this essentially, 1,000 years ago, they were doing exactly the same thing with these kinds of documents. What's interesting when you analyze documents, if you look at the bottom left there, you see something perfect rules, not written, but written in Turkic, language of the Khazars, and it is translated as the phrase, I have read it. Now, Wolf and Fitzak argues that what this means is that there was this document was obviously written by a professional scribe who Hebrew and would put together the document, and then the officials of Kiev would sign it, and yes, they approved the content through, including officials who did not sign their name in Hebrew. When it says, I have read it, it's probably someone read it and translated it to them, which indicates a low level of Jewish literacy. If the heads of the community not even manage basic Hebrew letters, the content of it. So that opens up all kinds of questions about the Khazars' conversion right now. So what are the prime reasons for it? most basic reason for the was the fact that they had geopolitical questions. We saw this map earlier when we looked at the spread of Islam. I added this kind of yellow region that says Khazar. But when you look at it, okay, Islam is rushing up into the Khazarian region from the south. Islam is becoming big, it's expanding with tremendous community, and the Khazars, who are pagans, are saying, oh my gosh, we could easily get swallowed up in the Khazar, in the Muslim expansiveness. At the same time, not really shown here in this map, but I kind of like the colors of it, Christianity is spreading from the west. Christianity has already taken over much of the northern bank of the Mediterranean Sea, and it is steadily making its way into what would be Ukraine, Belarus, Poland, Russia, and so on. And so the argument is that Iran realized, wait a second, if we succumb to Muslim pressures, then we will lose our religious identity, and along with that, we will lose the map of our furthermore, we'll be a borderland region, and we will end up being on the front line with of Christianity. Similarly, if we were to elect to become Christian, then ultimately we would fall within their geopolitical orbit, and we would become borderland to the Muslims and actually have a political and military dispute with them as well. But Iran realized that in fact both the Christians and the Muslims regarded as sort of privileged protected people. The Muslims through the Pact of Umar, the Christians through the Doctrine of Covenants. Therefore, he said, wait a second, what if we take a moderate approach and we become Christian too? And Muslims will have to, respect our political integrity to some degree. Christian, well, we can retain our identity within the context of the various other two great monotheists. The Kahaba, that's what we decided, and in fact, the Khazars maintained their independence as a Jewish nation for about 500 years as a result. Still, we have lots of other questions like, wow, I mean, what happened? Why did some people decide to do this? How Jewish were they? How come we don't hear anything more about them? These are all really big questions. So let's look at those right now. So, there's evidence from medieval travelers that in fact the level of their Jewishness was very travelers like Benjamin of Tudela, Taki of Regensburg, talk about the Khazars, and they don't seem to have a lot to say about them. It doesn't seem to really excite their attention that there is a huge Khazar community. Not to mention the Gaonic responses that had survived from Babylon, they were so far from Khazaria. We don't have too much reference to the Khazars. They don't seem to be really on the radar of the rest of the world. Much of it hear about them. 10th century, there's a significant question that maybe they did practice very basic rituals like, and that's like one of the most fundamental Jewish rituals as become one of the very last rituals to go. Perhaps they were Karaites, perhaps they practiced a form of Jewish expression that denied the validity of the oral Torah. There's also a possibility it's lost start. And it's very difficult for us to determine this from the archaeological record. For example, the coin of early Khazaria, it looks like a Jewish symbol, but the fact that the Star of David was the Jewish symbol for many, many hundreds of years later. So it's hard to really understand what kind of Judaism they practiced. The bottom line is they probably were not practicing as other were. Many scholars feel that perhaps the reality of the Khazar environment was such that the layer of society, the royalty, for example, converted to Judaism. The rest of the population just made a nominal kind of attachment to Judaism. All these things are possible. And the degree of conversion of the Khazar. Now, what happened to them? So this is kind of an interesting topic. Perhaps the most significant argument that is true to the thought over the Khazars is expressed in this book by the famous author Arthur Kessler. called the 13th tribe. And he argued, along with several other scholars, that the Khazars, when they disappeared, they essentially formed the basis for European Ashkenazi Jews. Most scholars dispute this theory, and in fact they impute less than ideal motivation to advance this proposition. But just in brief, why would you argue that the Khazars became Ashkenazi Jewry? Well, because you've got this massive population, and where do they go? I mean, what happens to them? That's the central argument, really. Where do all these Khazars go? We know that they're there. They're there until the 13th century, and all of a sudden they disappear. The problem is very little evidence indicates that Khazars have any impact on European Jewry culturally, and so it's hard to see Khazar influence on these people. And at the same time, there's lots of evidence indicating that Rhineland Jewish civilization, which is the heartland of Ashkenazi, with the northern region of Speyer, Worms, and Maine. There you see lots of evidence. Like, for example, linguistic evidence. Why is it that we have no appreciable impact of Turkish, the Turkic language, on the language of the Jews? So overwhelmingly, Yiddish as their mother tongue. Yiddish is basically medieval German, so they carry the language from medieval Germany into Eastern Europe and Poland. And there's a lot of Slavic influence, Russian language, Polish language, Ukrainian language, but very little Turkish. One of the great scholars of the language, Max Weinreich, does argue that maybe new terms, like, for example, very popular Yiddish term, daven, which means pray, that does not have a clear Hebraic root, nor Aramaic, nor German. It may be related to a Ukrainian term, a Slavic term, but it's also possible it comes from a Turkish root. So it's not saying that the other is completely, but so little and such tangential evidence that people argue that it's not real. More likely, the preponderance is probably opinion that the Khazars has such a thin attachment to begin with that in the 13th century abandoned Judaism altogether and assimilated to various religious faiths, presumably Christianity eventually, and so on. Now, so what are the perhaps appropriate scholarly a few want to argue for this? Some say that why people use the argument because it undermines claim particularly. In other words, the Ashkenazic Jewry are primarily from Khazars. That means they are not ethnically related to Israel, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and so on. And this would mean that they have less intimacy, as the argument goes, with the land of Israel, and so on. That's the political motivation for this kind of argument, which is incidentally very much favored by white supremacists and others. Not well supported by the scholarship, but nevertheless why they would want to argue this point. That being said, looking at the Jewish people as a whole, if you want to try and look at genetic background, it's clear that whatever people they live with. India, they look like the non-Jews of Poland, they look like the non-Jews of Poland. Jews of Ethiopia look like the non-Jews of Ethiopia, and so on. So it's really a continuous argument. Not define itself by genetic origin. It is fundamentally a people who is defined by the Torah and faith. So, what about the Khazar legacy? So, besides the possible intrusion of the love of Chinese food that affects the Jewish people. Here, it's very difficult to determine how the Khazars made a larger percentage. However, it's very clear that they are well integrated into medieval non-Jewish environment of the time. We have multiple data points that argue that in fact the Khazars existed. Many other peoples are aware of them. We have some Arabic historians. So perhaps the most interesting legacy of the Khazars is in Russian culture. The very important early document that describes the birth of Russian called the poet chronicles on here. And the story of the transformation of pagan Russia into a Christian community. And amazing, although this document is it's almost identical to the Khazar story. King Vladimir in the year 988 holds a debate among four practitioners of various faiths. In this case, he's arguing having some Khazaria, Khazaria, Muslims, Islam, and two forms of Christianity are represented, both Western Christianity, Catholicism, and Christianity, Orthodox interpretation. They all debate. Vladimir actually comes very imagine what would Russia be like if he adopted Judaism. But at the last minute, he says to the okay, let's wrap it up. I want to become Jewish. Where do I sign up? But before we do, just tell me, where's your homeland? Oh, sadly, Israel was our homeland, but it was taken away from us because of our sins. And Vladimir says, what? An exile? Forget it. I don't want that to happen. He also comes very close to Islam, but in a rather humorous moment, he sort of says, okay, great. Islam, that's the way to go. Sign me up. Let's first make a liar. And you have to realize that Islam, which is, what? Are you kidding? Russians love our little cup, which, shot glass. No, we're coming, and from Islam. Then the debate comes down to the Roman Christian, Catholic, and Orthodox. The ultimate Orthodox, 98 the river, and legacy of the Khazars in non-Jewish. Okay, a fascinating and unusual chapter on Jewish creation. Everyone, welcome to another essential lecture. Today we're going to focus on a very important aspect of Jewish intellectual history. We're going to look at a period known as the period of the Rishonim, or the first one. That's an important aspect of understanding how intellectual history developed and how really the massive corpus of rabbinic literature works by understanding what exactly was this period of the Rishonim. Here's a basic fundamental idea that is Jewish psyche, and it's very much a relevant aspect of the very hermeneutics of the Orthodox books of the universe. Specifically, there is this idea known as Adoro, or decline of the generation. There's this concept that from the moment that God gave the Torah on Mount Sinai, it's been all downhill. My father used to say all the time, Henry, it's worse. The idea is that on Sinai, the Jews' spiritual peace and their sensitivity to the divine message was at its highest, and Talmud says, actually, at Sinai, lowest household servants, Moloch being the prophet. But ever since then, we have been slowly losing that ability to divine message, losing our level of spiritual ability to understand the meaning of these classical texts and so on, and we've been struggling to try and tread water all over the pond. That does not mean that our intellectual skills have to change. And in fact, sometimes we go off on a great stretch. When it comes to halakhic physics, one must follow temporary things, even though early things have this way from early. That said, it's not exactly a steady slope downward, kind of like steady plateaus. And the Jewish religious and intellectual traditions generally recognize several periods of spiritual decline, and they correspond to the following four periods that are outlined on this slide. There is a period known as the Amoraim, or the Seeker, the first era in which the Talmud is written, roughly the 3rd, 6th century, give or take 100 years. Following the period of the Amoraim are the Geonians. It's a difficult term to translate based on the word prize, so I've given it prize, but really it means like glorious ones or great ones, that kind of thing. You may have heard the term the Gaon of Vilna or the Vilna Gaon. That's the correct of the term, the title for Rabbi Eliyahu of Vilnius. But that term is an acronym. He was great, like one of the Gaonim, over a century, or almost a century, actually over a century. And then we have the period that we'll talk about today, that is of the Rishonim, the first one. The word Rishon is the first. And that spans roughly 950, although there's some kind of exactly when that period began. And then finally, the period of the Acharonim, the later one, up to roughly the year 1900. And it has not yet been determined what to call contemporary 20th or 21st century thinkers, but that's kind of like the nature of the arc of Jewish history is long, and these things. So let's focus in on point number 3 of the the names, if you've had any familiarity with Jewish tradition, you'll certainly recognize them. There are perhaps a dozen, maybe 100 at most, authors who correspond to the title of Conan, but to choose 3 of the most famous, there are the first Rashi, Rabbi Shlomo Rashi, who lived in the 11th century. Here is an extremely accurate picture of Rashi. I'm just kidding, we have no idea. But it's a representation and I'll speak by a little of what kind of work that Rashi did. Secondly, the incomparable Maimonides, known by the acronym of his name, Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. He lived in the following century, the 12th century. Here is another equally accurate. I really like this one, kind of like the background. We have no idea if the Rambam looked like this, but nevertheless, it's sort of like the iconic image that you'll see all over Israel. And finally, not a single individual, rather a school of Rishonim known as which is really addition, and they are referring to their contribution as additional to the work of Rashi. So if we look, for example, here at a page of Talmud, this is a great page which is taken off the web, colorized here. Let's walk through very quickly. We'll see where they fit in. So the sort of coral color number 1 in the center is Mishnah. This is the first page of Tractate Brachot, and we spoke about the Mishnah in an earlier essential lecture. Then directly below it in the center of the page, number 2 in yellow, that is the Gemara or Talmud for today. That is the commentary on Mishnah. And then the blue on the right, number 3, that is the commentary on Rashi. If you look closely, you'll see that in this particular printing, like the Talmud edition, some passages are bolded and some are not bolded. They are written in the characteristic italic font that is Rashi. Rashi's script, although it was a common font for typescript and handscript medieval period. Sort of expression digressions. You'll see that some passages are bolded and others are not in bold, regular font. This gives you an indication of what Rashi is doing. Bolded passages are quotations from number 1 and number 2 from the Mishnah and Talmud, and his comment follows regular font. Rashi is kind of providing an incredible service, walking the reader through the text, phrase by phrase, with pithy little comments that in very, very economical words express what the text is saying. Rashi is an incredible aid at saying the Talmud. He also wrote an incredible commentary on the Tanakh, or the first 5 books of the Torah, or the entire Tanakh, that really helps walk difficult language. Learns our basic level, and Rashi is, of course, integral to the curriculum in modern school. Then number 4 on the outside, actually they blocked out a lot of different things here, but actual column that number 4 appears in, which you can see is sort of like page, and wraps around the top and the bottom a little bit, that's actually Tosafot. These are additions to Rashi. And if you look carefully, you'll see that the amount of bolded text is much less than in Rashi. Tosafot is performing an entirely different function. Tosafot is analyzing the Talmud itself, raising objections, comparing with elsewhere in the Talmud, the quote on this page, and so on, and really taking an entirely different approach to the Talmud than Rashi, the predecessor. Tosafot represents several dozen scholars that lived through roughly the 12th to 14th centuries. Their ideas are kind of codified in tradition. Now, the other materials around the outside are various other commentators that go all the way from the 10th century up to looks like about the 18th century represented here. They perform various functions. You'll see my lecture on the Talmud if you're curious about this in greater detail. Right, one. So those are 3 very basic famous terms. There are dozens more. Now, what exactly did the Rishonim do? What is characteristic of this period in Jewish intellectualism? Well, the first thing I've already alluded to in the previous slide, some of the Rishonim were incredible explainers. They took texts, often ancient texts like the Torah and the Mishnah, and they basically rendered them in more readily understandable Hebrew. Many of those texts are not in Hebrew. They were in Aramaic, for example, so there was a lot of, other language. But more significantly, unpacking the arcane and coded nature of many of these texts, synthesizing the oral and the written something that Rashi did tremendously, and generally making the text, which may have been over 1,000 years old, accessible to medieval readers. Nowadays, of course, with the decline of generations, many of us require English translation to access the Rishonim, who are helping us access the original text. But that's essentially what they're doing. If you want to remember example, Rashi was, so to speak, the art school of his that is phenomenal compliment to art. Right? Rashi was the creator that made a lot of those ancient texts accessible to medieval readers. Secondly, very importantly, the Rishonim engaged in codification. And this is a larger topic. Basically, Jewish law, or halakha, is spread out throughout a massive amount of literature. It's throughout the huge Talmud. There are passages that are derived from the Tanakh, of course, from the Torah itself, and the commentaries of the Rishonim, their correspondence, as both and so on. And a lot of this material, is too much for most people to do in their heads. So therefore, a lot of the Rishonim, most famously perhaps Maimonides, brought all this together we're going to reorganize this. We're going to space it out, chapter heading, give it subject heading, so that you can look up in these massive compendiums of law exactly the law that you want to determine. You don't have to go back to the entire Talmud at this point. Remember, had not been indexed in any fashion. The Rishonim did a lot of that really basic legwork of codifying all of that material. Maimonides, as I mentioned, probably codifiers of the era. He wrote a book called Mishnah Torah, 14 volumes of law, and you have other commentaries which culminate in this work, Shulchan Aruch, or the set table. This is at the very end of the period of Rishonim. Some would even consider the author, Rabbi Rothschild and early Acharon. Basically, this is the authoritative code on which all later codes have been built. That's the second major activity of the Rishonim. First is basically they were explainers. Second major issue was they were modifiers of various commandments. The final area that you find the commentators is they are analyzers. For example, one of the areas in which the Rishonim expressed themselves was the area of minyan hamitzvot, the counting of commandments. Talmud has a passage that says there are 613 commandments. Taryag mitzvot, that's a lot more than Big Ten, right? Because you're a huge amount of them. And, like, thou shalt feel guilty. So they have all these commandments, but nowhere in the Talmud or any other text were they ever actually listed. Because the commentators in the Rishonim period began to say, okay, well, let's get them all down. What are those commandments? So Maimonides and others compile these lists for some disputes over this is not actually a commandment, this is actually a suggestion, things like that. But basically, one of the major activities is counting. And in particular, this book, here's a Hebrew edition, published in the 20th century by Feldheim, the Sefer Achino, an amazing work that's written by a later Rishon, probably one Rabbi Aaron of Barcelona, who lived in the century. Great book. If you want a general introduction to traditional Judaism. Basically, what he did was he anonymously wrote this book as a bar mitzvah present. When I was growing up, bar mitzvah presents were fountain pens. My son generally got things like iPods, but back then in the 15th century, talk an amazing birthday present. It's basically it goes through every parsha of the Torah, 5 books of Moses, divided over 3 years. And in each of those parshiot, the author lists commandments, adding up to 13, describes how they are fulfilled. But the very interesting over to his son, as a bar mitzvah present, some inkling as to why these commandments exist. And it's really fascinating reading, especially when you get to the arcane and strange commandments, like, for example, you shall not mix together, things like that. Fascinating reading, and definitely very worthwhile. Another philosophical read is extremely important. Is that of Maimonides, again, we're mentioning over and over again. Our figure in history. This is a picture, an illuminated manuscript of the guide for the lesson in which the artist, Maimonides, on the right, instructing in philosophy. And talking about an area which is known in contemporary Hebrew as machshava, thought, which basically expands on this idea of why. Why God created the world the way He created? Why do we have these obligations? How does it all work, and so on? And the more in the theme, or the Guide to Perplex, is one of these great philosophical works, which, of course, Maimonides was heavily criticized by other Jews. Back to the first turns in 13. Not a Now, that's basically a quick overview of the Rishonim. We understand them a little better, especially when we contrast them with the later period of Acharon. The Rishonim have a pride of place, again, going back to that concept that Adora, the decline of the generations, because they come earlier and their activity, particularly in codification, explaining the text and so on, give them a huge pride of place in the original Yeshiva curriculum even today. Acharonim picking up afterwards generally spend a lot of energy trying to explain the Rishonim, emphasizing their work, and in some cases adapting their ideas or expressed in theory to novel situations that occur in the contemporary period. Changes in social norms, changes in economic realities, changes in technology in particular, are very much the activity of the Acharonim, trying to understand, for example, what does electricity mean when it comes to love? Can one use communication to fulfill a mitzvah like hearing the shofar? All kinds of things like this. That's more the domain of the Acharonim, particularly later contemporary thinkers in the first and 20th century. So that's a quick overview of who the Rishonim are and what they engage in, especially fascinating part of. Thanks very much for watching. Today we're going to talk about a subject that's of great importance in understanding the survival of the Jewish people. Obviously, we like to think there are a lot of supernatural forces involved, and one supernatural force in particular, but if we analyze the survival of the Jewish people, we can see that despite its apparently miraculous longevity, the Jewish people did put in place a lot of significant sociological, maybe even anthropological mechanisms that supported their survival. Very difficult diaspora filled with persecution, and on the other hand, threats of assimilation. And much of that success was due to the fact that they worked out a rather excellent communal structure known as the Kehillah. It's an organization that really helped the Jews survive, and in fact it persists to the present day, not so much in the traditional sense of the term, but at the very least in the organization of synagogues. They adopt, by and large, the exact same structure of the Kehillah as was in the ancient period Jews in medieval up until the early modern period. So let's have a look at the Prezi and see exactly how that works. Here we go, here's the Prezi. Okay. This, by the way, is a rather amazing image. This is of the Volta synagogue in Poland. I chose it. I wanted to have some kind of community that we could look at. You can see the interesting Oriental style pagoda-like architecture that was common for many of the synagogues in Eastern Europe. Many of these synagogues, were made entirely without nails, entirely with natural wood. The reason being Kabbalistic in nature, that nails, being metal somehow to file the structure, and so they made it completely out of wood using tongue and groove techniques. Really phenomenal works of art. Talk about that in a later time. But at any rate, let's go to our topic, Jewish structure. So the passage in Pirkei Avot really says it all. If there is no flour, there is no Torah. And if there is no Torah, there is no flour. Meaning, you have to have work in order to engage in spiritual activity, and you have to have spiritual activity to be able to continue working. Both things together. And in many ways, the way the Kehillah was structured was essential to Jewish survival. The Kehillah supported Jewish survival, ongoing survival, situation of the Kehillah structure. This would come crashing to a halt in the 19th century, and in many ways the Jewish world has suffered tremendously as a result of the Kehillah. I'm still trying to figure out exactly how to define its existence after the loss of this institution that lasted close to 2 millennia. But nevertheless, let's concentrate on the ancient historical period today. The Kehillah survived and was so successful at keeping the Jews intact because there was a tremendous amount of coercion involved in it. In other words, you had to belong to the Kehillah. Once you belong to the Kehillah, you had to follow the rules. It's very important that we understand that up until the 18th, late 18th century, really, the French Revolution, there was no such thing as a secular Jewish identity. You belong to the Jewish community, or you belong to another religious community, the Christian or the Muslim community, for example, depending on which culture we're looking at. There was no such thing as saying, I just feel like opting out. I don't feel like belonging to this community. Now, it's true, as I may have mentioned to you before, the current inheritors, structure would be an institution like, let's say, the United Jewish Appeal or the Federation Movement. And once you get on their mailing list, the only way to get off is through the FBI protection program. But that's not true of the ancient period. In the ancient period, the only way to exist was within a corporate structure like the Kehillah, or to a different estate, let's say in a feudal system like the Christian peasants or the burghers and so on. On the other hand, if the Kehillah is overly coercive, if there is no freedom and no dissemination of power, then the community would simply dissipate of its own accord, as people would voluntarily elect to leave the community and join the other communities they had to compete with. There was no middle ground, either in or out. And we should remember that Kehillah, even though it exercised its coercive power to keep the Jews intact, we should view the fact that they did so within the context of often a hostile minority. Tiny Jewish minority living within an overall hostile environment can spell disaster, but the Kehillah was an important mechanism for keeping them alive. It is exemplified in the late 19th century work of Sholem Aleichem, the great Yiddish writer, who wrote, as you can see in this picture here, Tevye der Milchiker, Tevye the Dairyman, popularized in English as Fiddler on the Roof. The idea being that Jews are like a violinist perched on the very top of a roof, and they're trying to eke out the tune of their lives. They're trying to play music, all the while balancing precariously on the rooftop. And that was the nature of Jewish life, trying to figure out exactly how to maintain a Jewish existence within a hostile environment. Kehillah was one of the most profound challenges. Now, if you actually log in and see the Prezi, you can watch this little video of Tevye, where he talks about tradition, things like that. It's really great to watch it. But, actually, you should watch it. No, we're going to go on. Just go and log into the Prezi, and you'll be able to watch the whole thing properly. We're going to go past it. Okay, sad but true. Okay, so here's the Kehillah, and I've broken it up into several main parts. To understand the most significant elements of this. The first element of the Kehillah, the first section, was a so-called Tuvei Ha'ir, or good people of the city. This was typically an association of 5 men. Women were not seated on the Tuvei Ha'ir. This is a very androcentric institution institution. It's also a plutocratic institution, meaning it is dominated by a wealthy individual. The members of the Tuveya were expected, in exchange for the great honor of receiving these leadership positions, they were also expected to essentially write checks. So it was kind of give and take. Wealth a privilege, but at the same time, responsibility. And quite often, the would have to underwrite a lot of the very important work that the would do, as we can see later. The Kahila would, the Tuveya, would appoint one member who was known as the Parnas, or the president. The word Parnas and president are most likely related, but the Hebrew term Parnas means the one who provides. The Parnas means to feed, to provide, that kind of thing. And that was a very accurate term because the Tuveya were required to give of their own wealth to the society movement. There were periodic elections in and offers to the area. This was a standard feature of every Kehillah. Now, the Tuveya was balanced by the Beit Din, typically comprised of 3 rabbis. The Beit Din were given the task of ensuring everything that happens within the Kehillah, including the actions of the Tuveya, were entirely within the bounds of Jewish law, of halakha. And this meant that sometimes the Tuveya and the Beit Din would come into conflict, especially because the salaries of the Beit Din were actually paid for by the taxes collected by the Tuveya and often supplemented by the Tuveya's own resources. So if the Beit Din were to be overly strict and demanding of the Tuveya, chances are the Beit Din, or at least part of the members, would simply be fired. They would lose their position. On the other hand, if the Tuveya did not behave in accordance with halakha, as stipulated by the Beit Din, then the large masses, the Jewish population as a whole, would lose their confidence in the Tuveya and exert the kind of soft pressure that would ultimately cause the members to step out of those leadership roles. So the Beit Din and the Tuveya had like a dynamic relationship of opposition and pressure, and kept the whole thing basically running law and with a fair degree of equity. The Beit Din would also, of course, be adjudicating all kinds of internal disputes as they occurred in Kehillah, and was an essential aspect of making sure that there was consistency and integrity in all of the legal affairs of the Kehillah. Both the Tuveya and the Beit Din employed people called gabayim. The word legabot in Hebrew means to collect or to enforce. And I kind of like the term enforcer myself. Now, we may have heard this term gabbai from synagogue membership, because there's always someone in the synagogue called a gabbai whose job it is to make sure that everything runs properly during the service, that the correct people are called up for the Torah, for the reading, the order, and things like that. Which doesn't sound like such a, it's an important task for running the community, but it doesn't sound like such a forceful task with a tremendous amount of authority. The traditional Gabbaim, however, were extremely powerful because they were given the task of carrying out the will of the Tuveya and or the Beit Din. In the case of the Tuveya, the most important thing the Gabbaim would do is they would collect the taxes. They would have the responsibility of going out and making sure that every member of the Kehillah paid the required amount as assessed by the Tuveya. And so this is a rather coercive system. It's not like an income tax system where, fields and things like that. The Tuveya would basically have a look at your wealth and say, okay, you have 3 cows this year, so we think you should pay this amount of money, and you have to surrender. And if you didn't like it, Gabbaim would come. If you didn't like that either, well, then you could run into the Gabbaim of the Beit Din, which could impose even further sanctions. They could impose fines, they could impose social ostracism, meaning, like, for example, you would privileges, or there would be proclamation that people could produce for you for a period of time, or most seriously, burial privileges. We'll talk about that. The Gabbaim had tremendous amount of authority because they were acting on the decrees of the Beit Din and or of the Tuvalir. They had a tremendous amount of impact on society. Again, though, the coercive nature of the Kehillah, although it may rankle modern sensibilities, essential to the Kehillah function. They had to have standards and make sure that you comply. Well, I should also mention that corporal punishment was not at all unknown. That, for example, let's say a person refused to appear before the Beit Din when summoned on a repeated basis, let's say, then that person could actually receive lashes for failing to comply with the Beit Din command. Now, the majority of the work of the Kehillah, the actual function of a group of friends, and basically we can translate this term as committees. There were a whole host of committees that were dedicated to serving all the needs of the things like taking care of orphans, taking care of widows, taking care of poor brides, taking care of travelers, study associations, you name it. Anything that the Kehillah wanted to organize, they would create one of these free-form committees, again dominated by women, who would then use some of the resources that were given to them by the Tuvalir to make sure that they could carry out their work. So let's say, for example, very common, you have the Haknasat Kala, the providing bride. There would be a certain number of brides in Kehillah that did not have to set up their home. There would be a Kala that would go to all right, we have so many brides this year, we need so much money. And the Tuvalir would have to disperse those funds. Ideally, from taxes collected from the large tax base of the Kehillah as a whole, but more often than not, they would have to actually come out with some of the money from their own pockets. So the Chevra would be responsible for carrying out its function within society, and they would rely on the Tuvalir to provide them. We should also understand that compared to surrounding Muslim or Christian societies, the Jewish level of social service, the social safety net, as it were, was massive. There was very little comparison. Jews were really very, very self-sufficient as a community, creating all of these various institutions to care for those who are downtrodden within society. The Gabayim, back guys, one of the functions was collecting, for example, the weekly poor relief. As described, for example, in Maimonides' Mishnah Torah, there will be several different funds, one for people who had not even 2 meals worth of food in their name, one for people who had like 3 days worth of food, and another, let's say, for people who needed food for Sabbath, or especially, Passover. That's the Gabayim would go out and they would collect all of this money door to door, and then the Chevras would be in charge of dispersing it as appropriate. Now, these are kind of the formal, I forgot to mention, the most important Chevra of all, called Chevra Kadisha, the holy Chevra. And the Chevra Kadisha was a male and a female Chevra, were associated specifically with burial. Chevra Kadisha was typically populated by the most respected, typically older members of the community for Kabbalistic reasons we won't get into right now. And Chevra Kadisha had tremendous authority. If they were so commanded by the Beit Din, or in some cases the Tuvalir, the Chevra Kadisha could hold funeral services from a recalcitrant member of the community. And this was taken very seriously by the community. The thought of not having burial struck fear in the hearts of the members, and typically even a warning that the Chevra Kadisha would refuse to bury a Jewish member of the Kehillah was sufficient to get them to comply with the standards of the Kehillah as a whole. Now, of all these groups, remember that there were a few alternative loci of power, meaning places where you could exercise power. There were a few kind of like disruptive power structures that were tolerated for more special occasions. One of my favorites, for example, is that if a woman felt that she was not being treated well by the Beit Din or the Tuvalir, and she felt that her case was not being considered adequate morning during the Torah reading, he'd raise the men's section, go right up and stand on the bima with the Torah open, and refuse to allow the service to continue. Of course, it requires separation of men and women during traditional services until her case was heard. And this was a huge public embarrassment for the Tubahir or the Beit Din if they had not been handling her case properly. And it was kind of a threat that many people could use, women could use in particular, to exert their will despite the lack of obvious power. The occasion typically be exercised, especially, for example, if a woman was separated from her husband and her husband refused to grant her the requisite get or bill of divorce. The way Jewish law is structured, ultimately, divorce only happens when the husband grants the wife a divorce. A situation that was extremely dire in the 20th and 21st centuries as divorce rates increased, and that's maybe for something we'll talk about at the end of this course. But it's not an unknown phenomenon throughout. Now, if a woman felt that she was being pressured unfairly, let's say, to have her parents pay off her husband's debts before he would give the get, having her money or things like that, then one of the ways that she could retaliate is by going to the synagogue, stopping the services, publicly shaming both her ex-husband, who was actually still married to her but separated, and the holders of real power, the Tubahir and the Beit Din, into acting more forcefully. And of course, as mentioned, they could use corporal punishment to make sure that the husband gives her the get. So that's kind of like the main structure of the Jewish penal structure. To jump ahead to the 16th and 17th century, all the way really to the 18th century, one of the most fascinating elements of the entire system is when a whole bunch of these essentially municipalities got together and decided to unite, and they formed something known as the Council of Lands, sometimes called the Council of Four Lands, which they brought all of the Kehilas together into essentially a government, a state within a state that existed in the medieval and early modern Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. They would have meetings twice a year in the market in and discuss all kinds of issues that were important to the entire region, including, for example, husbands who went out on their wives without giving a get, and they moved from one city to another. Well, the Kehilas allowed for a level of standardization so that people did not escape their due. They were also quite involved with copyright law. They instituted the so-called Haskama. This is coming out around the time that printing was popularized. The Haskama that is they called an approbation at the front of a typical traditional religious book will usually say some rabbi will write a letter saying this book is kosher and it will not pollute your mind if you read it. But back then, the Haskama was designed mainly to enforce copyright, telling readers of the book that they are not allowed to republish this book on their own at a time derived and stuff like that. They also kind of interestingly engaged heavily in sumptuary legislation, which essentially are laws limiting consumption. How so? One of the things that went on and on in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was that Jews would make celebrations for a circumcision, or for a wedding, or for a mitzvah, and there was a significant amount of one-upmanship, where if, let's say, Reuben made a bar mitzvah, he would serve 3 kinds of kale fish. Then when Shimon had to make his bar mitzvah, he would serve at least 4 kinds of kale fish. And then when Levi wanted to make his, even though he had very little money, he could certainly less than 4 kinds of fish like Shimon did that. And, costs skyrocketed, and symptoms just loomed out of control. So the Council of Land said, okay, from now on, only 2 kinds of gefilte fish at a bar mitzvah. You cannot invite more than 300 people to a wedding. They kept on making these laws over and over again, which indicates that people simply weren't paying attention. That despite the highfalutin nature of this really huge agglomeration, gathering, let's say. If you look, they still we're not paying attention when it came to things like how we're going to run our own. That's kind of a funny thing. Maybe we'll get to the modern era. At any rate, that's the entire story for now of the structure of the era. It's we should bear in mind that it was very coercive, that the surveyor would assess your taxes and you would have to pay it. You would have tax collectors that go by and pay. The progressive tax where if you make less money, they pay less to the communal funds and so on. But the surveyor, in particular, really helped keep people in line and behaving with one basic Talmudic standard of law, which was incredibly important in the Jewish community, well structured and keeping its vitality intact. When we get to the 18th century, we'll see that the destruction of the Torah, which came with the French Revolution of 1789 and in Russia, with the form of the decree in 1844, for example, this structure ended. And although Jews now have much more freedom in terms of defining their own identity, often secular identity, in contravention to traditional Jewish law and practice, nevertheless, that also opened up very dangerous avenues to assimilation as we melted off the side of the poor population. So that's basically it. Quick overview of Jewish criminal structure. I hope you found it interesting, and I look forward to talking with you in the next one. Hello, everybody. Today's topic is golden Spanish. Very important, fascinating, and our new is medieval history. What I'd like to do is read lecture quick why Spain is different from most Jewish history, either in North Africa or in Europe, and they have Spanish history specifically. And I'll wrap up lecture, although first of all, it's important to understand that Spain has a triangle actually more than three specifically Christians, Muslims, very different from what you'll find in Europe. Basically have Christians or in North Africa where you'll have Muslims or just Muslims and small population of Jews. There are also small Christian populations. I don't want to overgeneralize. Especially the most Spanish Jewish history is that the Jews were in a situation where although they were never in the majority, the fact that power was divided into three major populations rather than power concentrated in one major population meant that they had a lot more leverage. They could put their own make it and move culture. Have a look at quick history. So, first of all, enter into the first millennium of the Common Era, which Spain is dominated by the Muslims, who are Christians, not necessarily Catholic. They have flirtation with Arian Christianity, which is a different theological variant of it. Jews were definitely present in Spain from, let's say, the second millennium modern market. But things generally deteriorated over the centuries of the Common Era as the Islamic kingdom changed. Surprisingly, more and more, and in fact, many of the strongest degrees of levels against Jews were established and so on really come out of the Islamic era when life for Jews in Spain was rather uncomfortable and increasingly so by the time you get early. At that point, in 711, which is, if you remember, Muslims begin to the Jews was suffering tremendously under the Gothic rule. Advent of the Muslims was actually viewed with a considerable amount of favor, and there's a lot of evidence to suggest that Jews actively encouraged the Muslim event. So the Muslims essentially take over all of the Iberian with Spain and Portugal. They take over the entire region within very short order, and all of a sudden, Spain becomes Islamicized. And there is the beginning of what we will call the golden age of Islam. However, this is fairly short-lived with local larger history because they begin to conquer the Iberian Peninsula, the period known as the conquest, and gradually they push themselves downward, driving out the Muslims, including the fairly aggressive Almohad Muslims who were responsible for driving Maimonides, for example. But over the next few centuries, from basically the 9th century, Spain gradually becomes Christian once again as the Muslims. Now that's Muslim power is driven out. Muslim people, of course, still remain behind in Spain, and so you have this triangle culture perpetrating throughout the entire period, where you have Jews, Christians, Muslims. You're also consciously like Berbers, those three main nationalities or ethnicities. Of course, it ends badly for the Jews. In 1492, Jews are expelled from Spain. 5 years later, they are expelled from Portugal. They end up moving all over Europe. They go throughout the Mediterranean, all the way out to Israel, to Greece, and go up north to Holland, Netherlands, and a significant number go all the way over the west. They go to the world. That'll be the one later lecture. But that's in a nutshell the very quick history of the Jews. First it was Gothic, and it was very difficult for Jews. Then in 711, the Muslims come in, and it gets much better for Jews, the beginning of the Spanish Golden Age. And then within a couple of centuries, Jews are actually expelled from all Christian Spain, Portugal. But let us turn then to what do we mean by this Spanish Jewish? Basically, this is a period where Jews were so well integrated into culture and had phenomenal access to the highest corridors of power and participated very actively in creating dominant cultural era, and it was a period of flourishing of expression. Have a series of figures of Jews who were truly unique in that they exemplified both political and sometimes military power, along with really phenomenal Jewish learning at the same time. Something that was totally unique, that we don't have to ever see that in Western. We'll have obviously Jews who are, let's say, incredibly well adapted to the general society, rise by power, but they tend to be Jews who have largely left their backgrounds behind. Prime Minister of the 18th century, who recognized the Jewish background, but also Christian. And on the other hand, you'll have Jews who are phenomenal expressions of Jewish culture, Rashi and Rose, go on, but they have very little access to political power over a larger era. Spanish Golden Age wanted to have both simultaneously create tremendous scholars, public wisdom, for example, and at the same time, they also had political, military, and general cultural power. Something that really is special about the Spanish Golden Age. Kinds of figures that are exemplified by this period are, of course, the greatest of them is Maimonides from here in Cordoba. A little bit of an exception to the rule because he was driven out of Spain at a young age. He really made his career in Tunisia to a much larger degree. But look at big figures like Kasai, very important Jewish philanthropists and scholars who ended up becoming diplomat. After him, the great Sultanakid, or Samuel ibn Nasrallah, was a Talmudic scholar who wrote important commentary on the Talmud, and at the same time he was the military leader of Cordoba. And the military of Cordoba was essentially the advice of the country itself. People like Yehuda Halevi, who were poetry in Arabic and in Hebrew, a great number of things were really at the top of their game in so many different fields that they're truly Renaissance men who exemplify excellence in both secular and the Jewish realm of thought. And this may be why it really is the reason why in the 90s when the Renaissance is a huge pressure in Europe, Germany, of course, feeding into Zionism, the Spanish age was viewed of tremendous emulation of a period that really tried to strive for again and both secular power and Jewish power simultaneously, which were represented kind of a return to this idea of faith, exaggerated to some degree, but that was for 156 when we had the monastery. So that's basically what is the Spanish Golden Age. It ends badly. Of course, the Golden Age is really over for a couple hundred years by the time we get Isabella and Ferdinand III banished the there's a long period of known as the Inquisition, which resulted in the public burning of many and resulted in the underground activity of many Jews who chose to back while pretending to be a Christian republic. And these are things that we'll have to discuss. But at any rate, just a very brief lecture, you have an idea now of what we're like and for more on the next one. Hello everyone and welcome to another essential lecture in the Jewish history. Today we're going to look at Jews in the medieval economy. To start with, much of our thinking about in the economy is colored, unfortunately, by the Shylock. This is a character devised by William Shakespeare of a medieval Jewish moneylender in Venice. The title of the play is The Merchant of Venice. And Shylock is angered by the fact that his daughter has decided to marry a non-Jew. And in the context of the play, what Shylock does is propose the extremely harsh punishment to his debtor of exacting a pound of flesh for a loan that he failed to repay. The story ends up well for everyone except for Shylock, of course, but the idea of Shakespeare's play really resonated very deeply in the Western imagination and kind of codified an image of avaricious, greedy, unscrupulous individual who was deeply involved with money and will stop at nothing. So, to a certain degree, this is a grossly unfair and highly anti-Semitic portrayal of Jews. And although I will highly recommend Shakespeare's play, I think that it's not at all a monochromatic or monodimensional representation of Jews. The money like Shylock comes off quite sympathetic in certain passages. But let's try and understand what are the roots of this anti-Semitic image and understand the role that the Jews played in the economy and how that affected their relationship with people around them. This is primarily true, by the way, we're speaking today about Jews in the medieval Christian economy. Within the Muslim world, things are slightly different. We're not going to treat that today. Okay, so first of all, in order to appreciate any sense of Jews in the medieval economy, one must understand that Jews are an deeply and fundamentally urban people. not since the Jews left the land of Israel in the first century in the Roman exile, and until really their return in the late 19th century with the advent of the Zionist movement, have agrarian to any significance. For example, here is a Yiddish, like a film script, like those the Jewish farmer. And I think it actually means the Jewish farmer. I mean, David Shloimi, that guy behind him there, isn't even a farmer. He's just helping him out. The idea is that there's so few Jewish farmers everywhere. Anyway, even Tevye, the rural dweller of the shtetl in Pittsburgh, was a dairyman himself. He wasn't even a worker of the land for. And this is basically a truism for much of Jewish history, for reasons that I hope to explore in the next 15 minutes or so. But Jews basically avoided the agrarian experience after having left their homeland in Israel in the first century. They congregated in urban areas, either smaller urban areas like villages, or increasingly in large cities. And this has a tremendous impact on what kind of professions Jews would choose and what kind of economic impact they would have on society. Here's a picture of a Jewish urban environment, and Jews are a very gregarious people. They have to live within walking distance of a synagogue, a mikvah, or the family purity laws, just a Chinese restaurant for sure. I haven't had lunch yet. So these are the kinds of things that really make Jews want to live in an urban environment. And don't forget, it's also quite a bit safer for Jews to live in an urban environment, to live close together, in many cases behind ghetto walls that were actually preferred and selected by the Jews themselves in many cases, because this did not so much prevent the Jews from leaving the ghetto as it prevented marauders from getting into the ghetto. I find this a very difficult concept to grasp. All you have to do is come down here to South Florida and drive around Boca Raton and see all these massive installations of Jews, things called gated communities, which are essentially, modern self-imposed ghettos, but they're kind of keeping white polloi out and protecting the civilization within. So Jews are a fundamentally very urban population. Ironically, this means that they come into close contact with another highly urbanized element of the population, and that is the clergy. Jews, because they were increasingly living in larger towns and cities, this is where the cathedrals were built. These were where peasants would gather for their church services. And so Jews and Catholic clergy were regularly brushing elbows in urban environments, which had an unusual kind of spin-off effect in their relationship. And we'll talk about that more in the next lecture. But that's the first point. Jews are highly urbanized. Take away the ancient period when Jews lived in their land, take away the modern Israeli period where they lived in their land once again, and in the 2000s, they're really a very urbanized group. Now, in that urban environment, it's important to realize that medieval society was structured quite differently from modern society. In modern society, we are citizens, and the government deals with us as individuals. We all have a label, a social security number, for example, in the States, or social insurance number in Canada, and the government wants to know exactly our individual taxes, and we have to pay on an individual basis to the society, and we're judged individually and tried individually, and so on and so on. This is not at all the case in a much more primitive medieval environment in which people were grouped within communities, or more properly, corporations, sometimes called the feudal nature of society, in which people basically kind of like coalesce, forcibly so often, within certain segments of society that correspond to economic activity. So look a little bit closer at this very simple drawing that shows serfs and peasants, the largest group of the population who are occupying the bottom of this triangle. Above them are knights and vassals who are engaged in various military affairs, so on and so forth. Above them you have the noble and the church, and then finally you have the very top of the king. This is a really simplistic drawing, but the basic idea of feudal society. The question that remains is, where did Jews fit within this certainly not the king. They're not the church. Are they nobles? Hardly. They're certainly not knights either. Are they serfs? No, they're not agrarian. They're really urban environment. So what exactly are they? So early on in medieval period, Jews took on the status known as servi camerae, which is Latin for serfs or servant of the chamber, in the royal chamber. And this was a really important thing that had a tremendous impact on protecting the Jews and allowing them to survive much of it. Specifically, it has to do with the Abramson rule of history, which is money. It's really all about money. Now, all of those other groups, for the most part, were not generating cash income. Money, we understand today, is a currency, which of course back then was precious coins and metals, was not in large supply. People were dealing with a lot of barter, a lot of service exchange, things like that, and so you didn't have a lot of cash in society. But the Jews were going to very prominently figure in commercial activity, and the Jews were the ones who were actually accumulating money. We understand it today in terms of cash. So the king realized this, and he took advantage of it by taking the Jews directly under his own economic supervision and taxing them directly without any intervening reporting relationship. For example, the knights did not tax the Jews, the church did not tax it, only the king taxed it. And this meant that there was a symbiotic relationship where the king had a vested interest in the economic well-being, physical survival of Jews in his kingdom. Because the more they survived, the more they flourished, the more tax income he could derive from them. This often put the king at odds with the clergy, and there was a secular and religious conflict over what role the Jews played in society. But this fact that they were servi camerae was extremely influential in protecting the Jews throughout most of the world. Now, in that regard, how were Jews making money? The most important piece of legislation that affected Jewish activity was the so-called law of Gratian. Gratian was a church official from the 12th century who codified a practice into official canon law that allowed Jews to act as petty moneylenders. More important, not only were they allowed to act as moneylenders, they had guaranteed monopoly on charging money on interest. Specifically, it's based on this idea that Jews and Christians, and actually Muslims to a degree, have in common that it is forbidden to lend or borrow on interest from one's fellow. The verse in Deuteronomy says that you may charge interest to a stranger, you may not charge interest to your fellow. Which means, as Jews interpret it, Jews may not borrow money and pay interest on it from another Jew. Jews may not pay interest to another Jew at all. And I've tried calling up the various credit cards that I have in my wallet to see if the CEO is Jewish, but I haven't had too much success with that. At any rate, Christians, under Gratian in particular, interpreted this verse exactly the same way. Your brother must lend money without charging interest. To a stranger, you may charge interest. So therefore, what that meant was that Christians couldn't borrow money from each other and pay interest, but they could borrow money from a Jew. And let's understand how important money lending is in society. That's the only way that you are going to get any kind of commerce happening. That's the only way you're going to have any kind of they put their seed in the ground and then they gotta wait until they can harvest it. And since the harvest is a way to get through the difficult period, they borrow money at interest and then they'll pay it back at harvest. So the Jewish activity as money lenders was extremely important for preserving and advancing the medieval economy. Here's an interesting image showing a Jewish medieval moneylender. You see him on the right there. He's wearing, obviously this is designed by a Christian artist. At the very bottom of his robe, he's got some letters there. It's actually pseudo Hebrew because the artist doesn't know how to make it in his and on the left is a Christian moneylender, a borrower. You can see he's clean shaven. That's one of the marks of Christians in this period. And his money bag, which is on his belt, is empty. It's kind of like the the artist's rendition of Empty Pockets there. And he doesn't have pants. I mean, come on. He can't even afford bare pants. I'm just joking. He's wearing those. But anyway, he's got his hand out saying, I need money. And the Jew is sitting there with a big bag of money and he's counting out and so on. He even has on his desk a calculator known as an abacus to calculate the rates of interest and so on. Now, why would Jews want to go into money lending? Because one would think, that's a nice profession. Why would you want to go into it? So here's the advantage. It's pretty clear. First of all, it's profitable. You can make a lot of money from money lending. But we should understand that the interest rates that were charged in medieval periods approach 15%. That's more like a department store credit cards. Huge amount of interest. And very commonly 30%. Secondly, as I mentioned before, it is urban. It allows you to remain in their traditional living quarters, among other young and things like that. Thirdly, it's intellectual labor. It's not physical labor. Imagine the life of a farmer digging in the ground from dusk till dawn, and backbreaking labor and any weather and all kinds of stuff like that. It's much easier work. The brain instead of your back is definitely much more attractive. It's portable. From time to time, Jews would be exiled, expelled from their homeland or from their place of residence. We'll talk about why that is in a moment. And so when you have money, it's very easy to carry it from one place to another. You can bury it, come back and get it. It's not like real estate where it's stuck. And when you're exiled, that's it. You've lost it. So it's very significant form of portable wealth. And finally, this kind of job is great. You can almost keep banker's hours, say 10 till 3, and the rest of the time you have for somewhat expensive. So money lending definitely has a lot of advantages. The disadvantages, though, are also significant. First of all, there's always the risk of non-payment. Now, it's true that when you have recalcitrant customers who will not pay you back, because the Jews were fairly camerized, they could call on the king to enforce the arrangements and coerce recalcitrant debtors to pay. But that's a very difficult thing to do. You've got to involve a lot of, you got to pull a lot of weight to do that. Secondly, of course, even though this essential function in society, it's bound to promote some popular. For example, credit cards. Everybody loves credit cards. When you get an application in the mail, it feels like free money, right? You don't have to think about it. But when you start getting those bills, and the bills just don't go away every time you make those payments, you feel a little bit differently about it. So there's going to be a certain amount of popular resentment building up against you. When you get to the lecture on the Eastern European century, you'll see how that really could result in sometimes catastrophic violence. In some occasions, this meant there were popular uprisings. There were several, for example, in the 17th century, that devastated Jewish communities. And sometimes you would have a situation like in the 13th century where the Jews would be lending money to powerful lords, and when the debt got too high, the Lord said, you know what, cut our losses. It'd be easier to just wipe our debt clean and not have any more Jews. And then, for example, what happened in France in the 13th century, the Jews were actually expelled 3 times, which meant that they were invited back 4 times. Because what would happen is they would be expelled because the debt would get too high, and we really need that credit function again. They bring us back, start money lending again. You know what this is? Well, get them out of that. Like a friend of mine that goes at my show kicks out of Cuba 3 times. And I said to him, yeah, but that means you were twice. Okay, that's not it. Anyways, so that's money lending was certainly the backbone. It was the primary pillar of the Jewish economy for much of the medieval period and many of the countries in which they lived. But that was by no means the only way that Jews supported themselves in this economy. For example, Jews were highly active in a whole range of trades. Remember, if the vast majority of the population, we're talking about over 90-95% of the population is farmers, they generally don't have a lot of time or leisure to develop specialized crafts. So as a result, urbanized Jews began to socially stratify their activities do highly specialized activities like legal trade, in which Jews excelled later on in history. Also, silversmithing, making gold objects, anything from simple spoons and knives, things like that. You can tell, by the way, by the kind of surnames that Jews often have, like Schneider, which means tailor, or silver, or silversmith, all kinds of things like that. They're also involved in music and art. This, by the way, is in the center there in the white jacket, there in Cuba, who leads an amazing modern klezmer troupe called the Klezmer Company Orchestra. I'll try and play some of the background there on this video. And because Jews have the potential to get rehearse, unlike peasants who are living far and spread apart, the Jews are developing the arts. Other aspect was fabric present with full setup or as outlet really also nice. Well, and just Jews were also on that's all this on the back of their well, so one the idea everyone today's lecture is remarkably unpleasant about medieval anti-Semitism. Warning straight up, a lot of the images that I illustrate the nature of medieval anti-Semitism are quite graphic and kind of painful to look at. So if you are under the age, it might not be the right video to look at. There we go, fair warning. Okay, so the first thing we need to say about anti-Semitism is that it's bad. Second thing, that it can be broken down into four basic areas. One of the really unusual aspects of anti-Semitism ideology is that it really adapts to the nature of the society finding it. It adapts to it almost like a virus. And that anti-Semitism can find fertile soil in places where there aren't any, for example, where there's a lot of imagination later. And it will be radically different in nature than, let's say, the anti-Semitism of Germany. Very different kind of. There are four basic periods. We're going to focus on the third, but let's quickly run through four basic periods. The first period is known as that of ancient xenophobia. Xenophobia refers to the fear of strangers. And this is kind of like the period of suffered a certain amount of stress at the hands of Greeks and Romans and other entities. And a lot of literature from this period have negative things to say about it. However, most of those statements really are in the category of normal cultural conflict between societies that differ one from another. And it's not unlike the way, let's say, Chinese may have a Vietnamese or Scandinavians of various stripes might dislike one another. It's normal for people not to like each other to a degree, and to say nasty things about each other kind of thing. So, to a large degree, much of the antipathy directed against Jews in ancient period was related to misunderstandings in the basic Jewish practice. For example, ancient separate diets, kosher laws, circumcision rituals, and so on. Let's look at one image here just to give you. This is, of course, the famous March of Titus that commemorated for the Romans the destruction of Judea and the Temple of Stone. And there's a very famous bas relief if you zoom in and you have a look. On the inside, there's actually that depicts Romans carrying the Jews off in slavery, and of course there's the menorah there, depicted royals being taken from. Now, many people have iconography. Nothing could be further from the truth. Certainly, a piece of war monumental architecture as it commemorates a Roman victory over the Jews, no matter how brutal it was and how much they liked it, and how much the Romans were rebels in the victory. But these kinds of war memorials are very difficult for the ancient people, and one might even say the modern. There's nothing distinctly anti-Semitic about this, other than the fact that the Jews happen to be the victims in this particular. So, in other words, ancient xenophobia is mainly a normal kind of conflict. Non-Jews, just like human societies have conflict. Now, anti-Semitism gets a special character, something that's specifically for Jews into the early Christian period. Now we're talking about basically the late first century up until, let's say, the 9th century of the Common Era. And this is a little different, and I would like to spend more time with this, but I've already given a lecture on this, and I that. The basic idea, though, is now, since Christianity is kind of like a daughter religion, it's kind of like a breakaway minion that went viral and became a massively successful. There's a certain amount of tension that comes not from the normal intercourse or fissure between people, but rather the kind of birth pangs of a religion out of the old. And there will be tension between the mother and daughter, so to speak, of those. So early Christianity and Judaism basically represented kind of a theological dispute. A rabbi and a priest over what is the correct way to worship God. Certainly does not have the same kind of violent character that appeared in the Middle Ages, although there are exceptions to that rule. There are some really nasty things stated by St. John Chrysostom, for example, and others. But if you look at these images here, in the center you have a classic rendition of the way of thinking. None of these images date from the earliest periods, but they are mostly from hundreds of years later, but they really see that people don't have artwork. These are the Ecclesia ex Synagoga painting, which represent the church versus the synagogue. On the left is always the church and has an upright staff, she's crowned, great posture, and so on. And on the right is representation of the falling away from the rock in an act of posture of decline, broken staff, sometimes holding the tablets of the law upside down, and of course she's usually blindfolded, meaning she can't of Christianity. So this is kind of like more specifically directed at Jews. It wouldn't make sense if this has to be specifically, and it repeats itself literally hundreds of times throughout Europe. Here's another example of a little cruise now falling off the head of the synagogue. This one here, a little more interesting, I think, but blindfolded very clearly, and she's holding upright. And here's a really nasty one, 14th century German stained glass window. And on the left church, really well. Staff riding a tetramorph from and hand comes down from ground. Pretty obvious signal of divine approval. But on the right, synagogue are not doing so well. Riding some kind of donkey or mule, obviously not with the same connotation. Riding holding on to the severed ram's head, which refers to the sacrificial law. The crown being knocked off the head, blindfold, the broken staff, and the point here, there is a sword descending from heaven off of the skull of synagogue. Once again, very clear divine discipline. So, kind of like a little more violent representation of it overlaps with the comes from the 14th century. But the notion is that still essentially theological core. Things change a lot in the period, and we're going to talk a lot more about this on the skit. And just to catch you up with where we are right now, modern anti-Semitism really dates from the 9th onward. That's why, by the way, the term anti-Semitism was coined in 1903. The term that was overall in Germany was find or it was kind of like a rude term, a vulgar term. So Wilhelm Marr, a writer in the 1880s, coined this term anti-Semitism. I'm not a Jew hater. The Semitic philosophy, by which he means human philosophy, whatever that is, and that's what we get to anti-Semitism. It's more appropriate to spell without a hyphen because there's no such thing as Semitism that you want to be. At any rate, here's a couple of representations of modern anti-Semitic thought, which basically comprise two main themes, none of which is religious. The modern theory is that religion is set aside as no longer relevant to the same as it was in the Christian era, and now anti-Semitism is a secular phenomenon and also a much more as anti-Semitism behind its religious roots. The violent correlation is inescapable. Anyways, here we go. This is a nasty representation of the Jewish peril, and you see the idea here of the Jew as a kind of an ugly tarantula creature, and you see the disfigured physiognomy, which is typical of the racist representation of Jews. They always have the nose, the jowls, like that, and the tarantula with its web reaching all over the globe is indicative of conspiracy theory. Right? Here's an interesting example from Saudi Arabia with the octopus and the tentacles reaching everywhere, controlling that. Here's a 1977 British edition. Once again, the snake image, right? Which is over and encompasses the globe. In case the heavy nose and jowls and yarmulke were not enough to tip you off, the snake is the day all around. So you go. Which here's one of my favorites. This is one Mexico 1930. Invisible World Government, the Jewish program of and you can see heavy kind of capital with big nose, jowls, yarmulke, and washcloth with a little dollar sign, and of course and here's the thing that's not just a you get the idea, right? So that's modern. Now we have to get back to the massive and there are four basic elements that are especially pronounced by which I mean, by the way, for this context, the high Middle Ages until about 1700. That's kind of not the standard definition of Middle Ages for other purposes, but in terms of the history of anti-Semitism. In the 12th century, you get the development of this idea of ritual murder. It has some antecedents, but the basic idea is that a child is somehow murdered by for nefarious purposes. This is a electric idea that penetrates very deeply into the Nazi space. And then that child is set up for some kind of mock conviction process. Again, let me reiterate that did not happen. God forbid, never did something like this. There were, however, occasions where children like, today, God forbid, have such terrible things where our children are occasionally but it is and people want to some kind of reason. They want to know how such horrible thing happened. And the Jews were often a scapegoat where they were things. Throughout Europe suffered greatly. Suffered why would Jews want to do this? Well, the idea was, if the Jews were originally responsible, also not true. These have books on Christianity where I discussed it. Then perhaps they want to do it again, vicariously. And what better victim to represent Jesus than an innocent child? The argument goes, and kind of like a bizarre but eternal logic that allows it to somehow hold together and makes Jews wanted to see an act of contrition, passion through this act of ritual work. It then evolves into a nastier form of charging. Once again, totally false charge, known as the or in the blood libel is that not only try they also want to take this blood for all kinds of crazy reasons. There was this argument that Jews had done only deodorant that would take care of it was Christian blood. The blood was used as a kind of I like to do these things. Aphrodisiac. Aphrodisiac. The blood was an aphrodisiac. Pregnancies. There was an argument before the iron cells, they had to take blood. Pretty bizarre thing. Anyway, here's a representation of the murder of Simon of French. He is a Christian child here, surrounded by Jews. Other Jews because they have around themselves on their clothing, which was a mark that Jews were required to wear in many parts of Europe after 1215. And they're torturing him. They're trying to put him in pain. Wounds that Jesus suffered in his side, so on. And they're also performing a vision, collecting blood. Oh, of course, I forgot that the arguments that Jews use the blood for the pasta or for the wine used in the Passover. They note also that Passover always occurs around the time of Easter. It is the Christian celebration of the Christian of Jesus, and therefore all these things come together and there's kind of violence against following started kind of left there and bringing in all kinds of torture devices and so on to help out. Very nasty. But it gets worse. One of the major ideas that was circulating in the Christian world in the 13th century onward was the notion of communion and idea of the host, essentially a wafer, and the Orthodox Church is bread, and it represents the body. No expert in these things, but Christians would go through confession rituals and so on, and then there would be which is called the destruction of the wafer, representing the body. So, the argument went, this wafer actually the body of Jesus, and you want to say there's body Jesus. And thus, it also makes sense to want to torture the host as well. We have all kinds of word is circulating after the 13th century that were engaged. And by the way, of course, the fact that it circulated only served to support that the wafer was in fact the body of Jesus, because if it wasn't, why would the Jews they want to worship? Here's an example of a very large wafer that they're hoping start saying, believing. Here's my personal favorite. But this is, I believe, post Rothschild that actually shows in a cartoon fashion, step by step, how the process will rise. So starting on the left, there's a Christian who's gone into a church, and he is stealing the first few pieces up in his bag. Then the second panel brings Jews, you can see the ruel on their clothes, they are, and he offers wafers which for money. You take it to the synagogue, and on the right hand panel, you can see the portrait, and miraculously, and tablets of the Ten Commandments there in the artist's imagination. However, police, sensing something is wrong, come to the door on the left panel here. Why would you try to get rid of the evidence? Which they do in the second panel by throwing it into the furnace. Amazingly, looking at the furnace, they see a small child, and doves fly out, caught by angel and all representations of miracles. Then the anger Christians break in, they arrest the Jews. Right panel, some of them are beheaded. Annotated articles, clothing, and areas of medieval Europe. They later evolved into cap, dust cap. Finally, to the left, you see there's horrible tortures taking place as the Jews are set on fire, and then in the third panel, the Christian that was taken off, punished, and on the right-hand side, you see the church. So that's kind of like how these blood libels and post-desecration work. Again, understand, this is a video, and I don't want you to walk away with the wrong message. Not do crazy things, but they're often charged with falsely violence. Here's one last image of the host desecration. Is one of my favorites. The father here, the patriarch, is torturing host, leaving there. The mother is saying, "Boy, baby's here," like God, because her rather adult looking but the adult looking son is saying, "Mommy, mommy, my brother who made your father threw in the altar, the person that he wanted to be Christian, is now rising out of the coffin like that." And that's also part of very natural stuff. But wait, finally, one of the last representations of Latin emphasis is the sound. Fascinating idea. Literally, and it is similar evolution or devolution of a judicial device that was employed in certain parts of Germany punish minor offenders with caricatures drawn of them. And they were often caricatures drawn mostly that was kind of like a punishment for very minor crimes. They were often drawn as caricatures according to one way or another, and they were often kind of a mocking device. And later, as that device went into disuse, the whole idea of the association with things nevertheless maintained its status. Here's, for example, an image that has many of the common elements in the South. See that there are four Jews involved in various activities. One is right in the center of the back, the middle Jew, the ruel, the Jewish patch, and the figures on the outside, and they are expecting of the South and drinking milk and so on. Here in this image, which is more typical, you see the elements of the devil being involved. You see on the right hand side the devil with horns. wherein the well is actively assisting you eating the excrement from the pig. There's a woman in the background. She's also holding a ram's head, which we saw in a different similar reason though. And on the top, there's a victim of the blood libel. Here's one more in front, of course, same kind of thing. Seems really with minor variations. So, if we take this all as a whole, I think the most important message about this third transition it goes from starting with the first level, you have the xenophobia, which can be expressed in violence. Violence is the nature of the ideology behind the activity is we enact no matter how severe it may be violence. And then it goes into any other religion, Christianity, other religions, which can express itself violence. For the most part, it's much violence. And then when you get to the 12th century, suddenly I think that pathological are things drink blood, kill children, and none of this was present earlier in early Judaism. When we get to modern periods, specifically the 19th century and onward, but they still want to have an entity to Jews justify it in a way. They do that primarily through rape and conspiracy. We will unfortunately have to talk about that in another lecture. For the time being, everyone. Welcome to another essential lecture in Jewish history. Notice the surroundings are a little different because around the campus, different offices together. Not entirely sure how much light I got in the window and things like that. They switched behind me, but today's topic is going to be what I like to call incipient revival and divergence. Basically, I want to talk about the 16th century, and I want to identify three specific aspects of history in the 16th century that are really important for understanding modern Jewish history. So let's go straight to those three features of the 16th century, and now we're talking about broad kind of things. First of all, we're dealing with some very important changes in Jewish demography. The distribution of the population, their concentration, their ethnic makeup, a lot of things change over the 16th century and onward, so that's the first important feature. Second, the influence of disruptive technology, which is something I'm really keen on lately, because we're living in the same kind of period now where you would be watching this, we're not just disruptive technology represents. What does it mean for our society? It changes dramatically as we sit. I don't know why. I enjoy talking about cover. Let's keep going. Okay. And third, more traditionally, the influence of this phenomenal spot circle or Stafford circle of Jewish intellectuals that were very active in the century and have a tremendous impact on contemporary thought as well. I myself released a book on one of the figures of this circle, so I feel very close to that. Okay, let's go to the first major issue. Shifting demographics. Okay, let's have a look at this map here. Well, here, in a sentence, what's going on? Two major things happen that shift the bulk of the Jewish population in a very significant way. The first is the incredibly dramatic impact of the Spanish and the later Portuguese expulsion that drive the Jews out of the Iberian Peninsula and primarily across the culture, North Africa, into places like the Ottoman Empire. That's a huge shift, and it's really important to understand how that affected the Jews by themselves and their life. And the second shift, which is ultimately even more important, is the movement of Ashkenazi from the traditional homeland of the Rhineland, northern Germany, let's say, moving towards the east. These are two very important factors that represent major incipient changes in the Jewish population as a whole. Now, Jews are no stranger to expulsion, but the pace picks up significantly over the course of the 15th and 16th centuries. Look at this map here. This is a map which shows the gradual spread of the bubonic plague, which sort of begins in the central Mediterranean region and then spread northward from 1347 on. Jews suffered tremendously during the Black Plague, not only physically, there's no evidence to indicate that they suffered any less than the general population. In fact, there is evidence to argue that perhaps they suffered more because they were primarily living in urban environments where contagion could spread much more easily. But be that as it may, the relevant factor here is that as the Protestants tried to deal with the overwhelming impact of the Black Death in 1347, and they're looking for reasons why this horrible plague come upon us, Jews constitute a very traditional for anything bad that happens. Reminds me of the telling in this series. I'll tell you very quickly because I can't. There's a big lineup outside a cucumber store in the former Soviet Union. I heard this announced back. And there's all kinds of nationalities there. Made up of nationalities. And they're all waiting to buy cucumbers, and the cucumber salesman opens up the window and says, "We just learned there are going to be less cucumbers than we expected. All Jews go home." So, what can they do? Just pick up the legal line and they go home. And everyone's waiting in line, and he opens the door and says, "We just heard that some of the trucks broke down, and we will have less cucumbers than expected. All our Ukrainians and Lithuanians leave the line and go home." So what can they do? All these other often non-titular nationalities, not as quite as bad as they have to leave the line and they go home. Finally, the pure Soviets are devoted, the followers of Stalin and everything are standing in line. And the cucumber guy opens up the door and he says, "We learned that the last trucks were taken over by the mafia. No cucumbers arriving today. Everybody go home." So Ivan turns to Petro and says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." Anyway, so the Jews suffered quite a bit in the 14th century as the Black Death swept through the region, and the Europeans got a taste for expelling Jews. It often had economic implications as well. Watch the video on Jews and medieval economy, you'll get some sense of that. But more significantly, if you look at the larger map here on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see that the red line I've added to the map here shows the large phenomenon of leaving the Iberian Peninsula and finding new homes in Italy, in Greece, particularly in Salonika, and especially in the Ottoman Empire, in Istanbul, Constantinople. Those are regions were felt to be more welcomed at the time. Many of these were under Muslim rule, and the Muslims welcomed their economic contribution to the society and so on. But it represented a tremendous end of an era. What you have to do is think about the 15th century, how really regarded themselves as sort of a post-Holocaust generation, much like we in the later half of the 21st century are still feeling from the incredible demographic assault of the Nazis on the Jews of Europe. Jews of the 15th century were really trying to understand what could it mean that the golden age of Spain came to such an abrupt and painful end with the expulsion at the end of the 15th century. So it's not just a shift of population, it's not just a migration for economic reasons, it's an uprooting, it's a destruction of a civilization that then had to be replanted elsewhere. It's also important to note in this regard that there are a lot of Jews who are actually heading west, not necessarily for our discussion today, but many Jews chose to go to the New World, to what will become Brazil, Curacao, eventually New Amsterdam, New York. These are really the later ripple effects of the expulsion. And finally, we should also mention a smaller note. Many Jews chose to leave Spain and Portugal for Northern Europe, particularly the Netherlands, Amsterdam, as being a liberal climate where the practice their faith with fear of molestation. But one really important about the demographics that the huge population of Spain was totally destroyed and was spread out throughout the region. One last detail before I forget. Of course, there were crypto Jews who chose to mask their Jewish identity under a Christian guise, sometimes called Marano, which is inherently derogatory term. Their history is also fascinating, but not so broad topic. So the second major element of this demographic was see there is a blue line on the top of the map, which shows Jews in Western Europe making their way to Eastern Europe, particularly Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and those regions, Baltic. This was for two basic reasons. One, increasing levels of anti-Semitism in Western Europe, based on factors we discussed in earlier videos. And secondly, very significantly, the attraction to these new economic zones, where much of the economy was very poorly developed, opportunity for Jews to move towards east to become iron dotors, land lessors or lessees, I'm not sure which one. They were middlemen for landlords owning large tracts of land called latifundia, tax farming, all kinds of things like that. So the shift in demographics means a lot in this context as well, because the population actually grows significantly over the next centuries. Language clear as well, because basically, as once pointed, German with phlegm. Basically, it's a medieval German dialect written with Hebrew letters with a tremendous number of borrowed words from many other languages. So Yiddish becomes the lingua franca of the largest group of Jews ever in history by the time we get to the end of the 19th century. Okay, so that's the first major point, shifting demographics. Let's look at the second, disruptive technology. Okay, so what is this technology that's changing everything? What do I mean by disruptive? This is kind of like a business term that's used frequently nowadays. When someone invents something that changes the way we do business. And in this case, it's much of our society as a whole. The invention, of course, I'm talking about the invention by Gutenberg in the 15th century. This basically took the world from a manuscript culture, which you had to have monks taking copies out line after line of written text, and then putting them one copy at a time, which was an incredibly difficult thing ever, which meant that actual books were very hard to come by. You would only see them great rarity. This kind of like a Torah scroll today, which is incredibly valuable and expensive thing to procure, and generally only communally, only exceptional individuals who own their own Torah scroll, even though it is actually a commandment in count that every person must write their own Torah. And the Jews seized on this technology very early, particularly the family in Italy, who started to do amazing, high-quality works. For example, a beautiful page, the first page of their Bible, the book of Genesis. You can see how it's very beautifully illuminated, multiple colors, much like a manuscript would have been illuminated, trying to absorb that aesthetic printed text. Later, they abandoned it because the cost was not necessarily the driving factor behind the profit. But nevertheless, you can see some absolutely gorgeous work. Later, particularly the Talmud, founded on by a Christian printer named von Baumler, printed an entire set of Talmud that was not necessarily as high quality as the work that were producing, but it was complete and it was produced in a fairly quick fashion, and it rapidly essentially put the Santino family out of business because this one that could be circulated with some standardization throughout the period. Now, back for a second now. What does this mean? Why is this disruptive? Tremendous, because all of a sudden it means that the population is moving from the hierarchy of just checks to a more democratic sense of, well, first we all this is something it becomes cheap enough everyone and or at least large groups of all of a sudden information literacy becomes popular, becomes available to so many people, and not only access to information and dissemination of new information is also possible. Brand new ideas that maybe never would have had the kind of institutional support to allow them to make multiple copies of a manuscript to later influence large groups of people. All of a sudden, it's like blogging. You write a few ideas down on your computer, and bang, out there for like 2 billion people to read. And so it's a tremendous shift from the manuscript culture to a written culture. And at the end of this lecture, I'll find a couple of ways in which that had an impact on the field of present. But let's go on to the third major element of the 15th century that I want to talk about, and that is specifically the amazing Safed century. So, what's going on? Safed is this town in northern Israel, Bas in Hebrew, Bas. It's in Galil, very beautiful area, very rolling hills, you can see in this photograph here. And it basically was a nothing town until the 16th century. And in the early 16th century, the Ottoman Empire took it over, and they put in place some new tax laws that made it really advantageous to settle there, particularly the textile and so on. So it was a multicultural population, but with a lot of one collection of absolutely brilliant minds, a collection that barely enjoyed. So within the space of about 50 years, of creativity that was expressed in so many different ways. At the center of it, you have people like Rabbi Shlomo Alkavet, the author of the prayer, a very noted Kabbalist, together with his student, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, would go out wandering the hills around Spot and would mystically sense the presence of the wave speaking from earlier generations, and they would engage in mystical exercises, meditation, and those places that they identified would become sort of like spiritual tourism destinations. You also have people like none other than Rabbi Yossi Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who's living in Spot now, and he's active in the faith in there. And you have people like Rabbi Yaakov Rav, rabbis who said, we have so many brilliant minds here in Spot, we can actually believe meaning the ordination that originally Moses gave to Joshua, and then Joshua to his students on until it was lost sometime in the period of diaspora. He said, we can reinstitute right here. We could all agree that we're the most brilliant rabbis of the world, which is most likely the case. So let's all give each other some, and then let's pass it on. This movement didn't gather a lot of, although it gives you a sense of, what's going on there. And finally, of course, the incredible Arizal, who his grave is actually not in this picture, correct? The Rav Alkavet is on the right, and the Ramach is on the left. The Ramach is the author of the phenomenal Torah, translated and published under the title of Kabbalah of Forgiveness, and also one of the great systematizers of Kabbalah. He took a wide range of writing in Zohar and other places, and he kind of made a system out of them that you can actually, comprehend without, falling into some kind of mystical trance to understand it. At least that's what they say. Nevertheless, the Arizal, the great Rabbi Isaac Luria, left Egypt, came to study under the Ramach, under his system, and although they studied together for a period of a few months before the Ramach died of a plague, the Arizal went on to eclipse his fame and to become certainly the single most important Kabbalist of the early modern period. So this is all happening in Spot. You have the author you have these world-altering Kabbalist writings, and you have, this idea of social change, maybe we should use new models of leadership. It's all happening in spot. Now, if we bring these three things together, I think we can make new generalization as to why these fit together and are very important for understanding modern Jewish history. So first of all, shifting demographics. While the Jewish world is changing dramatically, the Sephardic population, dominated by the scholarship in Spain that had its heydays a couple hundred years earlier, is now clearly on the wane. Their base in the Iberian Peninsula is destroyed, although there are still very strong expressions of Sephardic Judaism in Northern Africa and the Ottoman Empire, it's definitely declining. Population-wise, the Ashkenazim grow, and they themselves begin to move towards the east. And ultimately, they will overtake the Sephardim in terms of population numbers and become the dominant political organization of Jews as well, well into the 20th century. Ladino and other Sephardic languages decline, but Ashkenazic, a Germanic language, becomes the most important language of the Jews in terms of their vernacular. Second, related to this, the disruptive technology of printing changes the way Jews look at themselves, look at the Torah, look at their rabbis, and ultimately creates some tectonic shifts that alter the Jewish phenomenon. The textual tradition becomes reified, which means they made concrete, and that has a good side and a bad side. It's a good thing in that, here it is. It's reliable. It's exactly what's the halacha. This is the halacha. It's shaped. It's treatment. It's written right here. What you do and so on. That's great. But on the other hand, by setting it down in black and white print, all of the other oral traditions their impact. Now, some of those oral traditions could have been plainly wrong. Like for example, how much wine does it take to make kiddush? How much wine do you have to say the prayer sanctifying the Sabbath? So all of a sudden we have a machloket. We have a controversy because we've lost the sense of the size of something that before the menorah, maybe quite a bit before, people would kind of pick up a cup and say, well, yeah, this looks like about right. And I was like, no, that's not big enough. My days used to have a much bigger. So there's a whole discussion which ultimately becomes reified. What is in the text? That's wrong. In fact, one of the reasons why there was such an objection in some circles to the Ramaz writing, the Ramaz Rabbi Rothschild wrote a very important commentary on Rabbi Yosef Karo's Code of Jewish Law. Code of Jewish Law is called the Shulchan Aruch table. The Ramaz commentary is called the Mapa, or the table clause. So some Ashkenazi communities, this Polish guy, Rabbi Israel, is telling us how to do it here in Germany. We don't do it like that, but the German rabbis were absolutely correct that because the Ramah came out with his commentary, even German Jewish students studying it for hundreds of years later would be inclined to go with what the text is. Judaism, in some ways, halakhically becomes much more focused on what is the text, even when there may be areas where, according to family traditions, right or wrong, another big debate there, but according to family tradition, might change also. I'll give you another example. In America, there's one base, and I've served the privilege, bad privilege, my bad privilege of serving on many different Chevra Kadishas around my academic career. And there's one particular ritual that is pretty much standard. And if you look at the halachic literature, see that a lot of things in America, we skip over things that were done in Europe all the time, and do extra things that were not done in Europe, and there's details that are just not present. Why is that? Well, my humble thinking is because one particular conversation in Chicago, I was the first one to actually write it down in English. They wrote down their customs in English, so lots of other communities saying, well, what are we supposed to do? Oh, there's a pamphlet. Check it out. Here it is. So that becomes American customs that essentially remove a lot of other regional customs. Okay, so that's one of the things that happens with this disruptive technology of printing. Another thing is, because everybody can do it, all of a sudden, copyright law becomes challenged, and like, who's to say a person can't print something that's against or, oh my gosh, constitutional? All of a sudden, the huge threshold of cost that would be represented by hiring manuscript copies to write out your heretical writings is disappeared, because now basically you get a certain amount of capital, you can print it yourself. And so all kinds of ideas that would not have the light of day in print or manuscript, I should say, printing all of a sudden, fair game. Everybody can put their stuff out there. So we see a lot of people like Spinoza and so on that become circulating as a result of the technology. Religious diversity that will expand and come to a crisis in the 19th century has its origins really in the 15th century. And finally, the spot circle, is amazing, like nuclear strength activity that was going on in North Israel for a very, very brief period of time, only decades all over, has tremendous ripple effects. It represents the revival of Kabbalah in a very, very powerful way. Kabbalah, of course, is a very ancient study of Jewish texts that goes all the way back to the biblical period, but much of it was completely inaccessible before Rabbi Moshe Cordovero wrote Pardes Rimonim, and of course the Arizal and his student Chaim Vital popularized very dramatic understandings of Jewish sequence and so on. So the study of Jewish mysticism becomes very, very prominent throughout Europe and has ripple effects on many movements that are not necessarily so closely related to Jewish tradition. In particular, false messiahs like Shabtai Tzvi, heavily influenced by Kabbalah, and on the other side of the coin, definitely within the mainstream of Judaism, although it wasn't necessarily appreciated by all Jews in that nation, the Hasidic movement borrows very heavily on Messianic Kabbalah, and therefore is a tremendous amount of creativity in the 18th century as a result of what happened in the 15th. Wow, that was a very quick tour of the incipient revival, the beginnings of a new growth of ideas in the Jewish world, and at the same time divergence as a result of these three factors. I hope you found this video useful, and I look forward to speaking to you again. Actually, when he touched on that, yeah, because that might give you information I can't remember. There is and watch here where Mel does his and the house has a tree in front of it. It was built in 1887 as a parsonage connected to the church. And there's a well-known now appears to be out tree. So that is cleaned up again. Hello everyone. Well, our topic for today is what is modern Jewish? And the goal is to try and figure out really the meaning of all three of those words, modern Jewish and history. I think we'll probably focus primarily on modern Jewish history as a tough one, but we'll try and do it in the space of about 20, 25 minutes, maybe even less. So here's the picture that you run in the background there is a postcard from the 20th century. It was very popular time for Jews to send out these kinds of postcards, especially on Rosh Hashanah. Many people do those high-quality cards, and it shows the American people on the left welcoming the Russian people. Underneath, their counterparts are the well-to-do American Jews with hands outstretched, reaching out to the dark, huddled masses of Russian Jews immigrating. This commemorates the wave of immigration began in 1881 that we'll talk about in another topic. But like this is welcoming the Jews from Eastern Europe to American shores, lectures about welcoming modernity to Jewish. So let's start by understanding these terms, ancient, medieval, and modern. They're often used in referring to history, but in reality they're kind of strange terms that apply primarily to Western Christianity. Most of our scholarly models in the Western world are dependent on the European tradition. These terms make sense. Not an exact fit for Jewish history, of course, for other history, Eastern history, for example, African history. But let's see how those travel between a graph. Say on the y-axis, you have the level of achievement, right? Meaning the heights of society, culture and science and things like that. So higher is going to have more achievement, lower will have lower achievement. And if you put an x-axis that measures time, so basically the traditional Christian European way of looking at history is starts out in the ancient period, moves through medieval, and then goes into the modern period, and goes of human achievement looks something like this. It kind of starts at the golden age period, that's basically Rome, and then it sort of declines until a real break with the fall of Rome in the 5th century, and it goes into the Dark Ages, which is medieval. Medieval actually between periods, that is between the ancient and the modern period, because what happens, there's a renaissance, literally the period called the Renaissance, in the 15th centuries, and that begins re-energize European society, and there's the growth of arts and science and all kinds of things that we get to the modern period. So that's basically the way Christian Europeans tended to look at history. A golden age in the past, Greece and Rome, then declining into the Middle Ages, which is very dark and people sleeping on top of dirt floors and huts and things like that. Conan the Barbarian and stuff. And then it comes up through the Renaissance into the modern period, which is the period that we live in today. Although for some purposes, many people call this the post-modern era. Not post, but I wonder if I can edit that out now. Let's go one thing. But the post-modern period, we're not going to talk about that, but it's very relevant to things like literature. Now, that's kind of Western European Christian history. What about Jewish history? So it looks something like this, where you've got like 0 and a huge rise right up to the top after, let's say, the flood. Huge rise that goes all the way up to the giving of the Torah way back in the ancient period when the Jews left Egypt and at that time wandering in the desert. And then from that period, there is sort of a philosophical, slow but steady decline to the modern period. This is a concept known in Hebrew theology as decline of the generation, which indicates that slowly as they get further and further away from the defining moment of Sinai, they lose their sensitivity to God, sensitivity to other human beings, and so on, until we get to our kind of period. Now, this graph does not measure Jewish achievement. It measures, in a larger spirituality, and this is a form of vision of the world that really applies primarily to traditional Orthodox thought as well. If we were to map out achievement in other areas, the graph would look different. But the point of this little exercise is to show you that the terminology of medieval and modern doesn't really make a lot of sense for Jewish history. So if it doesn't make sense for Jewish history, what exactly are we talking about? We have to talk about modernity. You see in the background here, this is a great film by Charlie Chaplin. He released in the 1930s. It's called Modern Time. Here's Charlie Chaplin on the left. And what this video is showing us is an example of how over mechanization of the industrial era eventually causes Charlie Chaplin to lose his mind. And as we'll see in a minute, he's actually going to become part of the machine itself. It's going to be so taken over by the things that connote modernity that he will become crazy and modern itself. Let's just enjoy this for a second. You see how he actually becomes part of the really famous scene. And you see dramatically altered anyway. You see, of course, the buttons on the back of her skirt, and that you go crazy. All right. So I think I'd better stop right now because it just gets funnier. But I encourage you to have a look at Charlie Chaplin Modern Times to get well. The point of that little video was to say something about modernity. What do modernity? I mean, a lot of people seem to think modernity is like an iPhone and stuff like that. Not. There's a lot more to that term modernity than simply technology. Let's look at some of the main elements of modernity. First of all, when is modernity? Well, for general modernity for the world as a whole, it's usually dated as beginning from the 7th through the 18th century and extending into the 20th and 21st century. But the beginnings of modernity really begin around the 17th century, and that's when we see a lot of the political development, a lot of social development, and with industrialization, the technological development. The kind of thinking that is associated with modernity is the general overwhelming of religious authority by scientific authority, the reliance on reason rather than revelation as the fundamental focus of truth. That means that prior to the modern period, when a person wanted to know whether or not something was true, they would go to a religious speaker, like a priest or a minister or a rabbi. With modernity, they look to other sources for truth, to professors, for example. They look to encyclopedias, they look to right up to our own day when you start Googling it to find out what is true. That's not necessarily a good example over religion, but nevertheless, the trend is very clear that religion declines in modernity and scientific reasoning becomes much more ascendant. In terms of technology, industrialization is a huge change with modernity. Industrialization refers to the creation of factories for mass production of primarily consumer goods. This means that people become much more urbanized. The nature of women's roles in society changes dramatically because they are employed in the workplace, albeit at a much lesser rate of remuneration than men. But women's roles change dramatically. The way we relate to the environment changes with electrification, for example. People have to go to sleep, with sundown and rise with sunrise. So time changes, kinds of things changes with industrialization. And globalization is important, right? Beginning in the end of the 15th century, probably the discovery of the Americas, and all of a sudden, really moved between the continents of North America and South America and Europe and Africa. The interconnectedness of society becomes especially important in the modern age. Popular sovereignty is extremely, advanced during the period of modernity. Popular sovereignty basically that the sovereign, the leader of a given country, is no longer the it is the people as a whole. America, France, with their democratic experiments, Haiti, places like that, that's also associated with modernity. Now, look at Jewish modernity by contrast. It's got a few different features. First of all, it's quite a bit later. The modern period in Jewish history, looking at a lot of the showing you on the left-hand side here, takes place in the 9th and even the 20th century, particularly in places like the Russian Empire. One of the ways that science or religion is expressed in Jewish modernity, although it's expressed exactly the same way, there is the same kind of tendency of science over religion. Typically, within the religion affiliated Jewish community, there is the rise of denominationalism. We'll spend more time talking about this when we move into the course, but basically, the so-called or the traditionally Orthodox Jews, that term was not coined until the 19th century, they begin to bifurcate. You have the growth of what would later be called the Reform movement, conservative movement, and things like that. Those are expressions of modernity. There are new economies for the Jews which are not available to them for modernity. As Jews become emancipated, that is, they begin to get rights to non-Jews, they begin to penetrate areas of activity economically, socially, culturally, they had never before, particularly in Europe. And this phenomenon is something that's related to modernity. And perhaps the most significant of all of these is the decline of traditional authority. The decline of the Tefillah structure that we spoke about in greater detail a while ago. You can go back and listen to some earlier videos. With the decline of the Tefillah, it becomes possible for Jews to or affiliate, nevertheless ignore the dictates of community standards. This creates kind of a massive amount of fissures in the Jewish world. As a result, the Jewish modernity is changed by the entire period. So if we want to look at the course of modern Jewish history, we could start from the flourishing of these different phenomena in the 19th century, but it's useful to sort of take it back a couple hundred years and try to understand the antecedents for that change. And in that suggestion, we really have to look at a major in Jewish history, a huge rift in the progression of Jewish culture and history. That would undoubtedly be Spanish and Portuguese expulsion of the late 18th century. The Jews of Spain, the Iberian people in general, were extremely cultured, advanced, very well integrated into society, was already past their golden age, and they were beginning to experience more and more persecution under the Spanish Inquisition. But the sudden and dramatic expulsion of this large population really had a huge impact on the Jewish psyche as a whole. You look at this map, you can see how the Spain and Portugal made their way throughout the Mediterranean basin and up into northern Europe as well, and they carried with them the memory of dramatic change in their lifestyle and their situation, which had an impact on all of the communities that they visited and really shook the Jewish world. So we're going to start with the immediate aftermath of the Spanish and Portuguese expulsions, and we'll go in the next lecture into that period, and hopefully that will give us a starting point to understand the gradual unfolding of modernity among the Jewish people. So that's it for this lecture. I hope you found it useful, and I look forward to speaking with you in the near future. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another essential lecture in Jewish history. Today's a little different from most of the lectures because today I'll be speaking about something that I actually know something about, primarily because I spent a ridiculous amount of time researching the Jews of Eastern Europe for a book I wrote on the Jews of Ukraine, my PhD dissertation was later published. So I crammed a ridiculous amount of information into my skull, and now I dilute that into about 14 minutes, give or take, for the presentation. Our task is to look from their origin, and specifically looking at the big migration that occurred after the phase until about the 17th century, and then we'll look at the major development after the beginning of the movement. Okay, so here we go. At the present, in this map here, huge movement from the the Rhine in Germany, and they're moving to the east in the really the 13th century onward, and they're eventually going to create the greatest, largest concentration of Jews in the world in the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth. And there are basically why this migration occurred. First, there was a tremendous amount of anti-Semitism developing in Western Europe. The Crusades, particularly the massacres of 1096, were incredibly humorous for the Jewish population. They developed the blood libel, which was an outgrowth of the ritual murder charge, who somehow wanted to enact the fact. And then later, the creation of a new charge, wanted to drink the blood of their victims. This was getting absolutely outrageous. In the picture that you see before you here, later depiction of the 17th century, the called the Jewish case, in which you see several Jewish figures that are so labeled by the Rorel, the round representing the coin that used for betraying Jesus. So the viewer of this image would know right away that these are Jews speaking about, and they're a whole bunch of a pig, Jewish woman looks down in the background, and perhaps more significantly, the devil a representation of a victim of the blood libel child that started with torture surrounding it. So, in a nutshell, Jews were feeling distinctly unwelcome in Western Europe in the 13th through the 16th century. You add to that the idea that the Jews were welcome, and in fact, invited into Eastern Europe, primarily to develop the very rudimentary economies that were occurring in Lithuania. At that time, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was still basically operating with a barter-style economy. They didn't have a very advanced system of cash and currency, and no systems of credit, especially at smaller levels. And so there was a desire to bring the Jews in order to kind of squeeze the economy to get it going, something that they had done significantly in Western Europe. The hope was that they would do this in Eastern Europe. To facilitate this, Poles offered the Jews something called Magdeburg or Magdeburg law, which is essentially a kind of a charter that entire Jewish communities would be granted if they agreed to move to a particular town or residence within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. They would have all kinds of rights that they could stipulate and argue for. For example, the right to distill alcohol, to produce as a monopoly. There's something called the right to regulate what kind of trades are practiced in a particular town. All kinds of in some cases even the right to defend themselves, to set up walls if necessary. All kinds of perks that the found very attractive, so that they would come to these meetings. When you combine that with the anti-Semitism they were experiencing in Western Europe, it looked like a no-brainer that Jews should go to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and in fact they did in huge numbers, and with a tremendous sense of security and relaxation, as it were. It was not a wealthy lifestyle, but it was a relatively secure lifestyle compared to the vagaries of Western Europe, where Jews, for example, were being expelled multiple, 3 times alone from France in the 14th century. So coming to this part of the world, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth made many Jews quit that Poland, which is the Yiddish term for Polish, was actually an acronym for Poland. Here we will rest. Here we will unite in our sojourn. And that's really what Poland and Lithuania and Ukraine, the southern region, was for Jews for much of this period. The backbone of the economy was the so-called Arenda system. And this was something that originally looked like a fantastic economic deal, but ultimately it had disastrous results. Basically, there was a triangular conflict going on here. The Jews formed one point of the triangle. Another point was formed by their overlords, the Polish nobility, who were primarily living in the northwest, in the cities of Poland, and so on. And the third point were the masses of Ukrainian peasants who were living on these large estates called the Laponia. The Polish noblemen were local, go all the way up to Ukraine and try to manage these large farms and all the people living there who were indentured as serfs. They're not quite slaves, but certainly not free either. They couldn't leave the land without permission, marry without permission, all kinds of things like this. So what the Polish nobility did was they hired the Jews to be the leaseholders of these lands, this kind of tax farming scenario where Jews would be managing all kinds of affairs in the taxes on grain, tolls on bridges, all kinds of things in order to raise funds. The system works in this way. The Polish nobility would stipulate a certain amount of revenue that they expected from their Laponia in a given period of time, a year. Jews would accept that figure, say it's 5,000 pesos to make up that. And if they could exact more than 5,000 zloty, let's say they exacted 6 or 7,000, 5,000 zloty, then the difference was the profit of the Jewish community. This was essentially the backbone of the Jewish economy, although they engaged in a lot of other trades like, the needle trades, silversmithing, things like that. The essential aspect of the economy was the fundamentally exploitative relationship with the Jews were charged in the past of exacting large amounts of money from Ukraine. This did not endear the Jews in the least, and in fact, a growing movement of rebellion began to simmer in Ukraine. This was led by a group of men known as the Kozak Ukrainian, Cossacks. These were sort of freebooters, kind of like Ukrainian Robin Hoods, who had often led the entire system, or say they were serfs who ran away from their property and so on, and they created these sort of encampments in the rapid region of the Dnipro River, and they would spend much of their time, sort of raiding, taking the wealth from the Polish nobility, sometimes raiding Turkish lands, receiving slaves, for example, many Ukrainian children were taken as slaves, and they acquired a kind of a hero outlaw status within Ukrainian culture. For Jews, they were more like Hell's Angels. They were kind of like swooping in on motorcycles with the kind of up because of course were essentially their class were not the architect of the economic system that oppressed them, but they certainly were part of that. And so much of their anger against the Poles was vented on the Jews. We should overlap this with the fact that it was not only an economic conflict between the Poles and the Ukrainians, it was also a religious national conflict. The Poles were Catholic, the Ukrainians were Orthodox, Christian Orthodox, and there was a strong effort to try and Catholicism. Similarly, the Poles speak a slightly different Slavic language in Roman characters, Latin characters. The Ukrainians spoke a different dialect of a Slavic language, written later in Cyrillic characters. And, the Poles were trying to divide the Ukrainians into their larger national religious group, and the Ukrainians resisted it and wanted to define themselves differently. So what ended up happening is in the year 1848, one of the leaders of the group, named Bogdan Khmelnytsky, raised up a number of them to go on the march and attack the Polish Jewish communities throughout Ukraine, and in fact penetrated well into Poland. For over a year, the entire region was thrown into chaos. Tremendous devastation reached upon Poles and Jews in particular. The Jews suffered perhaps worse because they were located in Ukraine, running the front of Syria. So, unlike the Poles, who were much further away, the Ukrainians were able to vent much of their anger on the Jews. The total number of Jews was astronomical, perhaps 50 to 60,000 Jews, an amazing number given the larger Jewish population, and it had a phenomenal impact on the Jewish psyche, made its influence on the liturgy and other places. The movement eventually sort of petered out. The Ukrainians under Khmelnytsky decided they wanted to ally themselves with the Russians, which may have been a disastrous political move on its own, but at any rate, the Jews were not soon forget the devastation that was visited upon them as the peasant community rose up in protest. Shortly thereafter, the so-called Gezerah Tachletat, which means the decree of 1648-49, the false messiah Shabbatai appeared on the horizon and created a tremendous stir in Europe, as many Jews felt that finally, after the huge suffering that they had endured in the Khmelnytsky rebellion, now God had sent a redeemer to the Jews, and they would all return back to Zion and enter into the Messianic age. This was a tremendous disaster as well, because Shabbatai was somewhat mentally imbalanced, went to visit the Sultan to demand that he turn over Jerusalem, and the Sultan counter-offered by suggesting that he remove Shabbatai's head, unsolicited development that could choose to avoid convert to Islam, which in fact Shabbatai did, and ultimately his followers decided to convert along with him, so-called Mass. These are Islamic followers of Shabbatai who were from Jews, and by many Jews gave up discussed and disappointment returning back to their homes in Eastern and in Western Europe. There are some critics of later development of Eastern European history who say that this had a tremendous on the development of the Hasidic movement, which deserves a far greater attention than we can afford in this short lecture. But basically, this was a very popular movement that began in the 18th century under the great Baal Shem Tov, with a very charismatic and very fused Kabbalistic, very much fused with Kabbalistic teaching. He reached out to the masses who were still reeling from the impact of the dual crises of first the Kalmyksky rebellion and then the in demise. It gained a tremendous amount of strength and energy and swept through southern Poland and western Ukraine in particular. It met with a tremendous amount of opposition. By the way, this is a picture of the great Alter Rebbe, the first rabbi of the Lubavitch movement, of Chabad, prominent in contemporary affairs today and throughout the world. But at any rate, moving on, the Hasidic innovation, many of which were challenging traditional norms, for example, different standards in regards to slaughter of animals, kosher laws, different times of day for prayers. These met with tremendous opposition by the traditional Lithuanian community, which this man, Rabbi Kramer, better known as the Vilna Gaon, as their leader, who felt that the Hasidic movement was ultimately contrary to the norms of Judaism in a way that was a series of bans and counter-bans between the so-called opponent, or in Hebrew, Mitnagdim, Ashkenazi pronunciation, Mitnagdim, or to our friends, the Hispanics. Mitnagdim opposed the literally, the freedom returned that opposition in kind, and for much of the last quarter of the 18th century, there was a phenomenal amount of fighting going on between these groups. Ultimately, it was resolved once both groups realized that they faced a far greater threat from the Haskalah that was burgeoning in Western Europe, and we'll speak about that in the next essential lecture. And they came to a truth, kind of a modus vivendi, which really has persisted to the current day. Okay, that's about it for Eastern Europe. A quick rush through this period. I hope you found this lecture useful, and I look forward to speaking with you next. Hello, everyone. So today's topic is going to be on the Haskalah. We're going to talk about that important development of modern time, especially in this course. But let's get right into it. Thanks for lesson one. Whatever down to the concrete point five. First of all, what is the Haskalah? The Hebrew term is derived from the scholars meaning intelligence. Is a translation of the German term that the Enlightenment that is that spread across Europe about 50 to 100 years prior to the Haskalah, and Jews picked up on it and translated it to Jewish terms. Some specific elements are really for the Jewish community that distinguishes from the Enlightenment as a whole. In generality, however, the Enlightenment was a reference a greater emphasis on reason as a source of rather than religion, for example, so the decline of religious enlightenment, more emphasis on science, more emphasis on popular sovereignty, ideas of democracy, and that America is very much a child of enlightenment. And we'll see how it expresses itself in I'll point out just now in passing, and then we'll have time to look at the details. The Haskalah is expressed very differently in Western Europe than it is in Eastern Europe. That is, the Jews became less, that is, those who came to the Haskalah really took different things from the West. The Haskalah is especially associated with this Moses Mendel, a rather amazing individual. And although he himself was urban, somehow managed to cross the barrier to become quite central German design at the time, known as attracted a wide following, primarily of liberal, and aspiring Brazilian ideas which penetrate the larger culture of Germany with his ideas. He was an extremely controversial figure in many quarters. His translation of Bach into German was received great applause from many people in the West who felt that finally an opportunity to apprehend German properly. They had a text that allowed them to really experience proper vernacular. He felt that it was a manner open up the floodgates of the way. In fact, none of Mendel's grandchildren, all of them ended up converting one or another back nevertheless, sort of like the central figure in pushing forward the Haskalah, and even though he himself maintained that period German lifestyle, his followers, the second and third generation of his intellectual inheritance, were not able to reach that so what's very important about the Haskalah politically in terms of election is the fact that very closely the concept of emancipation is a term that later Jewish historians borrowed from American somewhat inappropriately. Obviously, if you study American history, you know the Emancipation Proclamation of the African American slaves, and Jews wanted to hijack this term. Hijack this for planting rights. Now, Jews were not slaves in Europe, but they were subject to a large variety of disabilities. They were considered non-citizens. Generally, they were aliens. And they had to endure all kinds of ritual humiliations, like, for example, appearing in the town square once a year where the mayor of the town was slapped of the Jewish community across the all kinds of strange things that, discriminatory economic various types of privileges over time. For example, which is a 17th and earlier century phenomenon, since Jews considered broadly untrustworthy, should be required to present himself in court, in secular court. His oath was considered invalid unless he went to indicate that what he was saying. And Jews, of course, tried to avoid in the picture, but his bear, his head is uncovered, and his barefoot on his skin, and make his hands on the Bible. So there are all kinds of discriminatory all kinds of higher action. So Jews in Western Europe in particular really wanted to emancipate that would allow them to economically, socially, culturally, so on. They finally got their chance in 1991, 2 years after the French Revolution, which accomplished the king, France suddenly became a democracy. And as you the period here are the liberty, equality, and brotherhood, and that has come true. Now, when this came before the Parliament, it has to say, by 1791, they turned back the inhabitants of France were also French, and they were a tremendous milestone in Jewish civilization. And and as we shall see, it has a nice ripple effect. Especially Napoleon's Henry, 1791, the Jews were given rights, but within a decade there were a lot of complaints non-Jews in the Alsace-Lorraine bordering on Germany, saying that the Jews needed rights, and it was going to be an unfair manner to oppress the non-Jews that they come into competition. Obviously, it is economic competition because it allowed into various professions, various economic activities that exposed and a lot of market shifted as a result of those amounts of on Napoleon thought about the question, and ultimately he took a very bold step. A Entrance. He tried to re-establish the grand court of the United States. The two millennia separating ancient Israel and 19th century France did not bother Napoleon, and he in fact convinced a large body of which involved very Christ. They had a lot of hostility, were very much promoting the and Napoleon just put 12 basic questions I had asked you to kind of summarize one question. What's going to be with you? Are you going to consider yourselves members of another nation who are temporarily residing in France, which is historically how Jews would have regarded themselves as part of the Jewish people, tribal biological relations, and they anticipated Messiah under a Messiah? Or should Napoleon consider themselves loyal members of the French nation, expressing but nevertheless loyal to France, fighting against enemies, upholding its laws, etc., etc. Of the Assembly of Notables, which later expanded to form the Sanhedrin answered was under in fact that his best one is drastically defend France against which was a very subtle question, would you fight against Jews in Germany? They responded, point of the Jews would really buy in. Napoleon accepted the answer and therefore affirmed the narrative view anti-Semitic discriminatory laws combined the competition with a little bit more detail. Great picture here shows that state Napoleon portrays a life that he wanted. You see here he is holding up the Ten Commandments, the law, and on his right there are several Christian prelates who are demanding that not extend equal rights to abolish Judaism as the woman there and he's holding on to the well, you can see there, and in the background you can see the desert, the solar, and so on. Napoleon obviously felt that kind of neo-messianic fashion here, brings someone who would help, transform the world by wrestling among others. So the whole idea of the Haskalah in Western Europe was really tied to this idea of a somehow bring political rights only if they required questions of people like Napoleon with right answers. So in France, after suddenly, all at one shot, basically, had a little bit of pickup under Napoleon, but in Germany, it was a difficult on-out process and as a result, German Haskalah expressed itself rather than So let's look at it primarily how the Haskalah expressed itself in the West. So the West, now we're talking primarily countries like Germany in particular, France as well, England, to a certain degree, major cities in places like Hungary. There were this goal of emancipation. They believed that it would, meet the request of the dominant nation, the German government, their loyal citizens, and they would never in the Russian Empire, there was no such thought that perhaps the Jews would gain equal rights. In fact, the Russian culture did not hold for most Jews the same kind of attraction that German culture particularly did for them. So rather than striving for accommodation to the state, there was more of a rumbling evolution. West, in a somewhat English manner, often tried to adopt German norms, with, tremendous changes to long hallowed religious traditions, customs, and so on, in order to try to appear more German, and that led to a assimilation. The Hashgalah was not expressed in a true Russian assimilation, rather it was expressed in a rather revolutionary constitution. So, which again represented the desire to do away with Russian nationalism. May have been expressed entirely in Russian language. The idea was to fundamentally revolutionary process. For Zionism, the bulk of Zionism, although it's leaders, failed to move Europe. So they had a lot more freedom of movement, a lot more freedom of activity. In Eastern Europe, there was a great yearning for Zion, which represented the challenge to the status quo. West, Jews appeared in Egypt, Jewish culture, being able to effectively name the country to observe duty, observe boundaries, they observe taxes, and so on. Is a certain amount of desire to improve Russians, by the way, the vast majority, well into the 90s, vast majority spoke Yiddish as their mother tongue. Essentially, a version of medieval German with characters, influx of Hebrew, Aramaic, Romance, and Slavic words as well. As Billy Crystal puts it, Yiddish is German with slang. Anyway, but more significantly, the language question for my fall in favor of those persons of the Zionists revival of the Jewish ethnic or the affirmation of Yiddish, which was not considered a bona fide language. A jargon or a language is not considered really a language. Many people are not exactly on that voice. That is create a literature and Yiddish, that is a strong Yiddish with standardized punctuation and spelling and so on. So that's how the language works. In the West, there was some significant word, that is the idea of Jews attaining emancipation because of the Hebrew, among many individuals, Lessing, for example, and others who believed that the time of Hebrew didn't have the same kind of significant figure in the Russian leadership itself. Finally, in the West, have a level of denominationalism where in their attempt to articulate an identity that was at once and German, you have two formulations of Judaism that challenge that separation. You don't have that large phenomenon. Large cities like Warsaw, might have, let's say, a reform example, but the vast majority remain Orthodox, even if they were rejecting Orthodoxy. They were rejecting was Orthodoxy. They did not really even attractive. Let's look at the so, two very significant ones. The first is the liberal movement per se, which is known as the reform movement. This is the grassroots really got started in the first decade of the 19th. Often work of the scholar Abraham Geiger, who identified a film among German Jews themselves in a way they felt spiritual. They were alienated by Hebrew, so large-scale real ignorance of the language. They were put off by the archaic, rather oriented forms of worship, the long holidays and women, kind of chaotic service, and so on. And they felt that, they wanted to be emulated more Protestant norms. So there were a lot of innovations that died during the war brought about that were anathema by the traditional. That included, for example, the introduction of church bells, on of course, that was Sabbath, the removal of the separating the very removal of church, the idea of very problematic or if the Jews were ultimately waiting to go back to Zion, to Israel, they wanted that about their Germany. And so therefore, Messianic references in the literature were removed, and things like the term synagogue was changed to the term temple. Sanctuary implies literally a gathering place. Translation whereas temple, there's a mix-up, implies permanence, singularity, and so on. So by changing whatever, but it was the Hebrew language that caused a major split in the 1840s when at a Reformed convention they voted to remove Hebrew from the liturgy entirely. Of course, the movement has gone back and forth on but Zacharias Franco, shown here, who was president at that time, said that's it, it's too much. The pace of change of this liberal was simply too fast for him. He felt that it was willy-nilly and it was kind of pushed by the demands of the population rather than by a leadership standing out front. So he formed a movement that called at that time the historical positivism, which is rooted in principle with the appropriateness of change to practice, but disagrees with the reform movement in terms of the process of change. He emphasized much more of a leadership of rabbis who were learned, who expressed themselves, issue opinions. What really was try to articulate the direction and this eventually became known to the not abide the so-called outcome of the old believers who took on the orthodox, who was originally a of a one doctrine and or straight doctrine, and by those who hurled this term at the closed-minded believers, but the Orthodox ultimately took that term and said, yes, we agree, we believe in basically one way. God, and within that one way, it's not monolithic, but they held to the viability of things like Torah, Sinai, let's look at the Orthodox reaction. So there are two basic reactions, very the first clarified by the writers comes from a very important Hungarian rabbi who felt that reform, either in liberal reform or in conservative reform, was represented as challenge away with both hands. Coined the term which is trying to explain the this law has to do with the presumption of that thrown after a certain stage in the course, sacrifice is being offered to the temple. There's this week of conduct and the debate in the Talmud on what level is it forbidden by the Torah, by rabbis, Talmud includes Hadash, Asur, and Torah. It is understood in this context by the Torah. Rabbi Sofer took that whole phrase and he translated it literally, Hadash, Asur, and Torah. whatever is new by the code. This represented a kind of fun as well. A concept to say, no. We are under tremendous stress right now. People, that any change represents a potential leap that could widen to destroy the walls in our identity. Therefore, everything that is modern must be. There's a lot to talk about how exactly to apply this principle, but this is ultimately expressed in certain forms of orthodoxy today have extreme allergy to anything like logical, sociological, or so on. And gosh, I'm feeling it going on. Everything has to be approached as if it was highly toxic and perhaps quite another approach which is more characteristic the one by Rabbi Samson. Now, the Hatam Sofer's approach would work very well in an environment where the majority of Jews already is believed in the Torah, Sinai, and the Bible, viable, and the permanent of the value of the 600 book. But Rav Hirsch was working in an entirely different environment where the vast majority of Jews are actually they're already with their feet and in this environment. The dam is already burst, and Rav Hirsch has a way to try and articulate that same space with the least more population that would ultimately grow much larger. And so he coined a term, actually I'm not sure if he coined a term, but it was named after him, neo-orthodoxy, or as often in America, modern orthodoxy. The concept was that let's look very carefully at our practices. Let us determine which practices are mandated by the Torah, and we will absolutely, without compromise, adhere to those principles. On the other hand, those other things which are merely accretions of fashion, style over the centuries, if they are, external to the essential aspects of the simply so elements like trimming one's beard in an appropriate manner, or wearing clothes that are appropriate for 19th century Germany, attending university, all kinds of things like this, which are not necessarily forbidden by of course, but those things can be adopted. We try to articulate kind of an interesting balance between modernity on the one hand and orthodoxy. Movements eventually coalesced into something called Torah in Paris, Torah with the ways of land, paraphrase, as expressed in the modern Orthodox movement in America. However, as part of this strategy, Hirsch also articulated separation, a very controversial thing that occurred in where he appealed to the he appealed to the authorities. It was very unprecedented appeal. Traditionally, each municipality is governed by a single Jewish body, Parnas, the president, the entire body, the realized and discussed. But under Rav Hirsch, he said, look, it's possible for us to have one community, a large number of Jews who believe, for example, desecration of Shabbat by other Jews, or the appeal to granted the right to create a separate community that was comprised entirely of Jews to serve the halakha. Strategy of Greek was emulated throughout the as a way to maintain the standards of orthodoxy within the environment of current assimilation. If we kind of summarize these things, we see that Greek scientific is tremendous change going on. the growth of the Hasidic movement, which is actually the first modern Jewish reform movement, which was a great challenge for South Europe. He has talked about today the rise of the Haskalah and its challenge to authorities. And we also see the rise of neo-traditional ways of reaction to reform, much neo-Orthodox, like the Khatam Sofer, like David Gaon, and others felt that okay, the only way to prevent modern challenges is two boundaries that perhaps did not exist in the 60s, but create these two boundaries in order to ensure the integrity of the. All of these things come together with decline in the coercive authority that is the central governing body, self-government, much of its authority under the pressure of France, one not a secular one. And it allowed for the rise among voluntary affiliation. And for the first time, to actually opt out of the community without suffering really dire consequences because the state no longer has that support. On the one hand, there's a positive element of this because it allowed for a great amount of intellectual and spiritual freedom to identify themselves as or they identify themselves but the negative is and sometimes many of these astrophysics towards that so that's the Haskalah in a nutshell. There's a lot more to say about this culture, much longer, and two comments by useful. David quickly became one of my favorite teacher. These chapters are the end of structure. Today, we're about kind of a subject. I'll try to make it quick, but extreme important topic. Much of the 20th century is I'd like to look at the topic of modern anti-Semitism. The first thing that we have to say is sort of a preface, supported by a lot of videos I've already put on this. Back to watch later. But the basic concept of anti-Semitism divided four best theories, four distinct historical ideologies that exist at various points in time, and anti-Semitism is kind of like a very dangerous ideology that is able to adapt to changing climate, both culturally, spiritually, economically, of society. And anti-Semitism will adapt to the needs of that society in order to this nasty message to another generation. Those four basic are ancient xenophobia, which is basically contained within the Greco-Roman world 2,000 odd years ago, and then following that, early Christian anti-Judaism, which is a rather different these different terms for the anti-Semitic thought, use that term because they have very basic elements that they contain. Ancient xenophobia refers to the idea of the hatred of that which is different. That's what xenophobia means. Anti-Judaism is a religious view that is the relationship of Christianity to Judaism as a daughter and mother religious dispute. Christianity from the Jewish society, Jewish ideology, and yet seeking to distinguish itself from another religion. This is not of a history that develops there, and we discussed that in an earlier lecture as well. The third period is which perhaps masks all the effects in terms of the message in which all of it, although there's very very tenuous connection to religious ideology. It goes through the ontological, it goes through the off the rails, all kinds of crazy ideas like dreams, there's a lot of just insane things like that are prevalent in the medieval period that we're going to talk about today is modern intercentrism. And when I say modern here, I'm referring to basically late 9th century onward. That's really what modern means for category. The term anti-Semitism was actually coined in 1879 by Wilhelm Marr, so a picture. And the reason why the term has to be invented is because the terms for Jew hatred, the German terms, you would find, for example, were considered in 19th century German society very, tourist, uncultured, and people with very thoughts and sensibility would actually resort to that sort of ideological mindset. By term of a philosopher named Wilhelm Marr tried to give a more scientific sounding name. Say the important concept of Jews is that I what Jews stand for, which is the idea of Semitism. What is Semitism? I mean, obviously, you probably know this. Semitic language family includes many people from the Middle East, including not only Jews, but also Arabs and so on. And people from the Middle East are not Jewish, they are Christian or Muslim or Jewish or what have you. Although they have a Middle East, they have a wide variety of people and other backgrounds. So what exactly is Semitism? Wilhelm Marr wants to argue that there is an international world conspiracy of Jews to try and destroy so it's not that they are anti-Jewish, it's that they are anti-Semitic and are proudly trying to rescue Germany from this horrible being dominated by Jews. Here's a picture of Wilhelm Marr. Here's his book also, that was where the term anti-Semitism first appeared. It's titled The Way for the Victory of Germany over Judaism or Jewishness. And you have kind of a shrill tone, taking over, dominating our society, and it rise up and defend ourselves from it. Later in life, it candidates to be anti-Semitism, but at that point, now, this flows very heavily into the concept of race that was also gaining tremendous currency at the end of the 19th century. The early 21st century tend to think of race as a given, especially in America, which has strong racial consciousness as a legacy of the African slave trade. But we recall that for most of human history, race was not a concept. There was definitely a consciousness of different skin tones, and one finds in many societies a color bias linked to one might want to say proto-racism. But the idea that all of the peoples of the world can be easily categorized into, things based on their external features is something which is relatively in the last 200 years it's become a lot of. I would like to go into greater detail. Basically, the idea of it's a lot of currency after Charles Darwin's theories are promulgated. Darwin, of course, one of the great thinkers of the 19th century who developed the theory of evolution, argued that various creatures adapt their surroundings. They have this clash of the environment and other competitors for resources, and only the strongest survive. And various creatures, whatever happens to have turtles and tigers and elephants, whatever they adapt themselves to their environments, the survival of this sort of thing. And he applied it basically to creation, but he did maybe not the appropriate term to use in this context. He applied it to all the creatures of the world. However, something is thought a step further, or a step backwards in this case, evolving concept of social Darwinism, which basically said that Darwin was not only correct when it came to salamanders and seaweeds, he was also correct, they argued, when it came to human society, meaning that there were elements of society that could be broken down along racial lines that competed with each other, and they found their own unique in society based on their ability to compete with other people and survive. This was advanced most prominently by Arthur de who we can say is an anti-Semite. Right? He really argued for the inequality of races, the non-equal nature of all races. So taking Darwin's thought, filtering it through social Darwinism, and then through the racism of Arthur de and again, at this time period, racism was people who believed in it would wear trousers who did not have the appropriate first, and eventually, of course, it found physical application in the writings of Alfred Rosenberg, who was Hitler's racial expert who borrowed very heavily on these earlier thinkers. In this context, Jews have to have some kind of role. What is the role in this survival of cities? This is where I get to the main takeaway. This is what you have to get out of this lecture. Anti-Semitism, modern loses its religious origin. It basically chips away from all of the arguments that were prominent in earlier periods. For example, the guilty of deicide, of Jesus, or Jews to drink Christian blood, or any of these kinds of things. Primarily because people were becoming less religious. They wanted something more scientific. Science was a new religion, and if science could justify anti-Semitism, that would be very appropriate for those who would hold belief. And the two major elements of modern anti-Semitism, and once again, now it's lost religious are racism and conspiracy. The concept that Jews are somehow locked in this international conspiracy dominant globe. Let's have a closer look. So, the concept of racism shows up all over modern anti-Semitism. Look, for example, at the 20th century example here. This is from some of the Nazi propaganda that was directed at children. Children's book shows a child in class, an Aryan child in class, and the caption says that the Jewish nose has kind of like a sort of a curve to it. It looks like the number 6. And here he's demonstrating for the benefit of the rest of the class how to recognize the Jew in the street. So this is the concept that the character of the people could be expressed in their physical by the Nazis. Again, we truly emphasize a lot of these characters. All the here with a large guys and in some cases their facial features one of the major elements of a lot of the so-called science is the notion of comparison. That when we think about all the things of the world, so a hierarchy, race is two different things. There are areas of the country, oxygen, global, reliable, honorable, like that. And these are the hierarchy. On the bottom, we have the African race. Everyone is part of the modern history. All the have is our Paris. Virus from for example, if you look at Nazi propaganda, if you go to the close or poison and indicate that it looks like but they're not like poison mushrooms. They look like mushrooms, but they're not. They're a totally different character and so on. And then young children how to recognize different, regular tools, regular techniques, or another example, you often have various dancing are like spiders, snakes, salamanders, maggots, things like that. Trying to get the big combination of both or with whatever larger thing. Here's language version of the protocol learned time. The world's greatest portrait ever, a work of the acid places. This I found it you've got this snake that's circling the road, wearing a yarmulke, it's got tiny jowls, big nose, things like that. And the kids weren't sure that started to bleed all over the place. Finally, this is one I haven't seen before in a while. Kind of a maggot, fast, a pretty maggot on top of the road and reflects his eyes very painfully. And they're all the time. And the idea is, you really are at the root of American capitalism and German language. Talks about how the other major element combined in with other concepts of conspiracy, the notion that, well, it's no longer fashionable because it's for this purpose, maybe it is because of is one of the most greatest arguments of the Russian navigators who, in the late 90s, claimed to have covered the record of the leadership of the European public, the elder protocols and elder protocols being like the record, the way they translate into multiple languages. Here's, for example, a Brazilian version from 1937. Here is an Arabic version which has the same idea of circling areas and here is the Japanese version, which again is Turkey and Japan, maybe spies now on all of the four islands, nevertheless has a significant tradition that are the last thing I'd like to touch on in this short lecture is the disturbing trend of Arab anti-Semitism. One of the characteristics of this ideology is if you compare the Muslim world, it really had a much thinner and less expansive tradition of anti-Semitism. To be sure, there's definitely arguments because there's Arabs, definitely atrocities, and for other lectures. But the sheer amount of ideological output of ideologues and thinkers who want to advance anti-Semitic ideas, there's no question that Christian Europe are far greater goals of their Jewish from. Nevertheless, in decades, especially in the context of the conflict over the state of Israel, the Arabs have been catching up. Muslim anti-Semitism was roughly interchangeable, probably not so clear right now, but Arab anti-Semitism has really begun to catch up with European models, primarily by borrowing from them. Have a look at a few. Here's one that shows Ariel Sharon, one of Israel's leaders, and is bludgeoning Palestinians with a Nazi swastika, and the blood is then sprinkling on, it looks like possibly Jewish children behind him there, indicating that they are also soiled by his decision. And this is basically a political cartoon. It's an element. Anytime you use this swastika, it has kind of an overtone of anti-Semitism. But it's not nearly as nasty as some of the other versions we'll have here. It is a classic restatement of Christian blood libel in a Muslim context. Here are black soldiers were Arab to a kind of a ringer that the Muslims and drains their blood by representation of what is essentially a and the dome of the rock indicating that they're going to make a meal out of the Arab land. Of course, the background is hearing that he's meal as well, and that could be anyways, that's it for a quick discussion of modern anti-Semitism. I'm sorry it's not a very pleasant topic, but some nevertheless is there. This is nevertheless part of the reality of this history modern. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone. Today's lecture is going to be part of the Essential Lectures in Jewish History series, but it's going to be a little different for a few reasons. Reading Ian's Weiss's on Jewish humor, I'll cover it a little bit later, and it occurred to me that for the section on Jewish culture, we really should more because it is such an important element of modern Jewish culture. It presents a fascinating feature that I think we should explore a little bit more. Let's get right to the material. So first of all, I think what's most exciting about the show, which are quite excellent for the most part, is the concept that Jews were not always funny. This is like a shocking revelation to me. My wife likes to say, for example, that Jewish men developed humor as a kind of adaptation to the environment in a Darwinian sense. This is a way of, for example, being able to attract an appropriate mate. But, I've always thought that Jews were always funny, but the truth is, when you look at the sources, not necessarily the case. Let me give you a couple of examples of biblical. For example, in Genesis 37, so Jacob is very worried about his brother Esau. He has, prior to this chapter, already birthright and a couple other things. Tell messengers, how is going to greet him. The Yeshua Malachim El Yaakov, and the messengers came back to Jacob more, and they said, hey, we talked to Esau, your brother. And you know what? He's coming. He's bringing 400 guys with him. It's 400 armed men coming. So that passage was not really so funny. And here's one that I think is a little bit funnier. I have to play this every year when we read it. In Parshat Shalach, chapter 14, verse 11. The Jews have just left Egypt, tremendous miracles, and the firstborn, and all those things. And they make their way out to the sea and realize they're trapped in the water. And of course, Pharaoh's army was behind them. And they're either going to drown or they're going to be killed in warfare. They turn to Moses and they complain by Yomer Moshe said to Moses, what? There are no graves in Egypt? That you have to bring us here to die in the desert? And it's kind of funny. It illustrates this aspect of complaining, which is a remarkable theme in humor that we'll see a little later. But still, this is just a couple of jokes in a rather massive. It's hard to imagine that a work so central to you would have so little humor in it. We can look a little further into the literature. For example, in the Talmud, Tractate Shabbat, there's a discussion of two guys have a bet, and they want to see who can make the famous sage Hillel get angry. And it's a bet for quite a large amount of money, 400. If you're familiar with the Passover Seder, is actually equivalent to half a small goat. Anyway, so this guy goes up, and it's Friday afternoon, and Hillel is in his house having a shower, and so he knocks on the door, and he speaks in a rather rough way. Is Hillel here? Is Hillel rather this special way? Hillel turns off the shower, he comes outside, and he'll wrap in a towel, and he says, yes, my son, what can I do for you? And the guy asks him a really stupid question. Hillel takes the time to answer the question properly, and then sends him on his way. The guy comes back again, takes him out of the shower again, and this goes on for a few episodes until finally, when Hillel comes out, the man says, I'm worried that you're going to get upset. It's obvious because he wants to win the match. And Hillel sits down on the front porch and says, ask me all the questions you have, don't worry. And then the guy gets upset. Oh my gosh, Hillel, there should be no more of you in Israel. And Hillel asks him the whole story, and he explains to him what's going on. And Hillel says, hey, it's worthwhile that I should not get angry and 100. So again, it's a nice story, and I find it amusing, but it's not exactly funny in the sense of modern humor at all. In fact, you can find so many examples of provides excellent material, really great material for humor, and yet the rabbis are telling us don't follow up. Like, for example, also in Tractate Shabbat, it's Zion, where this whole discussion of this concept, Ein Mazal Yisrael, there is no mazel, there's no luck for the Jews, which is mentioned in different contexts where it's discussed there, but still, I mean, this is a great opportunity for tremendous amount of humor, and the rabbis pick it up. So, and finally, we get the medieval humor. Not much fun that I can think of in medieval Jewish literature. So, what do you do with this? One is tempted to conclude, as Dr. Rice does, that in fact, we're not especially funny, at least not any funnier than any other people until the modern era. So we're going to have to explore what exactly is it about modernity that suddenly unleashes this torrent of Dr. Rice argues that turning point really has to do with emancipation. Here, by the way, is a picture of her. She's a tremendous scholar of literature, and picture of her recent book on the topic. You see the big glasses there, which are inspired by Groucho Marx. I'll show you a picture of them in a few minutes. Anyway, she argues that 18th and especially the 19th century were exceptionally important for the emancipation of what's connected very closely with the development of the and I encourage you to have a look at the lecture on the Hashkalah, where I talk a lot more about what that meant. She refers to the activity of this man, Heinrich Heine, arguably Germany's greatest modern poet, exceptionally popular in the 19th century, who was of Jewish origin, and faced with the challenge of his Jewish background, which was impeding his career that he converted a form of Protestant Christianity, and then did not end up getting the job, and spent the rest of his career really making fun of his own conversion. But he had an acerbic wit and a tremendous sense of humor. He was incredibly influential. Heine really exploited the notion of Jewish otherness, Jewish standing outside of mainstream culture, as he himself did, and by extension, many Jews identified with that, particularly in Western Europe, and origin. I have a little bit more to say about that. In Eastern Europe, the classic figure, without doubt, towering above others of the time, was the great Shalom Rabinowitz, known much more popularly by his Shalom Aleichem, his reading in traditional Yiddish, and in Hebrew it really means how are you doing on you. And Shalom Aleichem, extensive treatments of stand-ups, really, of SO life and of Jewish foibles in late 19th century in Europe were absolutely hilarious. The thing that's so tragic, however, about Shalom Aleichem, for our purposes, is that the vast majority of his humor is untranslatable. Humor, any other genre, requires extensive cultural familiarity, and if you explain it for a second ruining the show. In order to understand Shalom Aleichem, you really have to have variations in an educated Bach is when a peasant Galicianer is speaking, and so on. Secondly, you have to read it within the context of the persecution of Jews in the late 19th century Tsarist Empire in order to understand Tevye's subject. Perhaps the saddest his greatest character, of course, is Tevye the Milker, Tevye the dairyman, who was made famous in the adaptation Fiddler on the Roof, which is a very, very funny adaptation for an American audience. It is such a pale shadow of the original. Tevye is an Amharic. He is a well-meaning and lovable fool who is uneducated, and he is constantly butchering quotations from Torah and Mishnah and the Talmud. And the only way you get the joke is if you know how he butchers the original phrase, how he is misconstrued. Unfortunately, I've had many students who have listened to Tevye's speech on the roof and think he's actually quoting the text, which is just so sad. But we'll return to this point. But anyway, these two figures, Western Europe, Shalom Aleichem, and Eastern Europe are responsible more than anyone else for elevating the status of Jewish humor and ultimately making it a career path for many American comics as well. Now, returning to this period of time, referring specifically to the 18th and especially the 19th century, starting in Western Europe and then radiating through Europe, this is the period when Jews are gradually receiving emancipation, meaning they're gradually receiving legal status, sometimes equal status with non-Jews in given societies, but there's a big gap between the legal emancipation and social emancipation. The process begins, and again, I encourage you to look at the lecture on the Haskalah for more detail on it. Begins really late 18th century when the French first emancipated the Jews. So the question then, Napoleon, in the beginning of the 19th century, convened a grand convention to confirm the rights of the Jews. In France, here you can see depicting himself in 1806 as kind of a Caesar figure with a Judean desert background, and he's holding the law, which has an ambiguous character, the law of France, the law of the Torah. And while the clerics on the left-hand side are complaining, he's reaching out with his left hand and raising up the fallen woman of Judaism who looks to him with tremendous gratitude. So there's this idea that, legally Jews could receive in France emancipation with very little. But the process of social emancipation was much more drawn out, especially in Germany and even Russia. The legal emancipation didn't occur until the 20th century. More to the point, we have this kind of attitude expressed in this anti-Semitic postcard, in which at the top you have the quote saying the poet's word, referring to Heine, Allah mentions that all men or all people born equal constitute one race, one people. And that very lofty statement is nevertheless belied by the contrast between the comical and simian-looking African and in the center, the well-groomed, well-postured, muscular Aryan, and then on the right, the corpulent and capitalistic-looking Jews. There's a lot to say about that. We'll talk about it in the section on anti-Semitism. In other words, the picture is directly in opposition to the statement of Heine. And this is more of the tension that Jews really faced in Europe. And the humor was born out of understanding that they would never get really into that society fully. In many ways, Jews actually capitalized on that. Groucho Marx, in many ways, exaggerated some of the stereotypical features of Jews in his own work and his country in some way, and makeup and so on. And he also, made fun of it by saying things like he would never want to be a member of a club that would have is in itself an inversion of these values. So let's go straight to humor and try to understand that. So, what exactly is Jewish humor? What do we mean when we're talking about Jewish humor? I refer now to the research done by Rabbi Rothschild, who is a scholar of many aspects of Judaism, most recently famous for a very powerful biography of Rabbi Menachem Neerson. But he wrote this other very small and quite powerful book called Jewish Humor, What the Best Jewish Jokes Say About the Jews. And in this context, I want to really underline that Jewish humor, I'm looking specifically at those jokes which can be well categorized as only fitting. The vast majority of jokes that pass for Jewish humor are just very low-class ethnic jokes in which you could really just change the ethnicities from Jewish to Polish or to Irish. It wouldn't make that much of a difference to the joke. I'm going to try and hone in right now on those jokes that really only make sense in a culturally Jewish milieu, and I'd like to break it down into three main elements. The first element is Jewish humor really has a strong tendency to exploit psychic difference between chosen status, because the Jews, of course, historically have regarded themselves as the chosen people, and their physical reality, their status on the ground, how they are treated by other people, how they treat themselves, and how they're treated by God, etc. Secondly, Jewish humor has a self-deprecating quality that co-opts and transvalues anti-Semitic attitudes. Meaning, it's kind of like a "you can't fire me, I quit" sort of attitude. That the anti-Semitic attitudes are quite prevalent, and that people are saying these things about Jews, so Jews will take hold of those attitudes and make fun of them in such a way that they really own those attitudes. They own the joke on the joker. This can slide into self-hating. Sometimes these anti-Semitic jokes, when retold by Jews, retreat their anti-Semitic venom, and so they have to be approached with a great deal of caution. Finally, I think another key motif of Jewish humor is irreverence, chutzpah, which is a very difficult term to translate. It basically means like nerve or boldness or braveness towards authority figures, including God.
What up, big man?
But brought down to the human level to Jewish figures like rabbis and so on, presidents of congregations, and non-Jewish figures, of course, are very fair game. Okay, let me give you some examples of these jokes. So, first of all, let's look at the exploitation of the psychic distance between chosen status and the physical reality. I'll try not to take too much time with these jokes. If you've listened to my lectures, chances are you've heard all of these, but I'll give you a couple. So first of all, there's this joke about a cucumber store in the Soviet Union. There's a big lineup of people outside the cucumber store, and the owner of the cucumber store throws open the window, and he says to everyone, we've just learned that there are going to be less cucumbers arriving today than normal. All Jews, please leave the line. We won't have enough for you, everybody. All Jews, please leave the line. So then he closes the door. And a little while later, he opens it up again. He says, we've just learned that one of the cucumber trucks is broken down on the way here. Therefore, all Lithuanians, Latvians, Poles, Ukrainians, and Uzbeks, please leave the line. And all these non-titular nationalities are forced to leave the line. And then a little while later, he opens the door. And by this point, of course, it's really pure, absolutely impeccable Soviet citizens with perfect records and ethnicities and so on. They're all standing in line, and he opens up the door and he says, we just learned that the last truck was taken over by the mafia. You'll have no cucumbers today. Everybody go home. So one of these Soviet citizens turns to the other and says, you see, the Jews get all the breaks, right? So that makes fun of the status quo of Jewish persecution and turns it into its opposite. Really, they got a break, making fun of the reality. Another example, the contrast between the chosen status and the degree of effort required to maintain that status, and an underlying question of, is it really worth it? And we could tell a lot of jokes in this vein, but here it is. The first three clergymen in outer space. I know this involves a rabbi, priest, and minister. Often those jokes are simply a very poor taste. This one is not so bad. So I have to have the background information that one of the just to give you a sense of how Jewish humor really has to fit within a cultural milieu. Jews pray 3 times a day: Shacharis, Mincha, and Maariv, and it's related to different times of the day. The Shacharis is the morning prayer, so the afternoon prayer, Maariv the evening prayer, and the joke goes like this: that first three clergymen in outer space, they get onto the space shuttle and they have their time up there, and they come back down to Earth, and all the journalists crowd around them and say to them, what was it like up there? And what did you think? And the Catholic priest says, I thought of the immensity of God's creation. And they asked the minister, what did you think? He said, I thought of the tininess of humanity. And they asked the rabbi, what did you think? He said, who had time to think? Shacharis, Kamara, Shacharis, Kamara. Right? I think I gave that joke away from the beginning, but you get the sense of it, right? We're looking at this from a scholarly perspective, so I don't have to tell the joke so well. I can, story here. There's this kind of difference between what's promised to the Jews and what they actually get in the real world. There's a lot of jokes in that. Second element, very common to Jewish humor, is a self-deprecating quality that co-opts and transvalues anti-Semitic attitudes. Meaning, Jews are accused of having negative quality X. Here's a joke about negative quality X, but said in such a way that really has the Jews own that quality, laugh at it, and thereby remove the sting from the ones who would do them harm through this anecdote. So, for example, perhaps one of the oldest charges against the Jewish people is avarice, that they're excessively greedy. So, the joke goes like this: the two Jews are walking down the street and they see a sign in front of a church that says, convert to Christianity and get $500. And Moshe says to Shlomo, you know what? I could use $500. I'm going in. Shlomo says, are you kidding? He says, yeah, I'm going to go in. I'm going to do it. And so Shlomo was, kind of surprised, but he stands outside. Moshe goes in. Was it Moshe? Yeah, I think so. Moshe goes in. 20 minutes go by. 30 minutes go by. An hour goes by. Finally, Moshe comes out. And Shlomo looks at him. He says, so, no? Did you do it? Did they give you $500? And Moshe looks at him and says, what is it with people? Right? Get it? Right? He goes in there, and an hour later he comes out, thinking of Jews as you people, the other. No, right? Okay. I'm enjoying these jokes. I hope you are. Okay, let's go to the second one here. Kavod, which is a Hebrew term meaning honor. The notion that the Jews are really, puffed up and arrogant, and want to get honor for themselves. So the joke goes like this: there's the women's group Hadassah, raises $1 billion to buy a jet fighter for the Israeli Air Force, and there's a big ceremony at Fort Lauderdale Airport. And they get onto these bleachers right on the landing strip, and the Israeli pilot who's come here to fly it home, it's an maiden voyage to Israel. He salutes them all, and then he climbs up into the cockpit and pulls down the cowling, starts up the engine, fire and noise, and he shoots down the runway, and then he stops. And he turns the plane around, and he shoots down the runway the other way, and he stops. Finally, he taxis up to the bleachers, and he opens up the cowling, and he gets out, and he goes up to the women standing and waiting and wondering what's going on. He says to them, ladies, I'm sorry, the plane will not take off. We have to remove at least some of the plaques. Right? Again, within the cultural milieu, the idea is that Jews are giving money, but they always want to get recognition for the money they give, so they need plaques to put up. This door was donated by so-and-so, this plaque on the door was donated by so-and-so, and that kind of thing. Okay? You have to explain joking Jew. Okay, here's another one. Ambition, right? In particular, the ambition of the Jewish mother. I'm not going to get into, by the way, the whole caricature of the Jewish mother and its anti-Semitic variant, in particular the Jewish American Princess. There's a lot to say about that. But let's restrict ourselves to this ongoing trope that Jewish mothers are excessively demanding of their sons in particular. So there's a joke about a Jewish mother who's standing on a river bang, and she's jumping up and down, and she's screaming, help, help. My son, the doctor, is drowning. Help, my son, the doctor, is drowning. Right, get it? My son, the doctor. She feels the need to say the doctor there, and there's more like that. Okay. Hypochondria. Jews are like Woody Allen. It really plays this up in a lot of his movies. So for ethnicities, or Europeans go out for a long hike. Again, this is not one of those offensive jokes. And they come back after a long walk in the woods, and the Englishman says, "I'm so thirsty, I must have tea." The German says, "I'm so thirsty, I must have beer." Wine. The Frenchman says, "I'm so thirsty, I must have wine." The Jewish guy says, "I'm so thirsty, I must have diabetes." Right? The inversion there is that everyone else is thinking about their national drinks, and the Jewish national drink is actually a national illness. Finally, one more example is cunning. So Jews are often accused by anti-Semites of being shifty and slick and finding, the angles and so on. So the joke goes, the guy goes into a Jewish deli, and he's served by a Chinese waiter, and the Chinese waiter speaks impeccable Yiddish. And the Jewish guy responds and places his order and so on. And just so astounded to see a person, recent immigrant, with such a phenomenal command of the European Jewish language. So he asks him to speak to the manager, and he brings the manager and says, "Shut. He thinks he's learning English." Okay. Number 4, or the number 3, really, the last category that you see a lot of Jewish humor is having to do with irreverence or chutzpah. This idea that Jews are an am kshei orah, to use the biblical term, a stiff-necked people who will argue with authority figures in all kinds of realms. So the rabbis in particular really have a lot of barbs directed at them. For example, there's one rabbi who is showing a young man around the synagogue, and he's showing him, he's going to be bar mitzvah soon, so he's giving him a sense of what all the furniture is, the shulchan, and things like that. And he takes him out into the lobby and shows him the yahrzeit plaques, these long plaques that have little light bulbs attached to them, in which there are all these names of people who passed on. And he points to one of these plaques and he says, "This young man is commemorating all the men who died in the services." And the boy looks at him and says, "Rosh Hashanah or Yom Kippur?" Hard telling these jokes to a TV screen, because I don't know if you're laughing. I hope you are. Okay, another one. This one's one of my favorites. So there's this rabbi who, and I'm almost done, by the way. There's this rabbi who is overwhelmed with desire to eat non-kosher food. It's something that he's fantasized about for a long time. Doesn't know what to do about it. So he decides to drive far out of town, way out into the suburbs, and he puts on dark clothes and a baseball cap and goes into a Chinese restaurant, and he sits in the very back, and the waiter comes up and says, "Bring me the finest pork fish. I don't care what it is. Just bring me, I need to taste pork." So he goes away. And then as he's sitting there in the back of the room, door opens, and in walks the president and the entire board and all kinds of the most prominent members of the congregation who eat this restaurant regularly. They look at the back of the room, they see the rabbis there. So they walk over to him, they're kind of astounded. They said to him, "Rabbi, what are you doing here?" Just as they're saying this, the waiter comes up with a huge roast suckling pig, and he puts it down in front of the rabbi. And so the rabbi looks at the president and says, "Can you believe this restaurant? You order a fresh fruit, and look how they pachki it up. Right? Look how they dress it up with all this other stuff." Oh, this is so therapeutic. Okay. Now, it's hard to express these things appropriately, but a lot of this irreverence is directed at God. And it's also related to the first point of the appreciating the tension between the status quo of the actual situation of Jews on the ground, often suffering, often persecuted, and the large promises that are encapsulated in the Torah and the prophets. And in many ways, humor can act as kind of like an escape valve for these heretical thoughts that nevertheless would bubble to the surface and could be expressed in a much less socially advantageous way were it not for the fact that there are these jokes that kind of, ease the tension. So I'll just tell you one, of which I know many, unfortunately. So there's this Jewish grandmother, and she's down here on Miami Beach, and she's walking down the beach with her little grandson. And she's talking to him, and it's a beautiful day, and the wind is blowing, and the palm trees are swaying. And all of a sudden, there's a rumbling on the ground, and a huge amount of water just comes up from the ocean and dumps onto the grandmother and her grandson. It's a tsunami, and when the water recedes, she gets up and she looks around, and the boy's not there. So she lifts her eyes heavenward, and she raises her hand. She says, "Ribono Shalom, the Master of the universe, I have always been dedicated to you and your service. I have always done everything for the Jewish people. I have been so scrupulous with all of my observance of the mitzvot and so on. How can you do this? How can you take away my young child?" And there's a rumbling in the sand again, and another one of these huge waves comes and dumps on the Jewish grandmother. And when she gets up, she sees her young grandson is there, and she picks him up, and she checks, looks him all over, and he looks fine, and she's so happy. And she looks up at heaven, and she says, "He was wearing a hat." Right? The idea of the irreverence and also the difference between the promises and the realities and so on. So these are a few examples, I hope they weren't too many, that illustrate these three key elements of Jewish humor. And notice that none of them can easily translate to other ethnicities. It really makes sense within a Jewish community. I hope you found this lecture useful, and hope you'll check out some of the other ones. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Well, today we've got a really complicated topic to discuss. I've got some really useful charts, and so I hope I'll make this topic fairly easy. But basically, what we're going to talk about is the rise of Jewish mass politics, something that occurs around the turn of the 20th century and has lasting effects to the present day. I'm sure you're familiar with the old saying, three opinions, and that's certainly true in the political sphere. But it's surprising to note that this is really a relatively new phenomenon, at least taken within the context of the diaspora experience. There's a joke that I can use just to begin this. I don't want to take too much time with jokes, but too bad. So it goes like this. A young boy comes back from Warsaw to his home in New York in the 1920s. His parents had sent him back to Warsaw to learn a little bit of traditional Torah in a yeshiva. So they ask him, hey, you were in the old country, you encountered the real full experience of life in the old country. What was it like? And the boy says, "Oh my gosh, Dad, it was amazing. I really didn't understand. I met a Jew who was a chassid. I met a Jew who was a misnagid. I met a Jew who was a litvak. I met a Jew who was an atheist. I met a Jew who was a communist, a Jew who was a Zionist, a Jew who was a diaspora nationalist. It was amazing." The father said to him, "Well, what did you expect? Warsaw is a huge town with a large Jewish population. Of course there's going to be a lot of diversity." And the son said, "Dad, you don't understand. He was all the same Jew." That's a joke. Okay, anyway, enough joking. Let's go straight to the present, and let's try and understand a little bit about the rise of mass Jewish politics. One of the more interesting aspects of the phenomenon of mass Jewish politics is the fact that it occurs, as I mentioned a second ago, very late. Certainly in the ancient period, time of the destruction of the temple, the Second Temple period, there's a lot of Jewish politics, and we discussed this in an earlier essential lecture. But really, between that first century experience until you get to the turn of the 20th century, you don't have massive political movements among Jews. That is, you don't have like large organizations of kind of democratically based ideologies that capture a large population in the Jewish world and try to directly flow of information. Now, sure, there are movements, there are ideologies, and democracy is not unknown in Jewish tradition, but the idea of trying to change a state, trying to change a nation, trying to change a large region that includes a lot of non-Jews on a political level, that's something fairly new. There are a lot of reasons why that is so. they just try to get along. The idea is their heads down, try to avoid being singled out by the government for one reason or another. And there are a lot of source texts within the Jewish tradition that really emphasize it. For example, a passage that I used as the title of one of my books, pray for the welfare of the government, as the Mishnah continues, or if it were not for the fear thereof, people would swallow each other alive. Meaning the government is an absolutely essential element of a normally functioning society because, the author of this particular passage felt that, he took a fairly pessimistic view towards the ability of people to live together in a peaceful state of harmony without any kind of coercive influences keeping them from literally swallowing each other alive. And so as a result, Jews have always, or I should say always, have overwhelmingly favored the government that is in control, even if that government is slightly anti-Semitic or is discriminatory to other people on occasion, largely because as a minority they were powerless to affect any real change. And as a result, they just tried to rely on the concept of the state as a Rechtsstaat, that is, a state that is governed by law. We'll talk about this before, perhaps. No, I guess we should talk about it now. One of the big turning points in this movement was in 1881 in Eastern Europe, particularly in the Russian Empire, where you have a large population of Jews. And the assassination of Tsar Alexander II, the entire society just collapsed into a period of
to the public.
of
Here I am in
population, primarily Jews. And as a result, Jews began to
an
feel,
interview
oh my gosh,
talking about your moderation
the
fee.
Russian government. Political ideologies that were emerging all over Europe at that time as nationalism really gathered a lot of strength, especially with non-titular nationalities, that is, nationalities that did not own their own state, so to speak, at that time. And so Jews began to think about politics for themselves as well. Now, this is going to be a very brief lecture. I encourage you to look at some of the longer lectures for more discussion of these. But let's look at least two of the major movements very briefly and then put them all in context. One of the most important early parties was known as the Bund. That's short for the General Jewish Workers League. And this was an organization that was socialist in nature. That is, it believed in the fundamental equality of all people, regardless of whether they were Jewish, Russian, Ukrainian, Latvian, Lithuanian, whatever it is, and that they should be joined within a Marxist experiment to create a dictatorship of the proletariat, following a socialist model towards a brand new future. The Bund was, at least in its origins, which is in the late 1990s, a clerical party that was religious, and in fact, its Jewish character initially lay primarily in the fact that a lot of its early members were Jews, particularly in the northeast industrial area like Lithuania, Vilnius, places like that. It made sense in those early years to conduct a lot of its propaganda in Yiddish, which was the mother language of many of the urbanized Jews, and it worked well alongside the Russian language propaganda generated by other democratic parties. This was actually a very large party. It was illegal until 1905, and nevertheless it garnered tens of thousands of members during that period. However, it was not the most popular Jewish party by far. In the few sources that we have to get a real measurement of what Jews actually thought before, let's say, 1921, Jews tend to vote predominantly for Zionist ideas. And just as socialism represented a break from traditional religiosity and represented a break from the capitalist viewpoint of the world, the Zionist mentality also represented a break from traditional views of Jewish identity in exile, because it posited that Jews leave their homelands in exile and go to the final homeland of Israel. This challenged the religious status quo because it was felt by many that the idea of imposing a political solution to the Jewish people in Israel, as opposed to merely one of individual settlement or even communal settlement, was felt to be challenging God and was an affront, really, to unfolding events, the anxious awaiting for Messiah, would not be rushed by Jews forcing a political solution in the Middle East. So there was a significant break from traditionalist viewpoints, and as we shall see, the majority of Zionists at the turn of the 20th century were in fact non-religious Jews. This is a great picture, by the way, rather taking an iconic image of Herzl, the founder of modern political Zionism, with his famous quotation, "If you will it, it is no dream." If you only want to establish a homeland in Israel, a very audacious, rather amazing goal at the turn of the 20th century, then Herzl said it would be no dream. And in fact, he was quite correct. So with those two movements in mind, socialist movements and Zionist movements, let's have a look at the overview of all of these parties. And this is going to get really complicated. Okay, so stay with me for a second. Having a look at this image here, this looks like a very traditional Jewish symbol. No, that's a joke. It's actually a complex political spectrum, whereas on the left you have socialism, and on the right you have capitalism. Right? You're familiar with that kind of political spectrum, where on the left wing you have the pro-Marxist, pro-communist movements, government, tends to be anti-clerical as well. And on the right wing you have an argument for a smaller government and smaller taxation, of course, that goes along with it, and often associated with more tolerance of religion, but we shouldn't do this necessarily in the American context. If we were to put American parties on this graph, then the Democrats and the Republicans would be very, very close to the center. In reality, at the turn of the 20th century politics, Jewish and otherwise, was really quite a bit more polarized. You had people who were way off to the left, people who were way off to the right, unlike American politics, where even though they argue with each other intensely, they're really quite close together on the vast majority of issues. But there's also, besides this x-axis, the y-axis. The y-axis has Zionism at the top, meaning the urge to develop a Jewish state in the Middle East. And at the bottom, you have diaspora nationalism, which expresses the philosophy of Goeckite, the Yiddish term for here-ness, the affirmation of Jewish life in the diaspora as opposed to moving to Israel. Okay? So there's your complicated Jewish political spectrum at the turn of the 20th century. Let's see how the parties place themselves on these quadrants. So first you have the Bund. And as you can see, the Bund is socialist and diaspora national. The Bund obviously rejects capitalism. They are, after all, a socialist party. But they also rejected Zionism. They felt that Zionism was just a step backwards in the thinking, the evolution of Jewish politics, that really the whole world would move towards a messianic socialist kind of position, and that they would that would be the true evolution of Judaism. Then if you move over to the other quadrant here, you see the Volkspartei. Volkspartei were very interesting, small political party. If you do my lecture on Shimon Tov, you'll learn more about it. But these were people who felt that the Jews should affirm their existence in the diaspora and reinforce their cultural and communal activity in the diaspora, but it should be within a capitalist and not a socialist realm. A lot more to say about them. We don't have time for it now, but they were the inspiration for example, the Federation movement in America. Over here in the top right corner, here you have the so-called Allgemeine Zionisten, or the General Zionists. This is essentially Herzl's party that obviously believed in creating homeland in Israel, and also that this homeland should essentially be like a Western European country, a capitalist country. They are backed up by the revisionists, who are also Zionists and also capitalists, but they were quite a bit more radical, and they felt that, unlike Herzl's strategy was to take that all back and start that sentence over again. I'm not going to edit it because it's too difficult, but I'll just say that Herzl's strategy was one of negotiation, of accommodation, of shuttle diplomacy with the various heads of state to try and convince the non-Jewish leaders to grant the state. The revisionists felt that this was a waste of energy, and in reality, Israel had to be taken by force if necessary, and most likely would be by force. So they tended to become a much more hawkish interpretation of Zionism. And then finally, on the top left column, top left quadrant, you have the Poale Zion, which is one of many different that were both Zionist and socialist, meaning that they felt that Jews should move to Israel, they should leave Russia and the rest of Europe, but when they got to Israel, reproduce a Western European economy, they should create a socialist economy in Israel. So that's basically how the major parties, lay on the discussion. But wait, it's more complicated. There's also the axis. You have to kind of use taking the 3D. The axis are religious parties, because up until this point, none of these parties are specifically associated with a religious movement. And in fact, left towards socialism, they're actually anti-religious. So if we put a z-axis here, you have the so-called Agudat Israel, or Agudas Israel, how do you translate Agudas? It's like a bundle or a grouping of Israel, the Association of Israel, if you will. And this is a group that essentially became politically mobilized when they realized that traditional orthodoxy was not being represented with any of these parties. And by the way, there's no group that's especially conservative or reform at this point. Really, there's only taken seriously, really, politically, is the mass of Orthodox Jews, primarily in Eastern Europe, or secularism. There really isn't much political expression to speak of somewhere in those extremes. So the Agudat Israel basically advanced a traditionalist agenda, promoting the observance of groups, like that, and just use political tactics to try and mobilize their base of support. And another key axis goes up this way, because the Agudat Israel was, in some of its wings, anti-Zionist, and some of it non-Zionist, feeling that, the traditional position was that, although Israel was highly desirable, the idea of conquering Israel, creating a Jewish state for the Messiah, was undesirable. But there were Jews, specifically associated with the Mizrahi, who felt that no, perhaps this is what God wants. This is the unfolding of the Messianic period, when you have all these secular Jews coming to Israel and creating a homeland there. So you've got, I know it's hard to picture it now, but you've got a three-dimensional political spectrum, nothing Jewish is simple, and all of these parties together make up the kind of vision of what it was like for Jews, say, in the 1910s, politically. And actually, pretty much stayed the same to the present day. There are a few significant shifts. For example, the Bund is split in half, and the left half became Soviet until Joseph Stalin wiped them all out. The right half moved to America, and groups like the Arbeiter Ring, and eventually kind of faded in popularity. The Agudat Israel, the bad desolation of the post-Holocaust period, moved to Israel, and even though they had originally an anti-Zionist or non-Zionist position, they're now very active in Israeli politics, defending still traditionalist Orthodox agenda. But many of the same political issues of the era, for example, socialist Polish became the Avodah or labor movement, facing off against Likud, essentially the general Zionism and revisionism mixed together. These are the same politics that Jews were arguing about 130 odd years ago. So that's about it for a quick, rapid overview of Jewish mass politics. And I hope you found it reasonably helpful. Okay, thanks very much. One of the first places to start in our discussion of the Holocaust is, of course, the name given to this event. We all know what we're talking about, the destruction of European Jewry in the context of World War II. But there are a lot of difficulties with exactly what we call this event. The term Holocaust is the preferred term, I guess, because it's becoming more popular, but it has some problematic aspects. For example, the term, which was coined in the 1960s, is derived from the Latin Vulgate translation of the Bible, and it is the Latin translation of the term Olah in Hebrew, which means a sacrifice that is completely burnt up. That's where the Olah comes from, caustic, burning, and Olah meaning like. And that is difficult to kind of transition because, after all, this implies that Jews who were killed in the Holocaust were a kind of a sacrifice, an pleasing aroma to biblical metaphor. Does that make the Kohanim of the Korban Olah, the priests of the sacrifice, somehow like God?